www.carlton.org.au.
ABC News with Mary McDonald. Good afternoon. A 37-year-old man is fighting for life after his car crashed into a school building northeast of Melbourne. Police were called to Hillsville High School on McGregor Avenue around 9:45 this morning. The man was the only person in the car. He's been flown to hospital with life-threatening injuries. Coalition frontbencher Bridget McKenzie says political staffers and colleagues regularly confide in her with allegations of sexual harassment. There's been fierce debate in Parliament about how politicians handled former Liberal staffer Brittany Higgins' rape allegation when they were first told. Senator McKenzie says it's essential people keep information they receive confidential.
My job as a senior woman in this place, if we want to see that cultural change, is to actually make sure they're aware of their options, make sure that they know they're going to be supported no matter what they choose, but to keep it confidential, which I do, to make sure that they have agency about what has occurred to them.
A newly elected member to the First Peoples Assembly of Victoria says the state is proving how an Aboriginal voice can create meaningful change. Aboriginal communities around the state have voted for the new Assembly members who will negotiate a statewide treaty with the Victorian government later this year. Victorian Aboriginal Legal Service CEO Narita Waite plans to use her experience dealing with government and policy reform during treaty talks. The Yorta Yorta Narrandjeri and Tungarung woman says Victoria is ahead of the Commonwealth in establishing an Aboriginal voice.
We have established voice. We're now utilising that function to negotiate treaty. I think that anybody who is looking at this referendum and how to vote should look at how voice can achieve meaningful and transformational change.
9 people will battle it out in the Victorian Liberal Party pre-selection contest today when the party chooses its candidate to run in the Warrandyte by-election. Here's state political reporter Bridget Rollison.
Labor's yet to announce if it'll contest the marginal seat of Warrandyte in Melbourne's east when a by-election is held later this year. It's been left vacant by former Liberal Minister Ryan Smith, who's quitting Parliament after 16 years. 9 people are in the running to be the Liberal Party candidate, including Institute of Public Affairs Director John Roscombe and former Matthew Guy staffer Gemma Townsend. The by-election will be a big test for opposition leader John Pesutto, with the Liberal Party only holding 27 of the 88 seats in Parliament.
US Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in Beijing for the highest level visit by an American official in 5 years. He's expected to hold talks with the Chinese Foreign Minister and other top diplomats. Neither side is expecting a breakthrough in relations after years of increasing tensions. Jacob Stokes is a senior fellow at the Centre for a New American Security in Washington and says the talks will focus on ways to keep the rivalry from spiralling into open conflict.
This intense strategic competition, or geopolitical competition as they call it, requires intense diplomacy to make sure that a given incident or areas of disagreement don't spiral or veer into conflict, which would affect not only the US and China, but the rest of the world.
Dachshund owners are rejoicing in Melbourne southeast this morning after breaking a Guinness World Record for the largest dog walk by a single breed. Courtney Withers reports.
The Devoted to Dachshunds rescue group in Melbourne says it's successfully broken a Guinness World Record this morning. Thousands of sausage dogs have been registered and are about to commence their 1 kilometre walk together at Point Ormond Reserve in Elwood to claim the largest dog walk by a single breed title. The record was previously held by a group in the UK who gathered 1,029 beagles together in 2018. The group says it's now surpassed the previous record, but there's still a long line of sausages waiting to be registered for them to know the final count. Funds raised from the walk this morning will be donated to the rescue group to help Dachshunds in need.
To the weather now. There's a severe weather warning for damaging winds for parts of East Gippsland, the North East and West and South Gippsland. And there are strong to gale wind warnings for the bays and most Victorian coastal waters. For the state, cloudy with isolated showers over most of the state, tending scattered over the ranges and easing in the north and southeast during the afternoon. Possible thunderstorms in the far southwest in the late evening. Possible small hail in the southwest with showers and thunderstorms. For Melbourne, partly cloudy, the slight chance of a shower in the evening. We're heading for a top today today of 15 degrees. Tomorrow, showers and just 11. Tuesday, cloudy, 13. Partly cloudy on Wednesday, 12. Thursday, showers, also 12. Friday, a possible shower and 13 then. Right now in Melbourne, it's 13 degrees. ABC News.
Gruen is back for a brand new season, analysing advertising utilising AI, CGI, GPT on your ABC.
What the?
Engaging enhanced Will Anderson technology.
Unsubscribe.
It's the future.
Real intelligence, artificially enhanced.
It's already here.
No actors, AI or actual, were harmed during the making of this promo.
Makes me feel so inhuman.
Gruen, back Wednesday, June 21 on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
ABC Sport. ABC Sport.
Grandstand AFL.
Does Toby Green have a claim as the best player in footy right now? And what does a win like that mean for the G-men?
Back of the packet, bounces off Cox's chest. And guess who pinches it? Toby Green into an open goal and another for the Orange. Toby's got 3. Bang, bang for Kelly and Green.
Finished with 4, including his 300th goal in AFL footy. Can the Tigers nab a spot in the 8? And is it St Kilda's spot that is most under threat?
Over the head of Bolton, out the back. Saints have the numbers. Through Howard, he's coughed it up to Miller, to Bolton, who dribbles it towards goal. He's oh so dangerous in that situation, Shea Bolton.
And as Trent Cotchin celebrates game 300, what is his legacy in the game and how does he sit alongside his fellow premiership captains of the modern era?
Trent Cotchin veers out to the right, looking for every millimetre. He strikes it from 49. He's got it! Toast the magical milestone with a goal in the opening term, and they come from everywhere to celebrate.
This is Grandstand AFL Sunday.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Certainly is, as round 14 rolls on, a dragged out week, of course, Thursday through till Sunday, with just 6 matches being played, both of them in footy's heartland in Victoria today. The first match between Carlton and Gold Coast, and then later today it is North Melbourne and the Western Bulldogs under the lid at Docklands, which means we're first up on the slate from 1 o'clock at the G today, which means Grandstand AFL Sunday is right here on location from the ABC box. It is Carlton and Gold Coast in front of us, and Brett Delidio is here with me, the Richmond champion, former GWS footballer, and both your teams had a win yesterday. Hello, Lids.
G'day, Corby. Mate, it's great to be back. I've missed this 12 o'clock time slot, but what I do love is the early game. I always did, even as a player. Love the early game on a Sunday, preferably Friday night or a Saturday, but if I got a Sunday, it was very good. But, yeah, both my sides getting the job done. You know, great win for an incredible player in Trent Cotchin last night. The Tigs boys got it done for him.
Not as much as the time slot has missed you, Lid. So I'm looking forward to seeing how you go later today in the Top 10 Cheesy Game Show. Your sparring partner this afternoon is the former St Kilda and Collingwood champ, of course, premiership player in Luke Ball. Hello, Bally.
Bobby, thanks for having me. Lids, in your time slot. It's great to be here as well.
Welcome.
I'm used to having the Saturday night fixture, Corb, so nearly got away from me the time. I had to race to get here in the end of the kids' basketball this morning. But, yeah, great to be here at the G. And we're not going to get a huge crowd, are we? But it's going to be a fascinating game, which we'll talk about later, obviously.
Yeah, we will. Just quickly off the top, more in it for Carlton or for Gold Coast?
Oh, it's Carlton, isn't it? Yeah. Well, it's actually a really good question because Carlton, because of the big nature of the club, the Victorian club, and the expectations around them. But for Gold Coast people, they need to be winning. If they want to, and I read Matty Rao this morning, they want to be the first team to play finals for this club. This is the sort of game they need to be winning, Lids.
100%. It's an intriguing game, isn't it, because of that, where Carlton currently sit, and because the Suns they're trying to achieve, and but also becomes the ramifications for them down the track coming into the draft, which is more my space at the moment. They can only take 2 players inside the top 20, whether or not they've got 3 inside there or not. Someone will definitely test them out. But
so explain that for us. So the way I understand it, they've got 3 so-called academy prospects, guys that they have access to.
Yeah, if not 4. Yeah,
if not 4. But if they make finals, they're only allowed to take
2 inside the top 20. Yeah,
wow.
Because so there's probably Jed Walter and Jake Rogers who are probably inside that first round, and then Ethan Reed's a very good ruckman, but more often than not, ruckmen go, early on in the second if they're really good. So, you'd have to want him and need a ruckman and force Gold Coast to give him up.
So I know that goes over the head of a lot of people. So basically, if they pick 2 academy kids at 7 and 8, and they match bids, and they've got them.
Yep.
If someone bids on a player at 15, they can't match it.
They can't match.
Gone.
Good problem to have, isn't it? For the here and now, I know that the Stewie Jew and his squad will be focused on continuing to build this winning culture, which they're starting to do, I think. So, deal with that down the track, and it's a really good problem to have for the club and the.
Well, they'd rather play
region.
finals, I think, than be worrying about their draft picks to restock up. So that's where. Play finals and have that problem to deal with at the end.
Spot on. If they build a winning culture and a strong club, even if those players that grew up in the Gold Coast area went to go to other clubs, go to Victorian clubs, the chances is that in 4 or 5, 6 years' time,
the go home
factor.
Track
them back. That's right. They can start to pinch a few back that way. So good problem to have.
Just before we move into the footy, Baller, you did mention off air that you had, and just on air, that you had basketball this morning, junior basketball. The name of the team that your girls play for?
The Brighton Disco Wolves, under 10s.
The Disco Wolves?
Yeah.
Well, that's a sports team name, isn't
it is. Well, the club's the Brighton Wolves. It's a massive club, so all the teams pick a little secondary nickname to go with with the Wolves. And
picked by Luke Ball, mind you. He was one of the greats on the DF.
I didn't mind it. that. Yeah, I was happy that one got through. So the Disco Wolves won their 4th in a row. So a little shout out to them. Good start to the day.
As opposed to the ordinary Wolves, these are the ones that attend the disco. This is Grandstand AFL Sunday. Corbin Middlemass, Luke Ball and Brett Delidio with you. Now, last night here at the G, completely teamed out after half-time. It was really a massive celebration for Trent Cotchin as he celebrated his 300th game. Lids, you played a lot of those 300 alongside him. It was, I'm sure you would have been chuffed to see your former teammate get a moment like that last night. And, didn't he play well? He was probably best of field at half-time.
Yeah, he was. And look, guys actually texting this morning saying well done and whatever else, but round the clock back to the glory days of Cotch. I think he had 19 and 2 at half-time. And then... the game slowed down more so and just got congested and Hackett forward, with the rain and whatnot. But he was terrific. But the Tigers just got the job done. There's still a sneaky chance, I think, to get in and challenge, for the finals. I'm not writing them off whatsoever. Concerns for the Saints. I'm not 100% sold on them. They had the sweet start under Ross and everything was rosy and whatever else, but. These are the trying couple of months, aren't they? Right in the thick of winter and being able, when you've played 10, 12, 13 games, to get through that grind and be able to continue to stack up. That's the challenge, I think, for the Saints going forward.
So I just thought, agree. Entertaining first. I mean, they jumped out of the blocks well, and I heard Ross after the game say clearly a lot of emotion, big build-up for the opponents. The message was let's start well, take the crowd out of it, and they did that. They kicked 5 straight in that first quarter. I just thought as the game went on, the bigger, stronger, experienced bodies of Richmond just started to... I mean, Saints had their chances. I think they had 60 inside 50s, more inside 50s across the night, and certainly in the second half, but just a little bit more experience across the board. You think about Floston and Guy, and then Cotchin, you mentioned. Cotchin's first half was very influential, really, because the game threatened to get away from him a little bit, and some of his touches and then a couple of goals obviously were really important. And then Martin got on board, didn't he? He got going, and then
my boy Timmy
Taranto kept it rolling, didn't he? So I think they're more than a sneaky chance, Lids. I think that their best is better than a lot of those other teams around the middle there, around the middle pack. And if they can get Tom Lynch back, I think Ben Miller showed a bit last night, didn't he? Samson Ryan hurt himself, but if they get Lynch back, somewhere near towards the end of the season, somewhere near fitness, I think they're poised to give a bit of a shake.
And as Ross Lyon would call it, the fingernail deep analysis would very much be like, did Dimmer walk out on a program that's contending more than what he had have thought? I thought Dimmer was really clear when he departed that this team is still set up to contend. It's just I'm out of petrol tickets. So I'm happy to step aside, but good luck to the team for the remainder of the year. We saw him in the crowd last night. He was celebrating and sort of giving a little wink and a nod and a celebration.
He's rank a little double-fisted.
What's that one about? What's that?
Oh, he used to do it when he thought he told a good gag in a team meeting, and the boys are just like, yeah, good one. You know what you do to a coach.
Yeah. I like it. 6.5 wins now for Richmond. It's amazing how they win 3 in a row under McQualter. You look back at some of their losses, and the season does make a lot of sense for them. So they had really no one available in gather round, heavily beaten that night. But apart from that, they've been in just about every game. Lost 2 by under a kick, had a draw. pushed Collingwood to within 14 points, which is tough to do. Got to within 10 of Port Adelaide. They look like the two best teams, or two of the best three teams in it at the moment. And they've scored wins away from home. Went to Sydney, beat the Giants. Went to Adelaide, beat the Crows. Went to Perth, beat the Dockers. So there's some nice wins in amongst their 6.5, and they've clearly got a head of steam up as they head to the bye.
They just got their cattle back, haven't they? And they're like that middle chasing pack. Once they start to get 3, 4, key injuries down, it falls away. It's hard to cover, and we know that's just reality. Whereas maybe the top 2 or 3, that's where they can separate themselves a bit. They're able to compensate a bit better. They're a bit deeper, across their squad. But Grimes back, Floston we mentioned. Presti is starting to give it a run. Now Curvis, is massive.
Yeah.
Once they've
still got Hopper to come back in that team too.
Yeah. Well, it'll be interesting to see whether he does. I haven't minded some of their. Judson Clark showed a bit, hasn't he? Some of the younger players. The balance has been pretty good.
Yeah, he's even Baker. I love
Baker's
and Short as well.
Yep.
I'm not sure whether people have read the memo, but Jaden Short's a pretty good kick for goal from outside 50.
It's a weapon, isn't it?
Ross would be filthy on that.
Oh, yeah.
You cannot get beaten. Don't get beaten by what you know.
Hopper's on the way back too, so trained. Looks like he'll be ready to go after the bye, so that's good news for the Tigs. Now, Andrew McQualter spoke about his champion 300 game at Trent Cotchin last night. They sat alongside one another in the press conference. Here's a little of that.
He played a game of football, didn't he? What have you been doing all year? There was a little drive-by on that. No, I thought Trent was huge. Like that first quarter, first half in particular, and then some huge moments again late. It shows you the leader he has been for our football club for such a long period of time. He stood up a game.
Longest serving captain in the history of the Richmond Football Club, which obviously goes back a long way and is decorated with a whole heap of premierships. 3 of them that Trent Cotchin lifted up. Here's what Trent had to say about his night last night, and in particular, the goal that he was able to bang through early in the piece.
It's funny, my kids always get into me about not kicking goals, so that was probably the first thought that popped into my head, and then that was very much on my limit with regards to the distance. So I did think it would fall 10 metres short, but gave it everything I had. But yeah, I mean, they're the moments that are really special. The way that I've been supported, not just this week, throughout my career, from particularly my teammates, has been really special. And yeah, that's the stuff that I'll cherish when it's all said and done, whenever that'll be.
What will be his legacy, Lids?
I think the ability to change the way you've played and the person that you are, almost not the whole person, because he's always had that element of care and respect for his teammates, but to be able to forego your own ego and your own playing style for the betterment of the team as a leader, I think that's what will stand taller than anything else, and he should be bloody proud of it, to be honest.
Started with him, didn't it? It really did, and like just as an opponent over a bit of that time as well. It was, and he's been public and in saying it, and he's on record in saying it, that and we're all like that at the start. We're all, it's all at the start. It's about you a bit. It's about establishing yourself. It's about getting the footy if you're a midfielder and those sort of things. Such an incredible metamorphosis, noticeable shift.
Yep.
And it coincided with the way the team played a bit, which you can talk about, you were a part of, but he drove it, didn't he? He led it, and I'm sure yourself and a few of the other leaders at the time. If he hadn't have, it would have just kept going how it was, and it really went from individual accolades, awards, all that sort of stuff to I remember playing against him, and that was sort of the we were a pretty good team at the time. That was sort of the knock on him at the time to just absolutely and solely subjugating all that for the team success.
Yeah. Did you have that
exceptional
tipping point in your own career too? I mean, I look at the role that you played at Collingwood and was pretty much the same when you got all these outstanding midfielders alongside you.
Yeah, well, certainly at Collingwood, that, and I was a bit older then. I was 26, 27 by the time I got there. I knew that that was my spot. That's the only way I had to play. It was the only chance that I had, I guess, in that second chance. But I think you all go through. I think all players, especially high draft picks, Lids, you all go through that a bit. When expectations heaped on you early, the first thing you want to do is get in there and establish yourself. And if you've been drafted as a midfielder that was prolific as a junior and was got drafted on getting the footy and all that sort of stuff, which most do, don't they? That takes a bit of time to sort of settle you or see where that spot see where you fit into the scheme of things as a team. I think it does for everyone.
And I don't think it's a fault of Trent's because he was playing as best he could, and he knew that if he played well, we'd more chance
to win.
We'd be more of a chance. But the problem with that was that other players wouldn't do their role as well, and therefore, they're like, well, if Trent's going to do it all, I don't have to do it. Whereas now, I think you've all got. When Trent relinquishes that a little bit, says that right, that's it. The best players, we've got Dustin and Dion and that, so it makes a huge difference.
Yep.
I was just going to say, quick, Nick Rewalt, unbelievable player, best, great captain. He talks about that too. There had to come a point in his career where it no longer became about how he went on the weekend. Early days, even if we won, he didn't play well. He'd have the brazen bits. Whereas that sort of that changed halfway through his career, and then the team success followed.
Your man Tim Taranto, best of field last night, won the Ian Stewart medal. Who,
Cheers,
of course,
Kane. Thanks for giving him a little rev.
Won Brownlow medals at both clubs. He was best of field with 38 disposals. I thought Richmond handled the Marlon Pickett stuff really well. So appropriate he doesn't play last night. It's been a huge week for him. They get the bye, and then he's available for selection thereafter. I don't know. You guys have been part of footy clubs, but I feel like it's one of those. They're serious charges. He's defending himself against them. What's the point of football running ahead of the law of the land and trying to jump in and lay some sort of penalty or sanction on him rather than saying, hey, if he goes to court and it doesn't go his way or whatever, he's going to have ramifications anyway beyond just whatever it means for his football. Why football or the AFL should be getting involved before then? Do you see it differently, or how do we feel about that?
No, it made sense to me, the call, yeah. And sometimes, I'm sure if you had have asked him during the week, he would have said, no, I'm right, I'm ready to play. But sometimes players need to be, and relatively inexperienced players still need to be saved for themselves. But I thought it was really good show of leadership to step in, handle it the way they did. We're not making a scene of it. No, we think that the best thing to do for you in this situation is just to have this week. They get another week, as you said, and then let it play out from there, and hopefully from their point of view that he can come back into the side next week.
But also, don't assume that he's guilty before that's
the point.
And
absolutely.
I think that's the biggest part of it, is he's refuting it and he wants to challenge it, and then therefore we'll find out in the courts. But don't take away his job from him because of something impending.
Yeah. The other one's Andrew McQualter, of course, former teammate of yours. Can he win the top job? So he's 3-1 now. The recent record of caretaker coaches probably goes against him broadly in the competition, but
especially with long runways, isn't it? Yeah. Sometimes if you come in the last couple of weeks of the year, that can almost be taken out of the mix. But he gets a good crack at it, and I thought it took a bit of guts to put him in. They've got two recent senior coaches sitting there that they could have been an easy one just to say, Ben Rutten or David T. I think he's a senior coach in waiting. It's just whether they
ballsy enough to pull the trigger on that.
Yeah, and whether they say, and there's a bit of even Rob Harvey with the Collingwood job, in a sense that he'd been with Bucks for 8 or 10 years, I think.
Whether it's enough of a fresh voice?
Whether the decision is to get a fresh voice, or or it's we think things were going well. It's just that Damien had run the tank empty.
Yeah.
We can keep it rolling with a Hardwick style coach.
Well,
he'll do it in his own way a bit. Yeah. He's a very strong, very strongly willed person, Minnie. But if he goes 8-3,
it doesn't feel like they need to play a different style of footy. So
I think their style stacks up.
So why would you bring a different coach in to try and change the whole style and the way that they play when they've got all the pieces?
Players seem to like him.
Yeah. That little drive-by that he gave Trent, his first day on the job when he came in to the club, sitting at the back, and we were sitting in a midfield group, and something didn't go quite as Minnie thought it should. The Saints were challenging everyone. So I think that is terrible. And I was just like, hang on a second, Minnie, you've just been here for 10 seconds. Because Minnie was my captain back in the Vic Country days, so I've known him for ages. And it's like, hang on a second. But fully confident and ability to stand up and say, no, this is what I believe in. I'm strong in my convictions. That's how I'm going to...
Always had it. And that's an interesting... Like, captain at a junior level, so he's always had those sort of leadership qualities and always had the ability to be able to stand up and separate being liked and being respected and all that sort of stuff. So hasn't put a foot wrong yet, has he?
The Saints last year were 8-3 going out and 3-8 coming home, so fell away back end of the year. They looked like a top 4 team for a few moments in the front part of the season. Certainly looked like they were going to be playing finals. Here's Ross Lyon on what went wrong, and I want you to try and decipher it for us, Paulie.
We wanted to take the emotion out, silence the crowd and start well, and we did that really well, I thought. I think we had 4 on the board early, didn't we? So we were really clear on a couple of things Richmond did, particularly through their midfield. about how they position and come out of stoppage, even off turnover, their positioning, and we weren't at the level of applying the method we wanted with that, and that hurt us.
So that's Ross Lyon post-game last night. What did you hear there, Bally?
Oh, I think just broadly speaking, after that first quarter, you got the sense that Richmond's midfielders started to get on top a bit as a group. Taranto, Martin, Cochin got them going. Bolton when he went in there. So I think part of it was, and that's always that challenge for a coach, do we support our midfield by bringing a forward up and just creating a bit of extra number, and when you do that, you bring a forward up to the back of the sauce to
plays
stop.
into Richmond hands.
Exactly, and it just meant Floston was mainly the one that was loose across half back. When the rain came, he got in the way enough, didn't he, to really stop? As I said, they had enough entry, and I agree. I thought their effort was fine. I don't think that was an issue at all. So I don't walk away.
They got close enough.
Yeah, that's right. I don't walk away saying that. And I think Richmond are, at the moment with that personnel back, are going to be really hard to beat. So I wouldn't walk away as a Saints supporter too disheartened from that. And I know you mentioned top four. I don't think they've never spoken like that. They've never spoken about the fact that they were, even though they found themselves at there early in the year, they've always needed to be a blue collar team, and I think that message has changed. And so the opportunity's still there for them. They go to Brisbane. They get a good opportunity to go back to Marvel next week against the Brisbane team. The question marks on them in terms of how they travel. And then they go to Perth. So, no, I think it was he'll fix up the mechanics, as he said, in terms of that. I thought from effort point of view, if they continue to bring that, they're still going to be around the mark.
Yep. You still see them as a finals team?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think they can squeeze into that 6, 7, 8 spot. Haven't had a forensic look at their draw. Tomorrow,
another 4 games.
Yeah, that's right. So they go to Perth the week after.
Max.
Next week's a big one. If they can pinch a game against the top 4, top 6 team, then that should see them in there.
That's the Spuds game Friday night against Brisbane, which is a huge game. The Lions, another test for them away from home. Teams are actually 1-4 coming off the bye so far this year. So that's obviously small sample size, but
coaches always find a way to drive that little needle in.
Yes.
Before you're going into it, and when you come back out of it, it's like, don't you be still asleep? Your head's already in the holidays.
GWS big winners yesterday. Toby Green leading the way with 4 goals, obviously as the skipper of the Giants. The coach of the footy club is Adam Kingsley, and this is his assessment on how they got it done yesterday.
Ultimately, they really drove us forward and had an enormous say in the result of the game. They were up against Fremantle, who the last month have been the best centre bounce clearance team in the comp. So I think we went +10 in there, got the ball going our way. Defensively, really strong. Were able to pin them in and create front half turnovers if we didn't score. So. We'd love to be able to do that every week. It was just one of those games where it felt like it clicked, and we were able to get the game our way.
That's Adam Kingsley on his midfield yesterday and how they won it.
And quick to deflect there as good coach. He needs some love, Adam Kingsley. He's done it. So they're 6 and 8. They've lost 7 of those 8 games by under 21 points.
Yep. He's brought a real hard edge to the side, and I think that's what the hierarchy we're looking for. Not someone who's going to come in and be matey with these boys, because and I'm not saying that Leon was that, but I think they wanted someone who was going to come in with a bit of, not nastiness, but directness, like a Ross Lyon probably would be. We've probably heard how he's softened up a little bit, but Adam Kingsley, very direct and saying, no, I don't like that. You're going to do this, or you're going to find yourself out of the side.
I like the way he sharpened him up mechanically too. I remember, speaking to him, or speaking to some Saints players that he coached, way back, and them saying that he's one of the smartest footy brains that they've played under. And I think we're seeing that a bit. I think we're seeing the way they move the ball is a lot better. Freo we'll talk about. So their pressure was almost non-existent at times yesterday, but. Yep. It was the Giants back to their best. And again, they've got some cattle back. So we speak about Richmond looking better because they've got some key personnel back. Kelly came back. Taylor even back, sticking them up across half back. So they're starting to look like, their best team out in the park. But it's just the way they're playing. And I think he needs to take a lot of credit. I think it's been a superb. Not many people had the Giants above maybe the bottom 4. I think that's fair to say. They're eyeing off they're in the mix too. They're eyeing off a sneaky chance at a final.
Only
spot
a game out. Game out percentages is probably a worry, but it's not dire. They've only, 97% versus 101 of the Dogs sitting in 8th currently.
Yeah, and again, I mean, your man's been brilliant for the Tigers, but him moving on has allowed Callaghan to go into that middle there, and he's starting to emerge. Green's really emerging. So that's been a as much as it can be, and we know they get the picks from it. That's been a win-win, hasn't it? I think for both player and club. So, no, really, really impressed with what the Giants are doing this year. The only game they lost by was 10 goals was Collingwood here, which opened up late. So, and they've done that to a lot of teams. So, 14 games in, really impressive.
Lockie Whitfield's the latest guy to be on trial with the dangerous tackle. If it comes back as sort of careless, medium and high, he'll find himself with a suspension. So I guess the question that's going to be asked here is, was it reasonable in the circumstances that the tackle that he laid? Was Clark vulnerable, and was there excessive force in the way that he laid the tackle? But, I mean, that is something that we've seen repeatedly throughout the competition, and obviously much of a broader conversation, which we'll get to in a moment. And Peter Bell joined me yesterday on radio speaking about some of that. Just on the Dockers yesterday, so here's Justin Longmuir in defeat, a 70-point loss, the heaviest defeat that Fremantle have had in his time as in charge, is what I'm trying to say.
We're all pretty flat in the rooms after that. And we need to have a look at ourselves as a coaching group and make sure we're preparing our players the best, giving them the right messages. Because, like I said, that you dish up a performance like that, it's on the back of your week, not what happens on game day. So we weren't a well-prepared team, and that's what we want to be.
On the back of the week, not what happens on game day. So is that the coach basically saying, hey, this one's on me and I'll deal with it with my players?
Yeah, I don't know. It just seems strange, doesn't it? Like to be opened up like that. And I always thought they were pretty stingy, the Dockers, but to be like a 70-point belting by a team that's in and around their mark. Let's be honest. Like that'd be concerning, no doubt. But if he thinks that it's easily fixed, well, then hopefully it is. But yeah, I've got some concerns there, given and the Giants aren't a terrible side, but I don't think they're a 70-point better side than Freo, are they?
Look like they turned the corner going into the bite, hadn't they?
Yeah.
Dockers. Yeah, they got their
They took it right
back.
to Richmond last week. And
yeah, well, even that, they were in a winning position there and got overrun, and then they travel over to Sydney and get a hiding. So
they'd
hard to get a read on.
Won 4 in a row before the bye after a stuttering start, and then it fell 36 points down in the third quarter against the Tigers. And then yesterday turned in their worst showing in a number of years. I still feel like they're on the right track, Freo, and we talk all the time about progression's not necessarily linear, and they are one of the youngest teams still. I think they're bottom 4 in demographic. Yeah. The thing that did surprise me, and I asked Peter Bell about this yesterday, was the fact that Justin Longmuir put that on the radar after their loss to Richmond, basically saying, hey, it was a wet weather game, just completely inexperienced, and we played a team that knows those conditions well, and we're really young, and we don't. We haven't been through all that yet, which is the first time, not so much an excuse, but it's the first time I've heard him reference how young they are, rather than the rest of the footy community point to that. It was almost Fremantle saying that, and then the next time we see them out on the park, they're non-competitive, and they just had a day off yesterday.
Yeah.
So tapped out, you reckon? They've used that
I wonder sort of how that stuff kind of filters through, but they were a long way off it yesterday, Fremantle. There's no doubt about that.
You mentioned off the top Toby Green. I just want to give him a little shout out.
Yes.
Everyone on this show knows that I'm a big fan of his, but he's a superstar, isn't he? Cool. His ability as that size, 182, to be so powerful, not only on the ground but in the air, but then also to go from a prolific ball winner mid to then transform himself back in 7 years ago, and say, you know what, I'm going to be a half forward and become one of the best.
I was thinking the other day, really hard to liken him to another player, over time. Like, you're right, who's
been
can have
182?
That impact, 182, 6 foot, for all intents and purposes, he's a big tank, hasn't he? So he's great work rate, but you would say super quick or, that's
strong.
He's strong. But it's just his smarts, isn't it? His competitiveness. Yeah. He's so unique. But another player in time, we're a bit older than you, Cor, but you can think of. Going back, growing up, watching
Nathan Brown was probably a little bit similar in terms of but not the sheer strength wrestle and get it, but more the footy now.
Wasn't an overhead.
Not as much, but had the footy smarts.
Even someone like a James Hird, but not as powerful. But Hird was very good overhead, could go in the midfield, kicks goals.
Yeah.
I mean, later in his career, he became more a mid than a half forward, didn't he? Whereas Green's kind of gone the other way, where he's very much a forward and can play deep.
Yeah.
Is he as good a player as there is in the game?
Pound for pound, how could you not say that someone who can constantly kick 3-4 at that size Like, and there'll be probably people texting in saying, "Oh, you're forgetting about the guys from the 70s." Well, I was born in 87, so I'm not going to remember those guys.
But in the modern...
text away.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, send us some. I'm trying to... Yeah, I couldn't find too many real comps, classic comps for him. But
I mentioned on Offsiders this morning. I think if you're top 5 or 6 players in the game for 5 or 6 years, it gives you a pretty good claim to be one of the players of the generation. Toby's been that. As other guys have sort of come and gone, I think he's consistently been a top tenner.
The shame is we just haven't seen him enough in big finals, big games, really, have we yet? But we know that he'd quit. We know that he actually...
Well, I know the ones that I've watched where there is on the line is they're massive for the Giants, and he stands up in every one of them.
No late change here at the G, so Carlton, Paddy Dow, the sub for the Suns. It is Alex Sexton. We're counting down for the first game of this doubleheader Sunday of round 14. This is Grandstand AFL Sunday. Corbin Middlemass, Brett Deledio and Luke Ball. We're about to pick up the rest of our network next here on ABC Radio.
Your fortune awaits. Please sit down. You desire connection to your community, to be abreast of events and up to date at all times. In your future, I see the ABC Listen app. I see you up to date with current affairs, politics, and the latest conversations on your local ABC radio station. Your reading is complete. Put that filthy money away. The ABC Listen app is as free as a bird. Now go and download the ABC Listen app.
You're tuned to Grandstand AFL Sunday. Grandstand AFL Sunday.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand AFL Sunday live from the Melbourne Cricket Ground, counting down to Carlton and Gold Coast. Corbin Middlemass, Brett Deledio and Luke Ball with you. ABC Radio, News Radio, Sport Digital and through the Listen app. There's no late change between Carlton and Gold Coast. We've got a few more topics to work our way through before the footy. But the dangerous tackle, which has been debated all week, and the James Sicily charge held over, of course, till Monday when his appeal will be heard after being slapped with a 3-game ban for the match review officer and then upheld by the tribunal during the week. The big talk has been around the fact that the club's got a memo or a video of about 1:20 showing them what tackles were legal or how they wanted their players to tackle. And the familiar theme that we've heard across the competition is the number of clubs that have decided not to show their players that video. I asked Peter Bell about it yesterday on Corbin and Ben as to why they haven't done so.
We don't want to complicate it further and have too many things going through players' heads in what is a really difficult skill to execute. I think the players digest what the trends are and what the AFL are saying they want to eradicate from the game, and everyone supports that. It's also a bit that there are some circumstances, we feel, that are beyond the players' control as well in a split second, and what we're asking them to do, they just might not be able to do. So we didn't want to confuse them.
So what we're asking them to do, they just might not be able to do. Are you confident, Paulie, is just as an observer and a fan of the game as much as a past player, that you know what you can do and what can't you do in the tackle?
100%. I'm going to zag a bit here. I'm sick of this nonsense, confused about it. It hasn't changed much. He's a smart man. Players don't need to see it. There might be some players who might need to be taken into the back room who have got technique issues, who it's coming up now. There was 140 tackles here last night, Corb.
Yep.
We talking about any of them?
No, not from last night.
I'm just a bit. I'm a bit. And take the Sicily one. To me, there has been a few that I think have been lumped in with everything else.
Yep.
That where the outcome has been, has unfortunately made the player liable. I was on the match review panel for a couple of years. We used to talk about the player, the tackler, being in a position of power. So to me, Sicily wasn't. To me, that was a lunge. When he tackles, his feet are off the ground, so he's not in a position of power there. Now, for whatever reason, McCluggage is swung around and hit his head, and that's better. But all the other ones, and I just looked at the Whitfield one again. He had the player, had the arms pin, in a position of power, decision to make, made the decision to put him to ground. That hasn't changed for a few years. Nothing's changed on this.
So why is there a record number being taken to the tribunal and challenged? Like, that's a lot to have 24 challenged in the first half of the season, and only 2 of them have been.
How does that compare
successful?
to last year? I'm sorry, I should have the numbers. Is it
way up? Yeah.
Being challenged or just being cited?
Both. Yeah, making their way to the tribunal. I think we've had I think the record was something like 2-18 a couple of weeks ago, and then we had a few more up, obviously, over last week. So add those to the numbers.
Well, I think we're probably looking for it a bit more because of the concussion thing, which is fine.
But we're also
the players know what to do, mate.
We're being so much harder.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. So we're looking for the 50-50 ones a bit more. Players know what to do.
Right. So why are the clubs not showing their players this video?
For that reason. They shouldn't need to show them.
Yep.
98% of players are smart enough. They know what to do.
Yeah.
Well, I think we're seeing a shift, though, in the players. I think you can genuinely see, because it used to be, like it or lump it, back in the day, was tackle to hurt if you can. Take one of the best players down. If you get a chance to drive them into the ground, you do that. You lay on them, whatever. Don't allow them to get up. But now you can see it's cuddle them down to the ground. As long as they can't get the ball out, that's as good as you can do.
You can still tackle hard. With the risk of, by the end lids, tackling was the only thing I could do for the last couple of years. You know that, right? I would have laid, a couple of thousand.
Yeah.
You practice it. If you've got a problem headed, you can still tackle hard. Just
you just got to be willing to wear it on your chest. That's all.
Or you'll drag or slide down with them.
I'm surprised you're of this opinion, to be honest.
No, I am. I'm strong. Yeah. I'm strong.
Mainly because I look at stuff like. So I thought I had my head around it a few weeks ago when they released the thing to do with Rory Laird. And the terminology they use that if a player releases or doesn't pin the defensive arm, all things being equal, he's demonstrating a reasonable attempt to avoid or minimise harm to the fellow player. So release an arm, that kind of stuff, rather than pin the arm and drive him into the ground. And then I felt like with the Sicily one and the Butler one, it lost me again where I thought, hang on, so are you culpable now for any damage at all that you cause in the tackle? Like, Butler's a classic chase down tackle.
Yeah, I thought those two were curious for mine. Yeah, those two, because going back to that, they weren't necessarily in a real position of power strength where they had a guy, they were in that position, and they made a decision then to do that, and then you're liable. Whereas I thought Sicily was desperation. You watch him; his feet are in the air. He's a strong guy.
Just holding on.
He's just holding on, and he uses that. He didn't make that secondary decision. He was an act of desperation.
Plus,
Butler was just momentum and speed, wasn't it?
Correct.
And so it was thrown out.
Yeah, and that's. I think we all agree that that's probably the right outcome. That Butler shouldn't be missing games for that. And I'm fascinated to see what happens with Sicily. Mainly the other thing too, when I read that line out about showing a reasonable care for your opponent and demonstrate an attempt to avoid or minimise harm, I thought Sicily's action by dragging the player on top of himself does that enough, doesn't it? Like the fact that he still ends up getting concussed and thrown over is. It's a very unfortunate incident, absolutely, and it was distressing to see the condition Hugh McCluggage was in. But I thought he demonstrated enough care, because if he didn't, he could have just hurled him straight down in a slinging action and head bounces off the ground. Which, I don't think he did that. I think he tried to break his fall a little bit.
Well, that'll be the argument, won't it? Monday.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
And that's it. It's an appeals hearing, so it's basically they just hope the next jury, with all the information they presented during the week, that they see it a little bit differently than what the original crew did. The two games back earlier in the week. So first of all, Chris Fagan, Brisbane Lions bounce back in the winners list. I think there's something like, I've got these numbers in front of me here. They are at the Gabba in regular season games now, going back a significant period of time. They are 43-4. So from 2019 onwards, they've lost 4 games at the Gabba, and they're so hard to beat in that fashion. So they bounce back after another slip-up at the MCG. What was most interesting leading in is that Daniel Rich and Jack Gunston supposedly dropped themselves. He was on the lead yesterday, and he was asked about just that.
Oh, not really. I mean, it's a little hard for me to explain. I'm always having conversations with my players, and they can come and talk to me about anything, and I can talk to them about anything. So if a player's out of form, we'll talk about it, and we'll try and work out ways to help them get back into form. So I know everyone finds it a little unusual. I just find it quite natural. And I think players need feedback. They need to know where they stand, and they need to know that they can come and talk to you about things if they need to. So on that side of things, that's how we roll at the Lions. I don't know if every coach is the same, but that's just how I roll.
Chris Fagan on the lead yesterday. Oh, I must admit, I found it unusual. I'd never heard of it before in footy, and now 2 guys on the same day in the same week have gone to the coach and essentially dropped themselves.
Yeah, you just wonder whether the conversation was had 2 weeks ago, and then it's like, well, they didn't really rectify it, so now it's like, they've said, and it makes them look like they're a bit more selfless, team first and all that. I get that point of view, but I think I said on our show the other day, Corb, that hang on for dear life, never ever give up your spot and back yourself in to try and change the way you're playing during the week and then on game day, and ask the coach, what are the specific things you want to see from me to keep me in this team? And that's what I'd be working on.
Yeah, I think Chris might have, with his wording originally, might have just been trying to just shift the narrative a bit, I think, because it would have been a slightly bigger story. I think it wouldn't have been a surprise to anyone. I think you're right. It wouldn't have, the conversations would have been happening for the last 2 or 3 weeks, definitely, with the way they're going. And I mean, in a sense, it's vindicated, isn't it? Because they go out and perform a bit better, albeit at home. But and I think there's still enough time left in the season for these guys to get themselves fit and turn it around.
Yeah, but does that come back through the Scooby-Doos? That's what I would wonder. Cause that's
they're not playing in the twos, are they? They're not going
and that's what I'm saying. It's not like, go and train really well. It's like, well, where's the young kid who's going to do that? So I'm like, well, best on track. Well, I'm not coming straight in.
Without looking at the last month closer, I think Daniel Rich needs to go back and play.
I agree.
Yeah, I think he's maybe the one.
But I think Jack could also do that as well to work out the system a little bit more. I know it's going to be different because but get some confidence, kick a bag of 5 or 6 and then come in fresh, feeling great.
Yeah, their twos are undefeated too, I think, on top, so he's going to get plenty of supply.
Did they look better without them, or too early to tell?
I don't know whether those two are the difference in terms of them looking better. I just feel like they had a better spread.
I think, the point end of the season too, at the moment, the game's still nice and sort of free-flowing. When things in finals is when things really close in around. You need those experienced heads. I think Gunston still got a role to play. Rich is interesting. That's going to be the real balance between what does he give us offensively, and this is from a back seven point of view talking. And you think about the teams that they're going to be coming up against and the threats that they pose forward of the ball. Is the balance? Getting that balance between is he what he's offering us with the ball in hand?
Yep.
Everyone that plays in the back line has to defend at some point. So can we get him to a point where he's doing that enough, and then his offensive stuff it makes him a net positive for the team? That's going to be the challenge for him.
Are we putting a line through last year's grand finalists? So losers on Thursday and Friday night, Geelong and Sydney.
Not Geelong. I thought Geelong were pretty good, really. Port answered the challenge. The red hot team in the comp at the moment, clearly. So I think Geelong, from what I saw, and unfortunately Dangerfield goes out because it was the best team that they've had on the park all year, wasn't it? Geelong. It was 19 of their premiership team from last year. It was really only Stanley, who was a big out, because if Stanley goes in the ruck, blitz halves can get to work at ground level, so that shifted things a fair bit. But no, I think Geelong, what have they got, 6 or 7 games at home still to come. Some of them are tough draw, but a lot of them at home. I think that they still get there.
They need to win 7 of their last 10. 6
I'm dubious on that. Ooh. Yeah, 7 of 10. So, you can go on a run, but it's still, considering what we've seen so far, like the Swans know, you can put a line through them.
Yep. Yeah, not a lot of margin for error, is there?
The Dangerfield injury, confirming that he has partially collapsed lung and a cracked rib. You ever had anything like that?
Oh, no, thank God. No.
Yeah. I've seen Shane Tuck one day. He copped one, rib cartilage, and he was just agony. He sounded like a stuck pig. He could not stop him from screaming. Jeez. You're just in agony. But then to play on, like that's genuinely tough.
Played another almost 3 quarters. Port Adelaide are humming at the moment.
It's the right word.
It is June 18, so we're a long way from the end of the season, but they've won 11 in a row. Obviously, so much of this is around Ken Hinkley and the fact that he's off contract. David Koch doubled down again on Friday that we're sticking to the timeline. It's going to be August before a decision is made. Is that the right thing to do?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, the only way it changes for me is if Ken walks in and says, "Righto, can we talk about it now?" But all the noises he's making, he's not going to do that. No. So I think if humming's the right word. Don't mess with the hum.
So what happens if they bail out in straight sets? And there's nothing happens at August and they bail out in straight sets. So that's a failure year as how we look at it as Australians for whatever reason. But I disagree with that. But it's do we just say, no, well, bad luck, Ken. Yeah, mate, you didn't win one and you've done what you've done in the last few years as well. We bailed out and then therefore there's no success.
Is the call's going to be made in August?
So they think it's going to be made before the finals.
Before the finals.
I find the timeline fascinating.
So why not now then? If he's going that well, what difference does it make?
What are we going to learn by August? It almost feels like if you're going to wait, you may as well do it in October.
So they're waiting for the wheels to fall off between now and August? Is that what they're waiting for so they can just...
The only thing I can imagine now is that they're all parties are just being stubborn. Whether, Port Adelaide go to Ken and say, hey, let's do it. And Ken says, no, you guys said August, so let's do August. And I feel like in a way it's working for them. There's a particular edge to it that...
Agree.
And footy clubs all the time are always us against them. It feels a little bit like in Port Adelaide, it's not just...
The more we ask them, the less chance they are they're going to change their plan.
It's not just the coach and the players. It's kind of the coach and the players versus the administration at Port Adelaide versus the board versus the rest of the footy universe. It's kind of this tight-knit, like every game matters a whole heap. The captain can't even force his way in because the team's going so well. And so I just wonder, emotion-wise, and I know this is always the knock on Ken Hinkley, and I've been one among others that have criticised them for it in the past. Can you be going too well too early, and how do you keep up that emotion and that edge and that fierceness to everything that's happening at the footy club from the middle or back end of June all the way through to
what do you want
last
them to
Saturday?
do then? Do you want them to drop a couple and then try and recapture? Or?
But you're talking about the link between off and on. He wouldn't be talking about his contract week to week, day to day, Ken. No issue at all. Everyone would be aware of it, but I think they speak about the maturity of the club and the group. But
you can't fake urgency. So everybody knows what it is. Everybody knows that, like the Bulls' last dance thing, that this is the chance that they've got to string it all together, and that Hinkley's, if they struggle, Hinkley's gone. And so they're winning, they're flying, and it's sort of...
yeah, but you're saying, well, so they're... How do they maintain the rage?
Like, that's the next question.
I get that. So what do you want them to do? Not win? To not maintain the rage?
Well, they maintain it because they haven't won a premiership.
Yeah, so they should be hungry.
Trevor spoke. He's in the Joel Selwood position. He can talk about it. There's young hungry guys.
Still there.
Ollie Wines has been there for 150 plus games. There's enough that are there that haven't tasted it.
Charlie
so
Dixon.
It shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah. So there's no reason they can't play like this for the remainder of the year.
Why not? I mean,
just look at Collingwood and Melbourne and those kind of teams. It feels like they're going through the gears a little bit, that they're not absolutely flushing it out right now.
The difference is, I think they probably know that they need. They won't say this, but they probably need those home finals. So for them, top two's more critical.
Yeah.
They're unproven here. They don't play as much here. We know that, and that's just the reality that they're going to play better at their home ground, aren't they? That's become a real fortress for them. So I think that, to me, that's a real target for them. That top two, and until they get to the stage where they can maybe manage a few, they just keep it rolling, keep it moving.
You said last week you got Melbourne, Collingwood in whatever order, 1-2. You changed your mind?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, after. Well, to me, it's a clear top three.
Yep.
Yeah. Again, the challenge is, can they do it here in August, September?
Yeah.
That's going to be the test.
I just wanted to ask, like, if we're talking about Ken Hinkley, what are the other interesting watches from a coaching point of view? Because I'd say the bloke out here, two blokes out here today in Voss and Dew, but also just a little one, and I don't know how much it might be just nothing, but Chris Scott down at the Cats. You just wonder whether, if they do fall off, he's been there a long time, does he just say, you know what, maybe I need something fresh, and whether he goes in as a lifetime coach, I don't know, but...
Like a Damien Hardwick type thing. But
maybe just
And that'll be the spanner in the works, circling it back to the Hinkley thing.
Yeah.
If in August,
that's what I mean.
when season's finished for some teams, that'll be the spanner in the works.
Because he always looks progressive, Chris Scott, and he's always like, you know what, I'm going to be the one who's calling the direction of this ship and where it's going. I'm not going to wait for someone to tap me on the shoulder and say I'm out, and then have to chase my tail for the next club. It's like, maybe it's the Ross line, leave St Kilda to Freo sort of, and I know it wouldn't be the money thing, but...
The other one's Adam Simpson. I mean...
where's that at? Yeah.
I know he's contracted. I know there's not the same commercial realities and pressure and everything else, but how many more 120-point losses can you have in a single season? And he looks absolutely knackered. I keep asking the question more and more now as to what's in it for Adam Simpson. Like, why does he want to keep doing that week after week when he could coach?
And then where's North Melbourne? What's going to happen with Clarko?
Yeah. Yep.
There's a big merry-go-round coming up, it seems.
There's it's always a fascinating watch. Just on the Blues, we've been sort of posing the question as to what's wrong with Carlton at the moment. Is the list not good enough, or are they not being coached in a way that can get more than the sum of their parts out of the group? Well, Mark Murphy was with Ben and myself on Corbin and Ben yesterday afternoon and had this diagnosis of the Carlton Football Club.
Well, I feel, looking at the way in which they're playing, I feel that they've been heavily invested in a stoppage game and feeling that's the way in which they need to play to be able to win games of football, and that's what it looked like the first 12 games of last year, 11 games when they were 8-3, and they were scoring from stoppages, and it was a stoppage game, and they had the emergence of like Hewitt coming across and Chera coming across and Matt Kennedy going to another level, and you include that with Sam Walsh and Patrick Cripps, who had a Brownlow medal winning year, so that's where a lot of their scores came from. I felt they tried to double down on that again this pre-season, and this is just from the outside looking in. I'm not involved with the football club anymore, but the feeling is that they've invested in the stoppage game, and it's almost like the AFL's turned into a turnover game and a quick, risky game style football, and they just haven't trained that.
Yeah, so they're playing the wrong style for what carries the day in modern footy.
And I feel they're trying to rectify that in season, and it's pretty hard. It is hard, and it's too hard to do that in season.
So a system thing more than a personnel thing.
Yeah, but they're linked though. I think that's what he's saying there, and I agree. Outside looking in, they're linked. So who have we got? We've got big, strong mids.
Yep.
So that's where we're gonna win. That's our one wood.
And a turnover game is speed, and we haven't got that.
They definitely haven't got that. Yeah, I had a dinner the other night with a group of mates, all ex-Richmond people, but 3 of them are senior assistant coaches, and it was like an AFL 360. But I was just like, "Come on, boys, let me talk about something else." But they're good insight in terms of Carlton just look like they've slowed down their ball movement to shore up their defence that much, but now they just can't flick that switch to go back and be aggressive and go forward and actually score. Last year, go forward, go hard forward and get it into your big guys, let them score. But we're getting scored against too easily. So let's slow it up a little bit, play that kick mark, not unlike a little bit of West Coast back in the day. Not quite that dramatic, but now they can't turn that switch.
You can hear more of that chat in the podcast store under the Best of ABC Sport folder. Just click on Corbin and Ben from yesterday and Mark Murphy with his take on the Blues. I posed the point about the fact that McRae's had Collingwood the same time that Voss has had Carlton, and Murph's response from that was very much that they should learn from that even though their salary cap's bursting at the seams, if you have to let a couple of guys go, and even if you're paying part of their salary to play for other clubs, go and get the pieces that you need to be able to play the way that you want to play. So he was almost encouraging Carlton to be active in the upcoming player movement space.
Got to get some speed in.
Despite the fact that their cap is bursting. Our favourite time of the show on Grandstand AFL Sunday, it is time for the Top 10 Cheesy Game Show. All right, Top 10 Cheesy Game Show time. I've got 3 different categories. You're going head to head. Obviously, you pick one. If you get it wrong, the other person wins the rubber. First category I'm looking at, in light of recent events, the top 10 games record at the Richmond Football Club. Ooh. So who are the 10 that have played the most number of games for the Ticks? Get us going with one, Bally.
Just saw him down there, Wayne Campbell.
Wayne Campbell is on the list.
Yep.
He's there.
297.
Number 7 on the list.
KB.
Kevin Bartlett is there, up top, 403.
The great Francis Burke.
Francis Burke's 5th, 300 exactly.
Jackie Boy.
Jack Rewald is 2nd, 338.
Shane Edwards.
Shane Edwards is 4th, 303.
Trouble now.
Yeah. I'm sure. Flea Waitman?
No,
he's not.
I would have gone Dustin Martin.
Martin is in the list.
Is he?
Martin, 281. No one said Trent Cotchin, by the way, who played his 300th game last night.
Yeah. Richo's 282.
Richo 282. Jack Titus 294.
Skinny Titus.
And Jack Dyer 311. Did we get the wrong buzzer? I don't know.
Thanks, Lids.
You got that one wrong. All right, 2 categories to go. Bally, 1 ahead. Most goals kicked in the history of the Giants.
Okay. Jezza Cameron.
Jezza Cameron's up top, 427 goals.
Toby Green.
Toby 2nd, 297.
Oh, dear. I'm going to have to go with Callan Ward.
Cal Ward's there, 109. So he is 6th on the list. Sorry, he's 5th on the list.
Yep.
We'd be down under 80 now, wouldn't we? Down under 100. Oh, gosh. Steve Canelio.
Steve Canelio's there, 106.
Himmelberg.
Harry Himmelberg's 3rd, 159.
That's a lot of goals.
Josh Kelly played enough games? Josh Kelly, let's take that in.
Oh, I think you got buzzed out, but Josh Kelly was there. Are we paying that or not? Adjudicator from the studio. We are paying it. We are paying it.
Thank you, adjudicator.
You're going to need another one.
Jezza Finlayson.
Yes, he's on the list with 90.
Is that 10?
That's not 10 yet.
John Patton.
John Patton's on the list. We got 2 to go.
Oh, that was it.
We might get this out.
Wow.
We've done 8 of the 10.
I'm going to have to go with Devon Smith.
Devon Smith is 9.
That's a good guess.
We've got the top 9 of the goal kickers in Giants history. We need one more. I don't know what happens if we have a draw.
Steve Johnson. No.
He only played for 2 years.
Jesse Hogan, 79.
Wow.
He's already up to 79 goals. That's as good as an effort I think we've had for the Cheesy Game Show for a while. All right, so beautifully tied at 1 apiece as we head into our deciding category. And as always, the deciding category is non-football related. So it might bring everyone back to an even keel. The last 10 men to have won a golf major. Major title in golf.
Okay. Brooks Koepka.
Brooks Koepka.
Cam Smith.
Cam Smith is the 3rd most recent.
Matthew Fitzpatrick.
He's on the list, the 4th most recent.
John Rahm.
John Rahm, 2nd most recent.
Justin Thomas.
Yep, we're going in order. 5. Rory McIlroy. Not on
my
there.
one for 10 years.
Hasn't he? Idiot. Why hasn't he done that?
I would have taken Scotty Scheffler,
yeah.
Colin Morikawa, Phil Mickelson, Hideki Matsuyama, or Dustin Johnson, which
BJ.
means Luke Ball, you're the winner of the top 10 cheesy game show.
There's no applause.
There's no applause attached to it, which is a bit sad. But you
it
can
is.
tell what happens. And we got, there we go. Delayed applause.
Yeah. Was in Perth.
Luke Ball, the winner in the top 10 cheesy game show. That's it for Grandstand AFL Sunday. Stick around. We've got 2 huge games of footy coming up. So the Western Bulldogs and North Melbourne later today from Docklands. But first up, what a treat, Lids. It is Carlton up against the Gold Coast.
Pressure.
Oh, it feels like there's plenty in it for both these teams. The Blues, who are feeling the pinch at the moment, not just from the footy world, but from their own fans on the back of their effort last Sunday night against the Dons. And the Gold Coast Suns, is it time to take them serious as a top 8 threat? And Stewie Dew re-signed last year. There is no late change for either the Suns or the Blues. The 2 subs, Paddy Dow and Alex Sexton. It's all on the way. Matt Clinch coming in to head up the call next, right here on Grandstand AFL.
Gruen is back for a brand new season, analysing advertising utilising AI, CGI, GPT on your ABC.
What the?
Engaging enhanced Will Anderson technology.
Unsubscribe.
It's the future.
Real intelligence, artificially enhanced.
It's already here.
No actors, AI or actual, were harmed during the making of this promo.
Makes me feel so inhuman.
Gruen, back Wednesday, June 21 on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
ABC Sport.
AFL.
What a stage. This game is coming to life.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
The Raw will tell you the story. Fans are on their feet. Can't believe what they're about to see. Holds his arms out wide and tells them to get excited.
What a game. It's got everything.
It's like Grease Lightning. It's so cool.
On the run. It's happening again. It's a whole new game.
Cause here it comes.
With a talk from 55. Hello. That is the cream on the cake.
Sometimes you've just got to sit back and enjoy the show.
And we have a thriller.
Tigoli, chest down, goal.
Goes for home. He's got it. Phenomenal finish.
Fires, goals, brilliant.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
Kick towards the pocket. Oh, beautiful play at Martin Danaher.
From 51 metres out, goes bang. That is some sort of finish. Long towards Hawkins, gathers and goes.
Charging through 50 to finish. He does.
Unguarded goal square. He's got it. This is just getting good at the G.
Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, Sport Digital, and now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
The Gold Coast Suns venture to the MCG for the first time in 2023. Off the back of the bye and with the top 8 in their sights, back-to-back wins in Darwin. Is it finally the time the Suns are ready to feature in their first final series? Games like today will decide their fate. What are Carlton fans expecting today? It's their greatest test since last week. 6 losses on the trot, and with each loss, the patience is being tested for a side who expected to be competing in finals. Hello, welcome to a sunny MCG. A beautiful winter's afternoon on Grandstand AFL. It's Carlton and Gold Coast from the MCG. Matt Clinch with you for ABC Sport. There's no late changes with Paddy Dow, the sub for the Blues, and Alex Sexton for the Gold Coast Suns. For those that were listening just a few moments ago on Grandstand AFL Sunday, Corby gave you the stat. Teams are 1-5 coming off the bye. Chris Fagan was with us on the lead yesterday. He pointed to that. So St Kilda's the only team to have beaten Sydney of the sides, and the Gold Coast Suns are coming off the bye today. The return of David Cunningham for the Blues, the 26-year-old, hasn't featured at AFL level for 731 days, and Harry Mackay will celebrate his 100th game for the Blues this afternoon. Corbin Middlemass alongside me to call the action. Welcome to you, Corby.
Thanks, Clinchy. I get the focus on Carlton from their own fans. They're a monster club. They're clearly going much worse than they were last year, having lost 8 of their last 9. But I actually think there's more in it for the Suns today. They don't get the chance to play at the MCG too often. In the context of the competition nationally, that they're a team that are in the mix to make the top 8. And if they want to be a finals team, this is the kind of game they've got to come here and win. That you've got to be beating the Blues when they're in this kind of form. So, yes, there's a particular media fascination and support, a huge supporter base interest in Carlton. But for the competition more broadly, this is more about the Suns today, I think, than it is about the Blues.
They've been in the competition since 2011. What would be your crack at how many times they played here at the MCG?
Oh, we played here a couple of times, I reckon. Tigers back when I played.
Twice a year.
Yeah.
16.
16 times.
They played 16 times. They've won 4 here at the home of footy. Jeez. They don't play here a lot, so it must be said they get an opportunity today, and what a great occasion it will be.
Who were those 4 wins against? That's what I'd like to know.
They have beaten Melbourne twice, Collingwood once, Hawthorn once.
Yeah.
The only other team they played here is Richmond, so this is only the 5th opponent they've played at the G.
Yeah.
The voice of Brett Delidio, normally alongside Mark Murphy. Murph faster here, you could take his young side. Max to the Blues game today. Feels like we put him through the ringer over the last few weeks. So Luke Paul was good enough to come in and join us on a Sunday afternoon. Welcome, Paulie.
Bench Clinchy, sub-vest off. So looking for any chance to get a game in at the G, Lids. Great to be here. I think it's a good call, Corb. I think it's a good call. All eyes on the Suns today. You're right. We shorter round, obviously only 6 games this round. So we don't get to see them much here, as you just said, Clinchy. So if they want to be taken seriously, they need to show up today. And even take the result out of it. They just need to show up and show out and put in a performance like they had, that lead up to that bye, Lids. It'll be interesting to see, reasonably young group, how they handled that. They had a full head of steam heading into the bye with those 2 great wins in Darwin.
Yep.
Now they come here, different conditions, different circumstances against a desperate opposition. Really interested to see how they go today.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see, and good afternoon, boys. Good to be here. It's whether they can deal with that expectation of this is an underperforming Carlton side. Can we come here and get a kill? That's going to be the key for the Suns, and say, well, it's not a free hit because there's a bit of expectation on them, but can they deal with that and then come out and perform? I reckon that's going to be the key for Stewie Dew's men, and whether they can take it right up to the Blues, who are under the pump as much as any team is in the comp at the moment.
You talk about the Gold Coast Suns and coaches that have been under pressure so far this season. Stuart Dew's in his 6th season. He had his best result last year with 10 wins and 12 losses, and yet it always feels like we get to this stage of the season and ultimately they lose a couple of crucial games and they're no longer in the finals conversation. Having won their last 2 in Darwin, it feels like it's perfectly set for a young midfield now without Toot Miller. He's set around the form of Matt Rowell and Noah Anderson, and we've seen Bailey Humphrey come in and he made an impact, absolutely. Not only on field but signing for 4 years and saying I'm very much a part of this future alongside Ben King.
Yeah, and that's the key, isn't it? If you can convince your young guys to really build something and stick together. And I was nervous for him when Toot Miller went out of that side. I was like, oh, this is their leader. This is the guy that's being almost a catalyst for the effort and intensity around the ball. But I feel like Rowell and Anderson have taken the bull by the horns there, and add in Bailey Humphrey, who we only saw a little bit of, injured for a lot of last year, but the Suns obviously saw enough in him and in his performances to say, we really like this kid. He's come in and performed exceptionally well, so they got a lot to like. And I think the unsung heroes probably the 2 guys down back, and Ballard, Collins. I love what they're able to do. They'll have their work cut out today, but they won't be shy in the way they play.
In a few All-Australian teams at the moment, isn't he, Charlie Ballard, in terms of that sort of third tall intercept player? So, yeah, we'll keep an eye out as to the matchup that he gets. And at the other end, Jack Lukosius has been a story too, hasn't he? Yeah. Finally swinging forward. We know he was a highly talented youngster playing forward of the ball. He's got drafted, and I like what they've done with him. I think that's a really good model in terms of a young key position player. He needs to put a bit of size on his frame. Smart player, beautiful kick. Yep. Get him behind the ball, play on some key forwards. So see how it's done at the highest level. Play, work on leading patterns and all that sort of stuff. And now he's gone forward and he's looked like a ready-made forward, hasn't he? So
couple of
and hitting the scoreboard. That's right. You just know that if he gets an opportunity inside 50, he doesn't need too many, does he, to hit the scoreboard? So no, it's coming together. And Ben Ainsworth's another high draft pick who's pitched hit in the middle a little bit with Miller going out. So in a way, Miller going out, even though they'd love to have him back and he'll be a welcome inclusion when he gets back, has shifted the responsibility a bit. You mentioned Rowell and Anderson, how terrific they've been. But others have had to pick up the not only the possessions, but just the leadership and the moments of a game where someone needs to stand up. And they've been challenged. We know that. The Adelaide most recent game, in the last quarter, Adelaide got their noses in front. And from that point on, the Suns put the foot down and ran away with it. So their ability to score, top 6, I think, for scores this year has been a big shift in their game. If you're Carlton, your strengths around the middle of the ground, that's what I'm looking forward to today. That contest in the centre bounce with Witts and Pitney in the ruck to start with, and then Rowell and Anderson against the big balls of Carlton. That's going to be a terrific contest. Carlton just need to score. They've got to find out a way. It'll be interesting to see if what they've worked on this week. How can they maybe expose this Suns defence on a ground they don't play that much? Use the big wide spaces of the MCG to be able to score, not only just from stoppage but on transition, which we know they've really struggled with, Lids, this year. Bottom 4 for scores, the Blues.
Yeah, and that's going to be the key. Get your balls to work inside, and then allow your runners and get Doherty and Sard off half-back. Just flick it and allow them to go forward and get it into your big boys up front. Let them get to work. Let's see how we go. But still, plenty of to play out here before we find out the result. But I've tipped the Suns, Bally. I'm on board the red and yellow, but that's probably because I'm an old sadist and don't mind it with being a Tiger. So I'd like to see the baggers down.
Brenton Lydio and Luke Ball.
No, I'm going to give them one more chance. Give the Blues. I think they still find a way to win today. But, as Corby said off the top, Suns got an opportunity to show they mean business.
Round 14 of the AFL. Can the Gold Coast Suns look to jump inside the AFL's top 8? Or will the Blues finally get back on the winners list? Here's Corbin Minimas to get us underway on ABC Sport.
And it's Jared Witts and Mark Pitternet to contest the first centre bounce. And it's Witts with 2 palms, knocks it down, but straight into the path of Cripps, who's crunched. Hand pass went away to Akers. He turns it over. Ainsworth in off the wing. Gets the centre clearance for Gold Coast. Kicks inside 50. Casbold. Watermelon seeds on his chest. Bounce straight off him. Falls down towards Kemp, who lays a heavy tackle. A ball up, centre half forward for the Suns.
Pretty good opportunity there, Big Levi, didn't he, against his old team? A shot at goal early.
Up it goes. Witts palms it down. Chera bowled over. Charging through King. Somehow got boot to ball. Getting back his camper. He knocks it through for a rush behind. First score of the game, a behind for the Suns. Lauren Borden with us on the boundary. Good afternoon, Loz.
Hello, Corby. It's lovely to be down here on a dry day. Sunshine out here on the MCG, so it's a lovely day for footy, a really nice winter's day in Melbourne. Pretty lean crowd here. It's probably going to have 6 seats to yourself if you have come down here today. We've got both coaches coaching from the bench and Andrew Dillon as well sitting on the officials bench. So plenty of big dogs down here at the moment.
Thanks, Loz. To think you were sitting in the bucketing rain 12 hours ago. Far more favourable this afternoon with the sunshine out. The Blues are working at a cross half back. De Koning gets a second touch as he receives it from Doherty. Hand pass around the back to Sam Doherty at right half back for the Blues. Up towards Walsh. Holman right there with him. Sliding in, Fiorini taps at boundary side. It rolls out in front of Holman and Walsh to throw in. Centre wing on the southern side. Gold Coast by a point through the opening 90 seconds.
De Koning starting forward, so they're opting for that 3 tall forward attack, the Blues. Mac Andrew back into the side, play on Tom De Koning.
Collins to Mackay. Ballard's alongside Charlie Curnow, the leading Coleman medalist so far. From the throw in, there's no chance to clear. Cripps is locked up by Rowell. If they're alongside all afternoon, that'll be interesting. And a boundary throw in on the wing. A ball up on the wing.
4 changes in the end for Carlton, with Dow as the tactical sub. Free kick here for a hold in the right contest, and Witts is going to get it. And a tangle with Pitternet as Witts heads down that southern side. Casbold again the target at the back. Kemp takes the intercept mark. A juggled effort. Half back for the Baggers. Lays a hand pass off to Sard, who runs into the shadows of the Ponce. Fitzandrew, the footy nearly didn't come back to him on the bounce. The coach is giving chase. He flares it out to Akers, who marks at half back. So the 4 guys dropped. Motlop, Silvani, Ed Curnow, Louis Young. A wrap around to Wiedering. He kicks down the line. Ballard drops a chest mark, and it's out of play in front of the Suns bench. No late changes. Dow and Sexton the subs, and the 4 that are in for Carlton. So Fogarty's back, Newman, Pitternet returning, and David Cunningham, who Clinchy mentioned, first game in 763 days since he last played in round 9 of 2021.
Toss back into play. Pitnet with the glove on up against Witts. Falls down to the front. Onto it, Walsh for the Blues. Hand pass to Akers. Couldn't take it cleanly. The fend off on Roses. Feeds it back to Newman. Centre wing up towards Charlie Curnow. Nudged underneath it by Ballard. It cleared him. Cunningham, beautiful pickup in the left forward pocket to Mackay in game 100. A centering kick towards the teeth of goal. Flying Martin can't take the mark. Rao got down low. Was he taken high? He was. And we'll take the free kick 15 metres out from his defensive goal to Koning just over the shoulder as he goes short to McPherson and then works it out to Swallow, who marks it left half back.
Swallow looks inboard, finds Fiorini, centre half back for the Suns. And the sunshine, tremendous. A winter's day in Melbourne, 13 degrees. As Fiorini pulls his kick across the half back line, Ballard will run onto the loose footy. The Suns in their home strip, all in red. The yellow columns on the side and the Gold Coast logo on the front. He shares it with Anderson, who kicks long down the wing, and Pitternet arriving late punches it away from Ainsworth and a boundary throw-in on the members' wing. And a Carlton home game, so all in the navy blue, of course, with the white monogram.
Sun's out. Probably still a soft 6 or 7, I reckon, though, the track off the back of the rain last night.
I hope it's better than the Yarra Park car park. That was a challenge trying to get out. Cripps, hand pass straight to Rao, sends the Gold Coast Suns up straight in the air towards half forward. Akers underneath it, wasn't 15, didn't hang on to the mark. Newman's locked up by Lukosius and Holman, and the umpire will ball it up between wing and half forward on the members' side. Small pocket of Gold Coast fans down at the city end. A lot of Carlton fans in attendance. It spills the way of Humphrey, kicks inside 50. Reading it best was Mitch McGovern. Takes the intercepting mark for Carlton. 45 metres out from his defensive goal at the city end. Looks into the corridor, wants to be adventurous. There's nothing on offer. Sends it towards Cripps. It's he and Wheats. Jared Witts who compete in the air. Spills down the way of Matt Rao. Sends the Suns inside 50. Casbolt 1-on-1. Beat Kemper, dropped the mark. Lukosius fires onto it. A centering kick off the outside of the boot towards Fiorini. He races after it in the left forward pocket. Gathers. He centres it as well. Casbolt and King are both there. King flies. Can't take the mark. Spills down to Anderson. Gets the hand pass to Holman. Brought down by Wiedering. Hand pass to Ainsworth. There's nowhere to go. Great pressure from the Blues under fire in defence.
A couple of unselfish plays there, wasn't it? Lukosius maybe could have rolled onto his left, and then Fiorini centering ball again. Missed a couple of opportunities.
Witts hooks it down behind. Ainsworth trying to get back on his right side. He's tackled, took on the tackler and caught, holding the ball.
Good scrambling, though. Good early scrambling from the Blues. Interestingly, it looks like young Humphreys is going to play that extra mid-high forward role in, which is going to be an interesting tactical battle because he's got Sard standing in a fair bit of the time, so that will
and
Newman, so that will leave Sard or Newman as that spare across half back for the Blues.
Sard, Newman, Doherty all share it in the defensive 50. Now Sard the rebound 50 out to half back for Kennedy. Suns by a point, only score through the first 6 minutes. No late change. Dow and Sexton the subs. As Newman finds Owies, short kick to Walsh. Breaking it up, Power got a spoil away. Now soccers it just into the front half to Witts. He's tackled. Hand pass away though under pressure to Ainsworth. Handball to Holman. Hooks a kick down to half forward for the Suns. Lukosius going up with McGovern, and in the end they both just knock it out of play. And a throw in half forward for Gold Coast.
Well, and there's the problem for Carlton at the moment. They're trying to play this perfect brand of footy, whereas you've got your big boys down the line, kick it down there, get an out number, and then start again, just like the Suns have done here. Just keeps it in their front half.
Brent Delidio, loop ball, Matt Clinch, Corbin Minimas and Lauren Borden with you for the first up Sunday afternoon footy from the MCG. De Koning tries to take it out of the ruck. Out past to Kennedy. Cherrett was stripped of it. Spills down the way of Davies. Enough pressure to force the hand pass to Casbolt. Somehow got a kick straight up in the air. Kemp punches it down for the Blues. Witts cleverly over the back towards Ainsworth. Off balance. A high kick inside 50. Casbolt back with the flight. King came charging out. And off hands it goes out of play in the right forward pocket for the Gold Coast Suns.
Clever from Witts, wasn't it? It won't go down as a hit out that, but such an important player for them, the skipper. All the Suns at the moment, 4 inside 50s to 1. Need to get a bit of early scoreboard pressure on though to capitalise.
From the boundary throw-in, Witts again palms it down. Rao under pressure, can't handle it, falls to Chera, shoots a hand pass. Sard went at it one-handed, left it behind. Holman, heavy tackle, dispossessed. Ball spits out to Kennedy, kicks out to halfback. Now Powell flies for it, no mark. Lukosius off his backside got a kick away. It's smothered and Davies has it and he's tackled. And the ball up, still at centre half forward. The Blues actually start this game as favourites. A little surprising given the fact they've lost 8 of their last 9 from the restart. Akers' hand pass goes straight to Humphrey. Kicks deep to the top of the goal square. Oh, Wiedering getting back, takes out his own teammate Kemp. King keeps it alive for the Suns. Hand pass away. The snap goes goalward and goes through for a goal.
Might be touched.
Yeah, doesn't look confident, does he?
Off his right side, Fiorini hooking it goalward, but as you said, he doesn't look all that confident.
Trying to sell it. At least try and sell it, Braden. Guilty look on his face, didn't he?
The soft call's touched. He doesn't kick off his right peg too often at all. I did the double take. I thought, is that really Braden Fiorini? There he is trying to swing it goalward.
Yeah, I reckon Saad's got a touch on that.
He has, I think.
So bend back.
Nice bit of desperation.
They're under the pump though, the Blues, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
What do we got inside 50s? 4-1.
Contest already, 16-10 around the contest.
Decision on scoreboard.
A video confirms the soft call, so it was touched by Saad on the way through and a behind. Suns have 2 of them. Carlton yet to score 9 minutes in on Grandstand AFL. Suns by 2.
It's been a kick-march start, hasn't it, by the Blues out of the back line. This is where you'd love to see them, and Saad comes to the bench now, but got to find a way to get some energy on the ball.
Yep.
Okay, once you get it out, out of that danger zone, get some energy on the ball, get some overlap run, get it down to the big guys one-on-one.
Mitch McGovern brings the Blues back into play, along towards Taconi and Mackay. Mackay flew, couldn't get hands to it. Davies with a hand pass towards the boundary line. It's kept in momentarily by Ainsworth as he's taken over the boundary line by Harry Mackay. Game 100 for the 2021 Coleman medalist. How does he try and get his confidence going, Lids? First shot always feels so crucial.
Work rate, I reckon, for Harry Mackay. Get a bot, even get a tackle. Just get up the ground and get a couple of marks, and therefore just build your confidence that way.
Was able to kick a goal last week against the Bombers. There's a spills to Rao from the throw-in. Centre and kick towards Ben King. Wiedering spoils it down. Newman's over the footy. Hand pass to Cripps under pressure. Feeds it to Chin Cotter. Through traffic. Got through McPherson. Takes a bounce. A good block. Allows him to kick towards half forward. Oh, he's just out position. Mackay flies against 2. Front and centre. Charging onto it, Fogarty. He's brought down. Ballard just sockets it off the ground. Sends it out to the southern wing. Charging onto it is Casbolt. Needs to get around Boyd. Hand pass to Holman. Back into the congestion. Feeds it back to Fiorini. Chips it back wide for Holman. Can he keep it in play? No, he can't. As Akers just bounces him across the boundary line. A throw in on the southern wing. The Gold Coast by 2 points. They have the only behind so far of the match through 10 minutes.
The big plays from Ben Long there, just to get back into the hole and compete there, bring the ball to ground, and then a tackle too. Almost goal saving. Terrific stuff.
Boundary throw in. Witts wins the hit out straight into the bonds of Deconi. Spills down. Chera hooks it back underneath the pack, which forms around him. Umpire circles and says, I'll have it. Nick Foote, 200th game. One of the umpires out there today. Daniel Jonathan, Brett Roseberry and Nathan Williamson.
Used to have his own watch brand, Nick Foote.
His own watch brand?
Yeah.
Hello.
Hand pass from Deconi to turnover. Power kicks it forward, but intercept mark for Kemp, centre-half back for Carlton.
What happened to it?
No, I think he's still probably got it. Just a little side hustle for it.
Oh, there you go. Hand pass out to Newman. Kicks to half-back for Wiedering. He shares it with Doherty. Short kick to Cottrell, and the Blues are up to halfway.
I want to know more about this. Cottrell around the wing. Kennedy's hand pass is too wide, and it goes out of play. So what sort of type of watch?
Oh, dress watch, I think it was.
Okay. Right.
Him and another. Yeah, he's in a business, a legitimate business. Yeah, we know that the umpires aren't full-time, so used to run that on the side from memory.
There you go.
Yeah. Highly regarded in the umpires. Where's he sit?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, popular guy.
Learn something every time you're on with ABC Sport. Ainsworth for the Suns, feeds the hand pass to Noah Anderson, dodging and weaving. He kicks a centering ball towards centre half back at Miss McPherson. Charlie Kerner comes racing at him. He gathers, hand pass back to Ballard. Looks out onto the southern wing. Long one direction, Akers the other. Akers spoils it down. Spills to Cottrell. Sends Carlton inside 50. Mackay and Collins one-on-one. It clears to the back. Collins racing after him. Mackay trying to get a boot to it. In the end, the reinforcements arrived and Powell rushes it through for a minor score. Carlton's first score of the afternoon are behind. The Suns 2 behinds through 12 minutes in the opening term at the MCG.
The only good umpiring fact I had was about Andre Gianfagna, who
my old teammate,
used to open the bowling for the Victorian under-17s cricket team with Brett Delidio. That's about all I had.
Onge, great man.
He's not even on today, unfortunately.
Was that through Lids? Did he tell you that?
I think Mark Murphy told me that one. It was also part of the team.
I backed it up.
Little wobblers he bowled us, what Brett Delidio described them. The Suns work it all the way up to the wing. Free kick for Witts in a marking contest.
Murph bowled boundaries, that's what he bowled.
That's where it goes short to Swallow. He's catching some strays. He's not here today, Murph. Long kick out wide for Davies. Alex Davies, the 21-year-old, 70 metres out. Goes long to the top of the goal square. There's Casbolt.
Big grab.
Big Levi rips one in the pack. And that's something Carlton fans have seen a fair bit of in the past. He's got it 45-degree angle, 20 out.
Well, it was from the clearance again, and already early on, a bit of an issue for the Blues at the moment. 9-4, I think, in favour of the Suns. Clearance work, we know they've been really, really strong in the last month or so. And it was just a brilliant contested mark, wasn't it? It looked like Wiedering, was it? Or the ruckman was able to get back and offer some support in the air, but strong hands.
Here we go. Casbolt on the set shot. He's got it. Goal 200 in his career. Most of them in the colours of the opposition today. But Levi Casbolt is rocking early at the G. 14 minutes in. The Suns with the first. 1-2-8. Carlton one behind.
Well, he offers just that big bash and crash style, doesn't he, for the Suns, and allows King to get mobile, and Chol, when he was in the side, to be able to play that, run back towards goal style. You're going to get, and that's what the Suns boys love about Levi, his ability to just crash a pack, but then he's got the ability to do this as well. He's got ginormous mitts. His kicking's always been the thing that's probably let him down over the journey, but the kicking's 200th goal now, 185 games. Not bad for a bloke off the rookie list who got delisted from the Blues into his second year now at the Suns.
He's been preferred to Chol now, hasn't he?
Yeah, 100%.
The last sort of month or so.
Because of what he brings.
That's right. You see now he has a run in the ruck.
Up against Pitnet here. Free kick for over the shoulder, going the way of big Levi Casbolt. Out of contract at season's end, but may keep going at the way in which he's playing at the moment. Hand pass to McPherson. Got it from Swallow. Nice little sidestep into the pocket for Ainsworth. Can't take the mark. Boyd was there and he spoils it out of play in the right forward pocket for the Gold Coast Suns. 14 minutes gone, opening term. The Suns at 1-2-8. Lead the Blues are behind.
Chol kicked 4 in the VFL last week. They've really got no injuries. It's Miller and Weller, and that's it. Even young Connor Butterick coming
on his way back.
Yep, top of the ladder, the VFL.
Yeah.
Them in Brisbane, so healthy list.
Butterick back through the VFL off that second ACL tear as from the boundary throw in. Fiorini hooks a kick into the pocket. Chincotta is tackled, taken to ground by Ainsworth, and the ump says, I'll have it. Forward pocket for the Suns. They've been all over Carlton early for the first 15 minutes. And yet just the one goal in the game. 1-2 to 1 behind. Suns by 7. Heavy tackle from Walsh on his fellow number 1 pick. Rao rips him to the ground and a ball up again. Another stoppage forward pocket for the Suns.
9-3, the inside 50s the Suns' way. Thrown up, Pitnet trying to drop it down. Hold in the ruck battle. It's going the Suns' way, and Levi Casbolt with a chance to kick his second.
Second time he's given away a free kick. Pitnet just from holding on, not being able to get around the big frame of Levi Casbolt. Blue supporters not overly pleased.
Well, it's an interesting one. Usually we're used to seeing those paid when the ruckman doesn't come back and have a play on it, whereas Pitnet actually affected the hit out, didn't he? But he turned his back on the ball, and that was probably the cue for umpire Rosebery. He's one of our best to pay it. Probably a bit stiff though.
Hard against the boundary, Levi Casbolt. It's across the face, and it just scrapes in for a minor score. Drifting across to the left. The Suns 1-3-9, leading the Blues 1 behind. 16 minutes gone, opening term.
Sard on the exiting kick out to Cripps. Marks moves it on immediately to Fogarty, the former Cat. Kicks down the wing, big leap from Ben Long, no mark. Carries the pack at the end and falls through to Ballard. Hand pass away to Anderson. They win the territory battle again, the Suns. Keep it in their front half. Anderson a bounce, kicks out wide to half forward. Running onto it, Atkins needs a kind bounce, gathers. Hand pass to Ainsworth, still at half forward against the boundary line. Threads a hand pass through and gets it back from Berry. Now the kick going from Ainsworth. What a finish. Across the body, out wide at left half forward. And it bounces through on the goal line. Superb finish. The Suns with 2 in a row. After a quiet first 15, the Suns move to 2-3-15. Carlton 1 behind, 17 minutes travelled, grandstand AFL.
Oh, it's a beautiful finish, Liz, but I love the transition bit of play. We've spoken about Carlton's inability to do that. Contest here on the wing, Curnow v Long, ball comes to ground. Love Noah Anderson's play. He could have thrown it on his boot, but he took the ball under his arm, took a bounce, and almost drew the winger. I think it was Atkins, wasn't it?
Yep.
Kicked it out into the space for him to run onto. Brilliant bit of play from Noah Anderson. What a young star he is.
Ainsworth always had this in his kit bag. We just haven't seen it probably enough. I reckon he needs a good, strong side going forward a lot to see the real best of him. I think he's also learnt how to work.
That was it, wasn't it? It was work rate then.
On 5 occasions, the Gold Coast Suns have led at quarter time so far. They're making an impressive start here. Chera tries to get the clearance for the Blues. Hand pass to Newman, a free kick for a hold. And Adam Chera will take it. His last 2 have been over 30 disposals. 6 of his last 8. He's trying to lead the way in an under-fire Carlton midfield. He sends them towards half forward. Harry Mackay flies in the pack. Can't take the mark. Spills out the way of the Suns, where Anderson gets the hand pass to Humphrey, kicks up towards half forward. Casbolt's out of position against Kemp. He slaps it along the boundary line, gains another 10 metres. And it goes out where the 50-metre mark meets the boundary, not far from where the slide was last Monday for the Big Freeze. It's the Suns leading by 14 points.
It's worrying signs early for the Blues. Plus 12 already contested possessions, the Suns. Plus 5 in the clearances.
Toss back into play. Witts and Pitnet tangle. Pitnet wins down the tap. There's nowhere in which Cunningham can break clear, and he's going to be penalised.
I think he's paid the fan pretty hot.
Yes.
It's a great tackle, but
So trying to break away from the Alex Davies tackle. He takes the free kick, looks inside 50. King's the target. Getting a hand to it was Kemp, and it rolls through for a minor score to the right-hand side. The Suns leading by 15 points. 19 minutes gone, opening term.
Nick Newman back today. Had a hamstring injury, so originally listed as another 2 to 4 weeks away. Missed just the 2 weeks, but he's back. He's off and running. The left footer drives his kick up to half back, and DeConey stands tall, takes the mark. The off-contract Blue on the back flank. The game's been played in the Suns' front half so far. 20 minutes in, Suns by 15. A long kick down the wing from DeConey. No mark for Owies. Spills down the Suns' way again, and a hand pass out from Anderson to McPherson. Kicks hurriedly back in front of the benches. Newman got a hand on it. Holman comes to lend a hand. Newman outnumbered, clever. Taps it away to Boyd's advantage. Can kick Carlton back to half forward. Jim Mackay jumping in his space was Cripps, and in the end they lose it. Comes down to McPherson. A 1-2 hand pass with Andrew. Goes back by hand. The surge kick out of the defensive arc is a turnover. That came from Jeffrey. Carlton intercepted right on halfway. It's McGovern. He goes short to Cottrell. Cottrell long top of the goal square with the kick. Punched away by Collins. Still alive footy, forward pocket. Martin, left side. Hits up Chera. Nice vision. And Jack Martin, off his non-preferred, has put Chera in a goal-kicking position. He's about 25 out dead in front.
Yeah, well, they need it, that's for sure. But the Cottrell kick, it's always a bomb. It seems like it's always just a really high, long kick going inside their forward 50 and hoping that Harry or Charlie can mark it. Well done, Jack Martin, because he was initially giving a lead. His ability to get back on it and then that smart little square and kick rather than just banging it on the boot. Clever.
Adam Chera from straight in front gets Carlton moving. The Blues with their first of the day. Comes 21 minutes in. The Suns lead cut to 9. 2-4-16. Gold Coast, they lead Carlton 1-1-7. Luke Ball and Brett Delidio.
Yeah, well, it's a start, isn't it? It's a turnover goal, so I like that. Setting up well behind the ball and affecting the turnover, bringing the ball back inside, and you just love it to be even more automatic in terms of, was Cottrell, wasn't it? Just rolling and then either lowering your eyes and finding a target,
find a pocket,
or at least kick it to advantage. But that was a bit of individual brilliance from Jack Martin against his old team, of course, which we know he's got in him. We just don't see enough of it yet.
Yeah,
I think,
do it.
Yeah, and in fairness, he's had his injury issues, but that's what Carlton fans would be very keen to see a lot more of. That was a brilliant bit of individual play to set up that goal.
4 guys on the ground actually playing against their old team today. So we got Holman and Casbolt for the Suns and Martin and Sard for the Blues.
Witts wins down the tap for the Gold Coast Suns. Kennedy, though, taps it out to Walsh. Gets Carlton backwards to Akers. Had to hand pass over his shoulder as he's been tackled. Back to Walsh and now to Sard at centre half-back. Chips it out to Pitnet, who takes the mark on the wing on the southern side. Around the back to Sard. Showing good intent. He takes the bounce. Looks up to half forward. To Coney in the target. Mac Andrews with a shove. And Collins had taken the mark, but the free kick against Andrew for the shove. And DeConey has it out to the right. He's probably within range. He wheels out to the left. Strikes it from 52. It's across the face. Charlie Curnow on the behind line. He can't take the mark. Through for a minor score. The Blues 1-2-8 to the Suns 2-4-16. Gold Coast by 8 points at the 22-minute mark of the opening term.
Again, it's better ball movement though, isn't it? And Sard's the one. They just have to give it to him, have to get him involved. It's him and Doherty coming, off the back flank there. They have to give that overlap run.
Oh, Will Power kicks a cannon all the way up to the wing on the logo. Tap forward by Davies into the part of Lukosius. He kicks it into the forward arc. There is no one in the front half. The chase on for the footy. He's kicked it a fair way. It won't roll there. And Kemp trying to keep it alive. He tried to hang it in the behind line, slips over and takes it through.
Did well. Did he beat that slip, do you think?
Oh, I think he might have just... Yeah, he knew he didn't want to keep it in, that's for sure.
It's well disguised.
Very well disguised.
Takes it through. Suns by 10. Suns by 9, sorry.
McGovern straight down the middle to Chera. He works it to Charlie Curnow in the centre square, up towards Cunningham, who marks it right half forward. He's got Harry Mackay in the pocket. Can't take the mark down low to the right. Almost end-to-end transition. And now Collins is over the top with support from Jeffrey. And the ball to be locked up in the right forward pocket for the Blues. Almost perfect transition.
Got away with one there, Collins, didn't he? Didn't need to come off Mackay. He couldn't impact. Kick didn't find its target.
From the ball up, Walsh gathers, hand pass towards the top of the goal square. Mackay lays the tackle on Collins. Ballard gathers, thought about one way, comes back, member side, kicks over the head of Fiorini. Races after it with Doherty in tail. And it rolls out in front of the two of them, in front of the Olympic stand, which is heavily populated with Carlton fans who have come along hopeful this afternoon. A boundary throw in with the Suns leading by 9 points.
2-5 to 1-2. Standalone fixture. Shortened rounds, of course, during the bye, so just the 2 more games to come, including this. On the boundary throw, and we got another ball up. Carlton fans wanted a free. Humphrey tracking the footy, tackled by Walsh as soon as he got there. Up it goes, half forward for the Blues. Kicking to the punt road end. Witts wins the tap. Cunningham had a hand on it, couldn't trap it. Humphrey bangs it forward, turns it over. Kemp, another intercept mark. Goes short to Doherty. And Doherty keeps it moving. Kicks down to half forward for Chera. The Buzz Cup, the number 1, goes inside the forward 50 and turns that over. Intercept mark for Ballard in between 2 Blues. And start the counter-attack for the Suns. He goes short to Fiorini at half-back.
He's going to return it back to Ballard, who marks in the right back pocket. He can go all the way back to Collins, who can chip it over the top to Jeffrey. On the SMS, Simon says 0437 774 774. Carlton have had the last 2 leading goal kickers but can barely score. Are they one-dimensional?
Two-dimensional?
Two-dimensional, yes. He actually said that. Two-dimensional.
Well, I mean, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Most teams wouldn't mind having 2 key forwards like that, would they? But yes, they do need to find goals from elsewhere, absolutely, when they're struggling to score.
They've got to get inside 450, I would have thought.
Start, yep.
They've averaged just 52 points in the last 5 weeks. The kick almost landed on Collins' head. Now Harry Mackay and Andrew coming from different directions. It spills to Cunningham in the middle of the ground. Hand pass to Cottrell. Looks out to Akers between wing and half forward on the southern side. He races after it and gathers. Looks inside 50. Not a lot of options. Chip kick to Cunningham, who marks just inside 50 out to the right. And this would bring Blues fans to their feet.
Well done, Harry Mackay. Getting outside his forward 50 and just putting that pressure on, not allowing him an easy transition for the Suns. Yeah, good to win it back and good spread. I thought Akers was just going to blaze again because that's what they've been accustomed to do, but found the target in Cunningham, getting back as a high half forward. So we'll test him out on his limit, I reckon.
First AFL appearance in 731 days. His hard work, dedication and resilience. He won't have the journey. Harry Mackay there, flying in the pack, can't take the mark. Owies couldn't get a boot to it. Martin's hand pass, couldn't find Doherty. Racing onto it, a chance for Noah Anderson. He kicks a high ball towards half-back, but nothing but Blues there. Boyd looked at Chera in the end. Boyd gathers. Hand pass to Kemp, sends him inside 50. Nothing but red jumpers. As a good mark was taken by Long. He almost caught one across the top of the head for his troubles. He takes the mark 35 metres out as De Koning came charging out from his defensive goal.
I think Brody Kemp had 6 intercept marks against Melbourne a couple of weeks ago, and he's got 3 in the first quarter.
Started well, hasn't he? Yep. He's actually playing on the key too. He spent a bit of time on Casbolt, so yeah, he started very well.
Hasn't been a whole lot of positives for Carlton in recent weeks. He's certainly been one of them, as Jeffrey brings it out of the defensive arc, and Mac Andrew just sticks up his hands, marks Half back in front of Cottrell, told to go, steps off his line, hand pass for the Suns to Atkins, defensive side of the wing, kicks into the front half, Lukosius takes the mark, wants to roll immediately, sidesteps McGovern, kicks deep inside 50, King one out in the cage, Boyd just edges him underneath it, the kick trickles through for a long range behind off the boot of Lukosius. Gold Coast lead it by 10, 28 minutes gone opening term. Oh, that's not a good kick out, just got it to Kent. Boyd went extremely short. Ainsworth was there to break it up, and in the end, Kemp takes a contested mark, 20 out from his own goal line.
Well, Ainsworth was standing on the mark. He almost kicked it to him.
Kemp looks to send it out towards Captain Cripps. He's there with Charlie Curnow. Curnow spoils it down. Cripps has an arm pin. A good tackle from Powell. It spills the way of Doherty. He's also locked up by Fiorini. Just got it to his boot. Ballard hard against the boundary. Hand pass to Powell. Close to the line. Kept it in. Inside 50. Sends it towards Ainsworth. It can't fly. And Mitch McGovern takes the intercepting mark for the Blues. Cottrell one way. Andrew the other. Big collision. It spills Chincotter's way. Dodging and weaving. No one on the southern wing. He puts it out there in front of Owies. He gets there first, gathers on the bounce, looks up to Mackay on the lead. He drops the mark in front of Collins. Collins just jams it onto his boot. Back up the southern wing, charging out Chin-Cotter, and in front Atkins takes the mark for the Suns. He wants to move it quickly. A hand pass to Ainsworth.
Ainsworth pokes his pass down the southern boundary line. Roses takes the mark, the lefty. McGovern decides not to stand the mark, so Roses kicks inside the forward arc. Coney knocks it away for the Blues into the path of Chera. Hand pass to Sard off the back flank, kicks down the wing. Oh, Swallow got a hand on it in the end, stopped his teammate marking it. In Collins, McAndrew cleans it up. Short kick to Roses, competes in the one-on-one with McGovern. Roses goes to ground. He's tackled high by McGovern, winning the footy, but as you heard, the siren went. So that'll do us through the first quarter. The Suns are 2-6-18. Carlton are 1-2-8. It's a 10-point lead for Gold Coast. Quarter time, inside 50s 15-9, feels more lopsided than that. The Suns dominating really the first 20 minutes of that quarter. Levi Casbolt kicked the first of the game against his old mob. One also for Ben Ainsworth and Adam Chera as the goal for Carlton.
The Blues have had their issues in opening quarters in recent weeks. They managed just 1-5 last week against the Bombers. They've only scored over a goal in one of their last 5 first quarters. They beat it 3-4 against the Sydney Swans, but they have been far better in second quarters. Great to have your company on Sunday afternoon footy on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio, Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Hello, I'm Patrick Stack, and if you like great stories and you enjoy sport, then I reckon you need ABC Sport Daily in your life.
David Warner doesn't have to be a hero on this tour.
Whenever an Origin coach has shown the door, a score of players often follow.
You could have sworn that you woke up and it was April Fool's Day. It was that stunning of a backflip.
Of course, there will be some ignorant folk who will write this off. Hopefully they're eating humble pie.
It's a daily sports conversation and it's called ABC Sport Daily. Find us on the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
70 metres out. Goes long to the top of the goal square. There's Casbolt.
Big grab.
Big Levi rips one in the pack. Here we go. Casbolt on the set shot. He's got it. Goal 200 in his career. Most of them the colours of the opposition today. But Levi Casbolt is rocking early at the G. Gets it back from Berry. Now the kick goal from Ainsworth. What a finish. Across the body, out wide at left half forward. And it bounces through the goal line. Superb finish. The Suns with 2 in a row. Still a live footy, forward pocket. Martin, left side. Hits up Chera. Nice vision. Adam Chera from straight in front. Gets Carlton moving. The Blues with their first of the day. Comes 21 minutes in.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Quarter time at the MCG for Sunday afternoon footy, and it's the Gold Coast Suns 2-6-18 leading the Blues 1-8 at quarter time. Matt Clinch alongside Corbin Middlemass calling the action. Lauren Borden is down on the boundary. The thoughts of our experts, Luke Ball and Brett Delidio.
Well, it was a Suns quarter, Lids. No real bang for buck on the scoreboard, but certainly you're looking at the numbers and it was reflected just watching the game. We spoke about halfway through that quarter around there. clearance ascendancy and contested possession ascendancy, and plus 10 for the quarter contest, clearance plus 5. So that's a concern for Carlton. They just weren't able to translate that into the scoreboard from a Suns point of view, and left a few out there. I mean, Ben King, we spoke about only the 2 possessions, 15 inside 50s. He needs to get to work a bit more, I think. Most of them went to Casbolt, whereas he needs to be the one that commands the footy at times as well. So good quarter from the Suns. From the Blues, they just showed glimpses at times, didn't they, in terms of getting the ball into space and some overlap run, which we spoke about. For the first 10 minutes was all kick mark, slow build up outside 50, and then the Suns were able to turn it over at halfway and go back inside 50 themselves. But when they give that handball and get that overlap run, I mean, Adam Sards had 10 kicks for the quarter, Doherty 7, Newman 6, and Akers.
Walsh none.
Yeah, that's right, Walsh none. But it's really those halfbacks that's the one, isn't it, that can create that overlap run. And in the end, they left a few out there. Mackay slips over. He probably takes that mark, doesn't he? So
he drops one.
And the Cunningham kick didn't hit him. So they had their opportunities in that last 10 minutes to take some marks inside 50 and use those big guys, but just weren't able to execute. So got the game back on their terms a little bit in that last 10 minutes of that quarter, but really for the majority of it was the Suns.
Yeah, I feel like the Blues are at their best when they're forced into that faster movement. Like I'm not sure that the kick mark style actually suits them, because they're big keys and they're guys that they're actually trying to get involved. They're having to cover so much ground just to be that target for when they actually have to bail out. They're not there because they've already presented once, and then they've gone, oh no, actually we're going to switch and we're going to go the other side. So you're just adding 100, 120 metres, 150 metres to the GPS every time versus we've got it long down the line. We've got some pretty good big targets. Let's bang it in there and give them a chance and get our little blokes in, Owies and Martin at their feet and allow them, Fogarty, let them get to work, but refusal to do that is playing into the opposition's hands. But you're right, they left a couple out there, I think, but it was when they were forced to actually go fast that they looked at their best. So the Suns, though, I think once they settle and they actually realise that their talent and the ability to hit their targets and bite off a little bit more with their kicks, not unlike what the Pies do, I reckon that's when they'll really open sides up, because they got class everywhere. They just miss those little opportunities through probably fear of failure a little bit because they've been beaten up so much over the last however many years. But it's a game. It's not one for the archives, I don't think, Clinchy, but certainly both teams would feel relatively comfortable with where they're at.
Yeah, 8 scoring shots to 3. So if you're the Suns, you're probably a little bit disappointed not to get more bang for your buck, as I said. I mean, Michael Voss spoke about their lack of dare and willingness to take the game on in the first half last week. Didn't see a lot that quarter. Would suggest that they've come in with that mindset. I'd love to see them just adopt it here. I mean,
go for it.
Yeah, exactly. Risk turning it over. Again, spoke about you don't need to be perfect.
Agreed.
But you're going to get a contest down the line from your big boys. Get it moving, get it down there quicker.
Just the 6th time this season the Gold Coast Suns have led at quarter time. Second quarter underway. The Blues get the opening clearance through Cripps. Hand pass to Walsh. Kicks inside 50. Curnow and Mackay are both there. Harry juggles it 1, 2, 3. He's paid the mark. And his fellow forward is laying flat on his back. But Blues fans will be happy. They took a mark inside 50.
Well, that's the first time I can remember the Blues coming out the front of stoppage. Yep. It was Walsh with his first kick, but that's what you want to see from Harry Mackay. It's like, opponent, get off of me, and then explode at him. Now, it wasn't a clean one-grab take, but this will do his confidence a world of good.
In game 100, out to the left, only 25 metres out he goes, the drop punt. And he kicks his first and the Blues second of the match. Big H is on the board. The Gold Coast Suns 2-6-18. The Blues close the gap to 4 points at the opening goal of the second quarter. 2-2-14. Not on the big screen. How long are we gone? Only a minute in this second quarter.
Yeah, good clearance work, wasn't it? Cripps involved, releasing Walsh, who, when he gets his shoulders out, can take his space, and a lovely kick to advantage. He juggled the mark because his big mate was there at the drop of the ball. Again, you'd love to see, all's well that ends well. You'd love to see a situation where it's one-on-one. They're not flying for the same ball like that, but well done by Big H, and good confidence booster.
Good players, though. They've always ended up where the drop of the ball is, inside 450, those big forwards.
193 goals in his career, in his 100 games so far, Harry Mackay. Of course, a Coleman medal to go along with it. The start of the second term, 4-point lead for the Suns. Early goal for Carlton. Still no break out of the middle. Anderson gets 2 looks at it. Feeds Holman, kicks inside 50, straight to McGovern. And immediately goes. Kicks out to half-back for Doherty. The Blues on the rebound. Flares it to the boundary line, and Cottrell takes the sprawling mark.
It's been an easy hit up there. Missed, wasn't it?
Yep.
The Suns just needed one forward coming back at the kicker.
Cottrell pokes it to Cripps. Cripps kicks out in front of Martin. It's knocked away from him. Long broke it up, did well. Spills down to Ainsworth. Long kick back to half forward for the Suns. McGovern puts his fist through it. Bouncing footy up on the members' wing. Kennedy in the end just soccers it out wide to Doherty just inside the boundary line. Keeps it alive, turns it over. And Humphrey has it in front of the bench for the Suns.
Looks to send it long towards Casbolt and Lukosius. Casbolt flies. Had a good grab at it as McGovern tried to slot it away after he'd already claimed the mark. He's just outside 50, looks to put it towards Ben King. It's over his head and Wiedering takes the mark. Just a gentle nudge there to work him underneath.
Yeah, gentle being the word. You've got to see him fight through it a bit.
He's got to be
more.
better than that. That's got to come to ground.
Just the 2 touches so far for Ben King. As Wiedering's kick, it's not a great one. His arms outstretched, asking a bit more of Pitnett to compete, and Casbolt takes the mark. Veers out to his right-hand side. A second attempt to bomb an inside 50. Lukosius works to the front, makes an option. Spills away at Berry. He can't break clear. Great tackle by Newman. Pinned an arm and a throw in the end. Means Carlton will take the free kick in the right back pocket. The Gold Coast Suns leading by 4 points. And a bit of pushing and shoving as well, as Berry was reluctant to let him take a step back.
Newman goes short to Doherty. Oh, now 50. Called to stand on the mark, didn't do so. Tom Berry, the former Brisbane Lion, involved in a pick swap, and now Doherty comes from the back pocket, straight into the corridor on the 50, and Doherty can just chip it short to Martin. He gives a hand pass back to Doherty. Now heads inside 50, and the sprawling mark to Cottrell. Centre half forward, 45 metres out.
Well, you can see how hard it is to defend when you go with speed. I know it was a 50, but Doherty still went, and Jack Martin didn't waste any time. He gave the ball back onto a runner coming through. Movement creates movement. I'm a big believer in that, Bally, and that's what your forwards get on the move when they see, speed on the ball, but a half-back running and changing angles.
We saw the Swans back on Friday night leak a number of scores on the back of free kicks and 50-metre penalties. This off the back of a 50 from the back pocket. Carlton take it straight inside 50 and score. Cottrell with the goal. And for the first time today, the Baggers are in front. 4.5 minutes into the second term, Carlton moved to 3-2-20. The Suns 2-6-18. Carlton by a couple of points. Luke Ball, Brett Delidio.
Scoreboard on the big screen's not working.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to give the Blues the first 2 goals of this second quarter. But yeah, you're right, Lids. Smart play from Doherty just to realise it. And Stewie Gill will be a bit disappointed with that. They were asleep down the Suns. So that's gone from their back 50, or their forward 50, all the way down to their back 50 pretty easily, or far too easily. No one stood the mark. There were no forwards working back hard. And the defenders were asleep, just trailing in their opponents. So much better ball use from the Blues, but pretty sloppy stuff from the Suns there.
Luke Ball with you on ABC Sport. Carlton with 16 disposals to 6, 2 goals to none so far in the opening 5 minutes. Chera gets the clearance for the Blues. Hand pass to Walsh. Feeds it to Cripps. Just got the hand pass away to Doherty. He breaks down to the middle. Long kick towards Charlie Colonel Mackay. Andrew in from the side. Oh, he's crumbs at best. Dribbles into the goal mouth. Cottrell just needs to soccer it through for his second. Back-to-back goals for him and the Blues to extend their lead to 8 points. And finally, Carlton fans have something to get excited about. 4-2-26 to the Suns 2-6-18. And the Blues are the last 3 goals of the match to try and get on top of the Suns.
Doherty started on fire in this second quarter, giving them real drive off half-back. Had the 5 touches already, 4 kicks going at 100%. Just makes such a difference when you get it in quick. Mac Andrew come in and made the contest but didn't clear the area. Allowed Owies to still be involved. He's doing what he did best, just being a little small forward. Cottrell on the end of another one. Really easy soccer goal for him. Suns need to respond to it.
He pulling his hair out, Stewie Jew. 3 goals in 5 minutes basically to start this second quarter. 8-point lead for Carlton. The Suns dominating large periods in that opening term. From the middle, Rao is tackled. Didn't release. He's caught holding the ball, and free kick for Carlton and Chera in the middle of the ground. They're going forward again, the Blue Baggers. And Chera Kicks a high bomb, 15 metres out from goal. Witts knocks it away, down the long, tackled, caught, holding the ball. Another one coming up for Carlton. Owies grabs the Sharon, and Carlton are going to get a look at the sticks here, 20 out straight in front.
Well, this is exactly what happened to the Baggers last week in the third quarter, wasn't it? But it was the Bombers doing it to them. They're doing it currently to the Suns. When you're hot, you're hot. You've got to cash in. Momentum's a hard thing to swing at the moment. Got to really cash in on all the looks that you're getting.
All really off the back of that 50-metre penalty.
Yep.
Matt Owies from straight in front makes it 3 in 3 minutes. They've kicked 4 in 6. What a turnaround in the game. And it's Carlton by 14 points. 5-2-32. Suns flat-footed. 2-6-18. And we're only 7.5 minutes into the second quarter.
Yeah, good call. Flat-footed. Yeah, which is surprising, really, because they started the game. They didn't start the game in that fashion, but it's been the clearance work. Chera involved. Doku we spoke about. Cripps involved. The skipper getting them going. Yeah, 3-1 and out of the middle too. And
24-6 in terms of touches, though. The Suns have just got to get their hands on the footy.
Well, this is the test now. So we spoke about Took Miller not being out there. It's David Swallow in the middle, Anderson, Rao. How do you respond to this? 4 goals in a row from the opposition. How do you respond? Really good test here for this Suns team.
Last 5 goals of the match, the way of the Blues. All of a sudden they've got a bit of pep in their step. Chera got the free kick for too high. They get another clearance. Hand pass to Walsh. Inside 50. Charlie Curnow comes leading out. Ballard with his hands in the air. What can I do when they get clearances like that?
Nothing. Not a thing.
And all the big boys are starting to get involved for the Navy Blues.
They keep getting their hands on it in their centre bounce, Paulie, and that's what's making it so hard for these defenders. We sung their praises, didn't we, before the game, but it's coming out that clean, makes it really hard.
A goal in every game for Charlie Curnow, leading the Coleman by 1. He joins the growing party with his first of the afternoon. And the Blues are out by 20 points, having kicked 5 goals in 9 minutes to open up a gap between them and the Gold Coast Suns. 6-2-38 to the Suns, stagnant at 2-6-18. They've only been inside 50 on 3 occasions in this second quarter.
That was the last time they did this, the Blues.
I reckon it was Collingwood.
2022.
Yeah, Collingwood last year when they kicked 8 goals in that third quarter. Just, we're on fire. And this gives them confidence, don't you think?
Yeah, it does. But it's red alert, isn't it, for the Suns now at the centre bounce. It's just been a complete domination. The Connie in the middle there. Chera's been great. Cripps, who comes for a spell. Walsh now with 2 good clearances. Shoulders out clearance out the front. Penetrating kicks forward. Not a lot that any defence can do.
So 5 inside 50s for 5 goals.
Yeah, that's alarm bells for the Suns.
Yeah, they've been involved in plenty of these games, Carlton, but usually those goals are getting kicked on them, not going their way on the scoreboard. A 20-point lead for the Blues. Hot start to this second term. The scrap on for the Sharon in the middle of the ground, and in the end a ball up. Lauren Borden on the boundary. Loz.
Well, Stuart Drew was more animated in the first quarter. We've got a bit of pushing and shoving going on in the ground, but he's been pretty relaxed at the moment, sitting at the back of the bench. It's like he's waiting for his players to turn things around themselves.
There's not a lot he can do, unfortunately. He can't go and get the footy for him.
Cunningham, last man up with the balls, who will have a third stoppage in the middle of the ground. DeConing wins it down to Swallow the Suns. Hand pass out to Anderson. There's another whistle. Suns play a tackle without it, so the ump says advantage. McPherson, hand pass to McAndrew. Kicks a high up and under to centre half forward. Wiedering out to meet it. No mark. Falls down to Chincotta. Hand pass to McGovern. Tumbles a kick up to the wing. Owies stands in front of Andrew. Ball comes down to Atkins. He's gang tackled. Owies and Akers lock him up. And the Carlton fans at our here have found their voice. They're pretty happy with what they're seeing at the moment. The Blues have kicked the last 6 in the game to lead by 20.
Free kick, though, in the ruck battle. Witts was dragged away by DeConing. He'll take the free kick between wing and half forward on the members' side. Their co-captain looks to send them inside 50. Casbolt's the target. He won't get there. It clears he. Lukosius, McGovern trying to race on Ben King. Knocked off it. Chincotta gathers. Sends Carlton a half back. Long tries to slap it down into the path of Powell. Swung a full 360 as he eventually got the hand pass clear. Chera tries to knock it out for the Blues. Walsh puts his head over the footy, trying to bust his way through. Back to Chera. Run down by Perry. No opportunity to get a hand pass away. And the umpire will ball it up at left half forward for the Suns. Carlton by 20 points. They've kicked the only 5 goals so far in this second quarter, which is now 12 minutes old. Good to see the scoreboard is now operating. Always a good, handy addition for us commentators and the fans at the ground. Walsh, beautiful sidestep, got it to Cunningham. He feeds it up towards Kennedy. On the bounce, couldn't take it cleanly. Roses tries to slide in with a block. Cunningham has a second go at it. Hand pass to Pitnet, just got the hand pass away in time. To Chincotta, into the middle of the ground. Newman on his own. Ben King comes charging. He kicks long to McCoy. He tried to let it go through and it misses to the right-hand side. Just in two minds. Put up one hand in the end, through for a minor score. Blues by 21.
Just dialed up the intensity, haven't they? And the Suns can't cope with it at the moment. Hot in the kitchen. We need some cool hits to get their hands on the footy here.
They're winning every contest at the moment, the Blues. All the one-on-ones, and his Powell, who marks the kick out in the back pocket, goes long up to the wing. Spills out front and centre to Anderson. Clean, little spin move. Hurried kick forward. Casbolt marks. Here we go for the Suns. High half forward. Pokes the pass. Out in front of Roses, who takes the mark 48 metres out left half forward. He's going to the long end, though, Lids. Up to the punt road end. Got to kick it uphill.
Yep, certainly does.
He doesn't seem confident with that. He wants to lay it up and turns it over. And Wiedering takes an intercept mark. Uncontested on the behind line. Carlton by 21 points. 13 gone second term. The Blues with the last 6 in the game.
I saw Jaden Short kick 2 to that punt road end, which would challenge your argument, Lids, but maybe that's just him.
He's a great kick.
Doherty brings it inboard to Boyd. He's going to receive it back, trying to find a way out of the defensive 50, into the middle of the ground. Cottrell had hands to it, couldn't hang on to the mark. It was slapped out of his hands. Rao knocked it on to Powell. He's tackled by Cripps. Gets the hand pass to Fiorini. Sends it towards half forward. Lukosius takes the mark. Now, he is a long kick himself. He looks into the pocket. Ainsworth leads out. Good unselfish teamwork. As he noticed, Ben Ainsworth had space in the right forward pocket, went for the more logical option. He marked slightly right of centre, 35 metres out from goal.
Well, they got a bit lucky, didn't they? The turnover in the middle of the ground. The Blues showing a bit more bravery, aren't they? That kick inside, which almost came off. I think it was Ben Long, just got his hand to it to cause the spillage, and then the rush kick forward had the defenders caught out of position. And it's in good hands when Lukosius gets it, kicking it inside 50.
16 minutes in the opening term was the last Gold Coast Suns goal. It came through this man, Ainsworth's kick. You can hear the Bronx cheers. The Carlton fans at the punt road end enjoyed it more than he did. Out to the right and a minor score. The Blues lead by 20 points with the last 6 goals in the match, 5 in this second quarter.
Jordan Boyd in the long sleeves goes long to half back to Koning, takes the pack mark.
He's been good in the ruck to Koning.
Moves it on immediately. Hand pass to Cripps. Thought about going one way. Pulled his kick back inboard to Curnow. Hits the target. Right on halfway. Finds Cottrell. Centre half forward. Kicks for Martin. Overcooks it on the kick. Martin has to go back, collect. Forward pocket. Pulls his kick inboard to Chera, who takes the mark. They are doing as they please at the moment, the Blues.
Geez, you'd love to see Cottrell just go for home there, I reckon. When you're breaking the 50 paint, I reckon everyone should have a licence to just...
Especially when you kick 2 already.
Exactly right. And then to fill your boots, to go wide. It was what we saw last week almost. They're in the middle of the corridor and they go wide out here to the wing. But good play by Jack Martin on his bike and ability to find a target. Chera has been pretty sound on the setties, I reckon, over the last couple of years. Back him in here.
Kit Carlton's first of the day to start the run late in the opening term. Chera misses near side. Behind. 6-4 to 2-7. Carlton by 21. 16 gone second term.
Powell brings the Suns back into play. Short to Anderson. He takes the mark in the right back pocket. Works it out to Fiorini, who marks in the right back pocket still, only having moved 10 metres closer to goal. Right in the right back pocket at the city end. Called to play on. So sends it as long as he can up into the sunshine on the southern wing. Casbolt sets himself. Vice-like grip. Had it a long time. Not paid the mark. Rao gives the hand pass to Swallow. Sends it towards half forward. Ainsworth in a wrestle with Sardi. Pulled in the mark. The sun was in his eyes. Great mark. He's got players streaming forward, but he can poke it over the top. Lukosius marks. Did Sard come in? No 50 metres given. Lukosius hand passes over the top to Ainsworth. 55 metres from home. Sends it long towards Ben King. To Koningen from the side, dropped the mark, spills down the way of Humphrey, can't gather. McPherson's pushed forward, he kicks it straight up in the air. A free kick though, the umpire's paid going Carlton's way.
What's he paid there?
Oh no, maybe it's a Gold Coast free kick.
Downfield.
So downfield free.
Got collected after a kick.
I'm not sure
So McPherson's shot on goal, just waiting for a replay to see, was the contact late? Was it high?
He's going to get, it's not his kick.
It can't be his kick.
Yeah.
So Darcy McPherson wanted it. It's going to be Rory Atkins' shot on goal.
He sold it well.
It had to be high because I don't think it was late looking at the replay. It was as he kicked.
So it's against De Koning, but we're waiting for a replay as Atkins hard against the boundary in the left forward pocket.
Little banana here.
He's going the banana. It's not a bad effort, but it's just the wrong side of the left goalpost and a minor score. Carlton leading by 20 points. The Blues with 5-2 in this second quarter to the Gold Coast Suns 2 behinds. We've clicked past 17 minutes gone in the second term.
Assad to Newman to Fogarty. Half back for Carlton. Blues have kicked the last 6 in the game, including the first 5 and only 5 of this quarter. Back to Newman. Newman up the corridor to Akers. Hand pass away to Chincotta. Looks at Ainsworth. Steps around him. Hand pass out further wide to Kemp. Floats a handball to centre half forward for Kennedy. Onto his right peg. Kicks to Big H. Harry Mackay hits up and marks in the corridor. 25 out.
Wow, that's a good run and dash from Chincotta, wasn't it? Coming off the half back line there. Wasn't sure which way he was going to go with it, but just change of direction. Kemp following up as well. Fantastic. Great kick from Kennedy into the little pocket of space that Harry had to lead into.
Scoring in all fashions today. Now a chance to kick a goal from a kick out. Harry Mackay has a couple. 7 straight for the Blues. They got something cooking today. 7-4-46. The Gold Coast 2-8-20. 19 gone second term. Luke Ball, Brett Delidio.
Well, they're just making them look ordinary. You're right. It's a distinct shift in the way they're moving the ball. And Chincotta's actually been impressive. He's one that has shown right from the start, shown a bit of dare and a bit of dash to take it on a bit and try to create something, as you said, that movement up the field creates movement forward of the ball. And I mean, as good as Carlton or as risk-taking as Carlton have been, it's been really poor from the Suns this quarter, hasn't it? Their pressure and team defence has just completely fallen away, just opening them up all over the field, the Blues.
They just can't slow them down.
Yep.
That's the biggest thing. Can't get their hands on it, can't slow them down.
Bounce back in the middle. Pitman and Witts. All of a sudden the Suns desperately need a centre clearance. Rowell's in there. He can't get it. It spills the way of Walsh. He emerges out of the centre square. Kicks along towards full forward to Koning. Behind Charlie Curnow, reels in the mark in the left forward pocket. A chance for their 7th goal of the quarter. And Michael Voss must be thinking at last.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Clinchy. It continues to be those stoppage clearances where they're getting out the front of them. It's just putting the Suns back under all sorts of pressure.
5 centre bounce clearances in this second quarter. Tom De Koning back in the lineup for the Blues and kicking truly. Another one for Carlton. A 7th goal in this second quarter and 8 on the trot. They're 8-4-52 to the Gold Coast Suns 2-8-20. 20 minutes gone, second term on ABC Sport. All of a sudden they're taking marks inside 50 as well. Just having a look at the stats, that's their 7th mark inside 50 to the Gold Coast Suns 4. They've had 9 inside 50s to 8 in this second term.
Diabolical quarter for the Suns, but it's been brilliant.
There's been no pressure on
from the Blues, yeah. Again, Walsh just exiting from the front of that stoppage. It's been super this quarter, Sam Walsh. Far too easily at the front of the stoppage. Gold Coast Suns team, we know they're a good clearance team, so been poor.
They're getting smashing at
They
this
are
stage.
getting absolute smashing this quarter.
At 32 points.
So it's 5 goals from centre bounce clearances.
Yeah. Suns just dominated the first 20 minutes of play too. They should have been further in front than the 14 points they led by. And from that point on, their only 5 scores have been all behinds. As Witts palms it down, and there's another stoppage. No, there's not. Rao got it out eventually. Cripps stands up with the footy, takes on the tackler, squeezes a kick forward. Long went without it. Oh, he's clever. Taps it to the advantage of Walsh, who keeps on running. Hand pass to Doherty. Kicks inside 50 again. Jack Martin takes the mark. Did that last week. You can tell how much I'm into Nick Martin at the moment and how he's going for Bombers. Jack Martin with
it black and red.
48 metres out, left half forward.
Yeah, their ability just to continue to drive forward. Talk about confidence boosting when you needed it.
He's going to take a good kick. He's outside 50 to the city end of the ground. He hasn't got the trip. De Koning reaching for it. No mark. Falls down to Fogarty. Hand pass to Kennedy. Kicks another one. They're pouring them in, Carlton. Up to 9 in a row now, the Blues. 9-4-58. Gold Coast 2-8-20. Make it a crumbing goal to go with the rest of the set they've kicked already. The lead balloons to 38 points, 22 travelled second term.
So if you're Stuart Dew here, you bet in the old days, Bally, as we righto, get Lukosius back, start him off the back of the square. Let's stop, either get pressure on the source, and have him coming up so they're not coming forward, out, shoulders out of that stoppage, or get him back to try and solidify us a little bit behind the ball. But with the 6-6-6 rule, this all comes right down to your 4 midfielders, including your ruckman. Get the job done in there and get it going forward. Otherwise, we're seeing an avalanche, and that's what we're seeing right now.
Well, it's too late, isn't it? Almost, yeah. You
can't send anyone back.
4, that's right. Yeah, it was... well, because of the dominance has been out of the centre, you're right, it hasn't given them a chance to get one behind the ball, but Rowell, Swallow, Anderson, you've got to lift. You boys have got to lift.
Anderson run down by Chera, trying to break away, holding the footy. The Blues have 58 on the scoreboard before half-time. They've been averaging 52 points in games in the last 5 weeks. It's all starting to click. Chera sends them inside 50. Have a go at that. Charlie Curnow flies. Can't take the mark. Ballard at the back. Curnow lays claim. He got a finger to it. Umpire plays the mark to the Gold Coast Suns defender.
First intercept mark for the quarter. If the Suns back 6, you're probably entitled to say, boys, give us a chop out of it. At least get some pressure on the ball.
Luke Ball with you on ABC Sport. Power to half back. Humphrey was beaten to it. Onto it. Kemp. Centering kick. Cripps takes the mark. Can the captain join the list of goal kickers? There's been a lot made about his 1-9 so far through 13 games. It feels like if ever there's a moment, it's all happening at the moment.
This will go through. No worries at all, given the way they're rolling. But when things are going bad, you need players to make the right call and the right decision, don't you, to try and switch that momentum. And just an easy turnover there coming out of your back line. It's like we finally get an intercept mark, we exit, and you boys just can't raffle it between the two of you.
Just 1 goal in 13 games, had 16 by this stage last year. Captain Cripps comes through 50, looking to join the list of goal kickers. Straight over the goal umpire's hat. Make that 8. 9 goals in the second quarter. And the last 10 goals of the match. Going to have to start to use both hands at this stage to keep up, and we might be going to toes if this lead continues to grow. Still 4 minutes to go in this second quarter. Carlton by a whopping 44 points. To think the Gold Coast Suns held a 10-point advantage at quarter time. 10-4-64 to the Suns, 2-8-20. 24 minutes gone, second quarter on ABC Sport.
It's been a smashing, hasn't it? It started at the source, at the contested footy, and Cripps who gets that goal with Walsh and a few others, and Chera certainly got them going. I've liked Kemp's game, like Chim Cotter off half-back, so you can just see their confidence growing now. It was Kemp that came forward and made that play that created the turnover. But too slow to switch from attack to defence there, and another uncontested mark inside 50 for the Blues.
Witt's first hand on the footy, down to Rowell, took on the tackle, coughed it up. Chera for the Blues, they win it again. Hand pass to Pettinet, handball out to Doherty. His hand pass knocked down by Holman, forces it out wide to Walsh, takes on Fiorini, got it to Doherty, trying to step through the tackle. His hand pass goes straight out of bounds. That's deliberate. This is as dominant a 25 minutes we've seen from any team all year. I mean, this is up there with the Port Adelaide quarter against the Hawks, and this is a team that's trying to compete for a spot in the 8, the Suns, and they've been completely stopped out by Carlton, who've struggled miserably over the past 2 months. Kick heads down to half forward. Lukosius trickles the ball to half forward, picked up by Wiedering, kicks a barrel all the way down the southern wing, but turns it over, and there's your man Lukosius back behind the footy.
Yeah, he's finally gone behind the ball. 8 goals too late.
Short to Ballard. Ballard goes all the way. In fact, sorry, it was Anderson to Ballard. It would have been unbelievable if he'd kicked it to himself and run all the way to centre half back. Long kick comes out wide to Ainsworth, who marks in front of the benches. So Carlton lead it by 44 points. They've kicked the only 9 goals of the second term, which is 26 minutes old.
Ainsworth up towards half forward. Davies flies and he takes the mark. Good support from Levi Casbold. He veers out to the right. It's centre half forward. Witts has gone to full forward, along towards he and Pintet. Can't pull in the mark. Holman front and centre. Snaps over his shoulder. Fiorini in the top of the goal square. Takes the mark. Sard races after it. Taps it to his own advantage. Tom Berry racing after it. Sard brought down. Kept it in front of him though. He gathers. Gets the hand pass away to Fogarty. At half back. Releases Cottrell. He doesn't have a lot further afield, so tries to squeeze the kick to Walsh, but turns it over. And Humphrey takes the mark at right half forward for the Suns. A chance for another inside 50. Looking for their first goal this second quarter. Long to the goal square. Ben King's there. Can't take the mark. Holman front and centre. Screws it over his shoulder. Misses to the left-hand side. 43 points. The Blues lead. Now there's off-the-ball action with Nick Holman and Boyd right into each other. The behinds stands.
Blood rule.
And a blood rule.
Yeah.
Blues by 43 points.
He's not rushing either. You're like, I'm going to stop this momentum by myself. I'm going to walk off.
On the SMS 0437 774 774. Simon from Adelaide. I'm taking credit for Carlton scoring after my first quarter comment about their lacking of scoring power. I'm also an Essendon fan. Carlton, the ultimate trolls. Okay, guys, Grant here in Hobart. I think my Blues will lose, but a question for you. Do you think Jack Silvani, with a few others, will be playing for the Blues in 2024? And Julie in Port Melbourne wants to know, please explain the blue baggers. I've never heard that called before. Goes back to an old laundry, wasn't it? The blue bags back in the day.
Never heard it before.
Oh, it's on their website, the baggers.
McGovern here has just brought the footy back into play, and after he's disposed to the ball, Ben King has laid a bump and hit him up and down the middle, and McGovern slow to rise. Sard went to remonstrate with Ben King. They're not happy about that. The Blues have worked the footy up to the wing, and McGovern's still a little slow to rise. So problems for McGovern, problems for Ben King, you'd think, as Wiedering goes and has a word with him. And now there's another 50. Collins is going to be marched back inside the defensive arc, and Harry Mackay could have 3 before half-time.
Yeah, was that another one just not stopping when they said stand? He just lifted a foot. I don't know. So when things are going against you, you've got to be so disciplined, don't you?
Did anyone see that Ben King late hit?
Just try and look for a replay.
Yeah.
Oh, he hasn't hit the score sheet. The stat sheet this quarter, Ben King.
It is all happening for Carlton. The number 10, Harry Mackay's kick is way out to the left, and he puts it out on the full. It's more like the first 13 rounds, Harry.
Better off directing his aggression and energies at the footy, Ben King.
Half hour gone, second term. It's a 43-point lead for Carlton.
Lukosius is in the back half trying to lend a hand. He sends it long up the wing. Davies in front position, can't take the mark. Kemp gathers for the Blues at the back. Hand pass around the back to Chera. Into the middle of the ground for Sard. Hand pass to Cottrell. Releases Chincotta. Runs his full measure. Gets to the edge of the centre square. It's over the head of Harry Mackay. And it clears Lukosius through for a minor score. 44 points as the Blues lead. Approaching half-time, they booted 9 goals, 3 to the Suns' 3 behinds.
They're led by 14 points earlier in the game. From that point on, Carlton have outscored the Suns 64-6. 10 goals, 4-6 behind. Suns up on the wing under the pump. Rao got it to Powell, spun around in the Cottrell tackle. Hand pass out in front of Anderson. He too tackled. Out to Rao. Kang tackled again. Ball up on the wing. Pressure enormous from Carlton. As good a quarter of footy as they've had all year, the Blues. De Koning pushes it out wide to Kennedy. Kennedy floats a high bomb down to half forward. Curnow wrestling with Anderson. No marking out of play. A boundary throw in here. 48 out from the Carlton goal. Phenomenal turnaround of the match. Suns led by 14 points. Time on in the opening quarter. Last 10 in the game for Carlton.
Shallow throw in. De Koning tried to take it out of the ruck. He was tackled by Witts. It spills down the way. While Powell tries to knock it forward for the Suns. Akers trying to not make front-on contact, but head down for Bailey Humphrey, trying to charge his way forward. And the umpire will ball it up. It's at right half forward for the Blues. 31 minutes gone, approaching half-time. Quickly thrown in the air. Time for one more Blues goal, potentially. De Koning trying to knock it down. Rao gets the hand pass out to Ainsworth. Anderson tackled. Just got boot to ball as Kennedy laid the tackle. And Humphrey with a reflex catch takes it at left half back. And that'll Lewis. Carlton fans will get out of their chairs at the main break. A quarter finally to be impressed by. After 6 consecutive losses, the Blues bust open the game with 9 goals to none in the second quarter. And have a listen to this. Having booed them at the full-time siren against the Bombers last week and gave a fair few words of instruction from some Carlton faithful, which led to Carlton fans on social media asking why you barrack for your team if you're going to carry on like that. Carlton 10-5-65 lead the Gold Coast Suns 2-9-21. 9 goals to none in that second quarter. 10 consecutive goals in the match, and the Blues have a 44-point advantage. For Carlton, 2 goals to Harry Mackay, 2 goals to Matt Cottrell. Individuals to Chera, Kennedy, Curnow and Owies. Meanwhile, for the Gold Coast Suns, their goals have come through Ainsworth and Casbolt, both of which came in the opening quarter. Blues by 44 points. The thoughts of Luke Ball and Brett Delidio with you on ABC Sport.
Well, it's domination, wasn't it, Bally? It was probably the quarter that the Blues have been crying out for and the supporters have been crying out for the vast majority of this year. Something to show us that your game's up and going at the moment, and it started in the centre, and their ability to win it and get shoulders out, as you spoke about going forward. It makes such a difference to their big key targets when they come out the front of stoppage versus just high and long bomb kicks. But as much as you praise the Blues and for getting their game up and going, you've got to ask questions about the Suns and their ability to put some pressure on them and really, capitalise on their dominance they had in the first quarter, then just completely fall asleep in the second. So if they had their opportunities, Levi Casbolt started the quarter with a couple of big marks, didn't want to go fast to get it inside, to give King a real chance, but he just hasn't looked competitive at the moment. King, his ability to actually want the footy in his hands, he's stood, he's called for it, and the kicks haven't been great or to his favour, but sometimes you just got to fight and scrap to make them work, and I feel like he's letting his side down a little bit. He's not the reason. Don't for one second think I'm saying that, but he's almost indicative of how they're actually playing.
Yeah, they dialed it up, didn't they, from the very start of the quarter, the Blues, and the Suns just weren't able to match it, which is strange because they're off the bye. So it's not a fatigue thing for them. They can't use that as an excuse. But what I like, the Blues, they released the shackles. They took the game on, and Clinchy, you called it, started with that 50-metre penalty, really, didn't it? About the 5 or 6-minute mark of that quarter. It was Sam Doherty who took off.
Yep.
Kicked the ball inside nicely, ran and got the handball back, and then pinpointed a kick inside 50 to Cottrell, who started the right.
Walsh had the 9.
Yeah, they were terrific, and Cripps got going. They overpowered the Suns' mids through the middle of the ground, and they just couldn't get their hands on it, as you said, the Suns. They have 40 less possessions for the quarter. So you're right, as impressive as it was from the Blues, and you're right, the supporters probably rightly asked, well, where's this been? The Suns were accessory to it because they allowed it. And once they allowed it, 5-10 minutes, the Blue, you could just see the confidence, and then it permeated all across the ground. Their backs started to get involved, started to be more assertive, didn't they? And I like Keb's quarter. I like Chin Cotter's quarter. He looks like one who's got a bit of dare and a bit of braveness about him. And, across their keys started to really assert themselves as well. So, yeah, terrific quarter from the Blues, but, some real questions that were asked of the Suns that they had absolutely no answer for. So that was, equally as disappointing.
They're strong in their clearances and they just couldn't get it done, could they? You can't throw numbers behind the ball in the modern game to help and try and support and really clog it up. So if you can't get it done in there, it was just inside 50, mark or score, and back it comes to the centre bounce again. So that's as good a quarter as we've watched probably this year. As I think you called Corby throughout that quarter. It's what we've been asking for from the Blues, isn't it? So hopefully this is a role that they just keep saying, we believe in ourselves now. Let's not take the foot off the pedal.
11 players with 2 possessions or less for the quarter, the Suns. So, that's where we spoke about how impressive they've been without Took Miller, haven't we, in this period? But they just had no answers from a leadership point of view, from someone to stand up, and even Ainsworth missing that shot at goal. You've got to take that moment when everything's coming against you. Really, really disappointing. But let's focus on the positives. The Blues are magnificent.
So they've averaged 51 inside 50s across the last 5 weeks. They've averaged 52 points from that. They had 15 inside 50s in that quarter for 9 goals, 3. And it just shows you the firepower if they can get it to click. And it doesn't take any rocket science. Listen to Mark Murphy yesterday. They had 8 centre bounce clearances to 1.
Yeah.
in that second quarter. And this is a Gold Coast Suns side that's ranked second in the competition for clearances.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that started it. And coming into the year, that was never going to be the issue, you'd think, for the Blue, even though they haven't been able to show that. The clearances, you would think, and actually I thought DeConning going into the ruck turned things around a little bit, more so than Pitnet being in there. But off the back of that, it was their ability to then play a front half game, turn the ball over. But when they did turn it over, they went, didn't they? Just went. They turned, they shaped inside. They brought the ball back into the corridor. At times, it was half risky, wasn't it? But they had the numbers there. And they were able to overlap run and generate those scoring opportunities from there and really make the Gold Coast defence, in fairness to them, look second rate. So that's the template for the Blues, isn't it? That's how you want to play going forward. Can that be the trigger? Can that be the not only for this game but for the rest of the season? Can that be the quarter of footy that they needed to spark?
Yes, quarter of footy for the Blues this season.
Sorry, they also had that Mackay miss too, so you chuck that in there. What's that? 13 shots from 15 entries. The other thing too, you look at the tackle count in that quarter, when we talk about the Suns and what it meant for them. 9 tackles, and they've had 38 fewer disposals. So the
tackling cactuses.
And it was a lot of it was a lot of Blues players standing up in the initial tackle to release. You can picture Cripps, a couple of times, then releasing Walsh. So, yeah, I thought their intensity was strong in that first quarter, but really fell away in that second quarter.
And the other thing which we set up pre-game was teams coming off the bye against teams that have still been playing. And we've seen a bit of that already. So 3 teams have come off a bye having played sides that are on a continued run. They've all lost. Brisbane lost to Hawthorn, Freo lost to Richmond, Geelong lost to Port Adelaide. And now, the worst we've seen the Suns all year, and they're playing a team, Carlton, who've still been playing. The Suns have had the week off, and it looks like they're still there.
Blues leading by 44 points at the main break, 10-5-65 to the Gold Coast Suns, 2-9-21. This reduced fixture for round 14 of the AFL. And don't forget, later on this afternoon, the final match of round 14 takes place from Docklands. It's North Melbourne taking on the Western Bulldogs. Let's get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. Victorian Liberal Senator David Vann has accused the Liberals of disregarding due process in the wake of multiple allegations of inappropriate behaviour made against him over the past week. Jack Nyhoff has more.
David Vann has quit the Liberal Party after 3 separate allegations of inappropriate conduct surfaced in recent days. He denies all the allegations. The Victorian Senator had already been asked to leave the Liberal Party room and has been urged by opposition leader Peter Dutton to resign from Parliament. In a letter to party officials, David Vann says he cannot remain a member of a party that tramples upon the very premise of which our justice system is predicated. He also says he doesn't believe he's been afforded procedural fairness, but he has given no indication he intends to leave the Parliament.
US Secretary of State Antony Blinken has arrived in the Chinese capital, Beijing. Mr. Blinken's the highest-ranking US official to visit China since Joe Biden took office in 2021. An earlier trip planned for February was called off amid tensions over a suspected Chinese spy balloon that was shot down in US airspace. Mr. Blinken is set to meet with the Chinese foreign minister though a possible meeting with President Xi Jinping is yet to be confirmed. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa has told his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin that the war on Ukraine must end. Mr. Ramaphosa has met with Mr. Putin for talks in St. Petersburg. The South African president is leading a delegation of African leaders pushing for a peace deal. Cyril Ramaphosa says the war in Ukraine is causing global harm.
This war must be settled, and it must be settled through negotiations and through diplomatic means. We are here to communicate a very clear message that we would like this war to be ended.
At least 11 people have been killed by a large storm that's hit Brazil. Authorities say 20 people are missing after an extratropical cyclone struck the southern state of Rio Grande do Sul. Footage from the region shows destroyed residential areas and flooded farmland. 2 people have been injured and around 170 have been evacuated after an earthquake rattled parts of France. The quake, believed to have been between magnitude 5.2 and 5.8, was felt from the northwest of the country to Bordeaux in the southwest. Homes, schools and churches have been damaged, with local officials warning some are unsafe to enter. Hundreds of buildings have been declared uninhabitable. South Australian police have charged a prisoner with the murder of another inmate at the Yatala Labour Prison in Adelaide's north. Police say paramedics tried to revive the 52-year-old victim following an incident at the prison yesterday afternoon, but say he died at the scene. His death has been declared a major crime, and police have now charged a 33-year-old inmate with murder. He's expected to face the Adelaide Magistrates Court tomorrow. The South Australian Premier, Peter Malinowskis, says a thorough investigation is underway.
Deaths in prisons as a result of inter-prisoner violence are actually quite rare. We haven't had one in South Australia since the 90s. So these don't happen very commonly in Australia, but nonetheless, because of how rare they are all investigated with a great degree of detail, and Major Crime are currently doing that.
Queensland police are investigating the fatal assault of an 87-year-old man in Noosa Heads on the Sunshine Coast early this morning. Authorities say bystanders found the man unconscious with facial injuries on Hastings Street, and he died at the scene. A 27-year-old man who was found in the area is in custody, assisting police with their inquiries. Sunshine Coast Detective Inspector Chris Toohey says it's a tragic event.
It is concerning for a male person going out on a walk on a Sunday morning. He has sustained these injuries and tragically died from it. Any injury, any death is of a concern to the Queensland Police.
An investigation's underway after a man was assaulted at the Rocks in Sydney this morning. Emergency services were called to Harrington Street and found the man with facial injuries. Police say the 32-year-old was waiting with friends for a ride share when a taxi stopped near them. A passenger got out and punched the man in the face. The Australian cricket team will resume the third day of the first Ashes test against England in a solid position at Edgbaston in Birmingham. Australia's 5 for 311 in its first innings, trailing the home side by 82 runs. Usman Khawaja starred with his first century in England, an unbeaten 126, while Alex Carey was also not out. He's on 52. You're up to date with the very latest from ABC News.
What's the best thing in the world that's also on the ABC Listen app? The footy! This season, get your footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app.
Right through for a goal.
AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever you fix, we've got you covered.
She's got it! Bye-bye! See you later!
Every goal, try, mark and tackle. Called by ABC Sports' expert commentary team.
Set, bingo!
AFL and NRL, live and ad-free. Get it on the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Long kick towards Charlie Colonel Mackay. Andrew in from the side. Oh, he's drums at best. Dribbles into the goal mouth. Cottrell just needs to soccer it through for his second. Back-to-back goals for him and the Blues. Chira got the free kick for too high. They get another clearance. Half past to Walsh. Inside 50. Charlie Colonel comes leading out. Ballard with his hands in the air. What can I do when they get clearances like that? A goal in every game for Charlie Curnow, leading the Coleman by 1. He joins the growing party with his first of the afternoon. And the Blues are out by 20 points, having kicked 5 goals in 9 minutes.
Floats a handball to centre half forward for Kennedy. Onto his right peg. Kicks to Big H. Harry Mackay hits up and marks. In the corridor, 25 out. Harry Mackay has a couple. 7 straight for the Blues. They got something cooking today.
Humphrey was beaten to it. Onto it, Kemp, centering kick. Cripps takes the mark. Captain Cripps comes through 50, looking to join the list of goal kickers. Straight over the goal line by his hat. 9 goals in the second quarter and the last 10 goals of the match.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Who was that Carlton side in the second quarter, and where have they been? Asked the Blues fans, who are singing Frozen, Let It Go at halftime on the big screen. Carlton lead by 44 points at the main break. 10-5-65 to the Gold Coast Suns 2-9-21. Matt Clinch alongside Corbin Middlemass calling the action. Lauren Borden down the boundary. Luke Ball and Brett Delidio are your experts on ABC Sport. The Gold Coast Suns led by 10 points at quarter time. They kicked the opening 2 goals of the match, and then the Blues are able to kick 10 consecutive goals on the trot, including 9 in that second quarter. They've kicked 6 goals from centre bounce clearances. They've taken 8 contested marks to 4, 8 marks inside, 50 to 4. It was a one-way show, and all of a sudden the swagger is back at the Blues. Carlton leading by 44 points at half-time. So Swamp Thing, who we love following on Twitter, tells us that's just the second time so far in 2023 that a side has won a quarter by 50-plus points. Geelong was the other side to do so in round 4 in the third quarter against the Hawks. Don't forget, later on this afternoon, we head to Docklands in Melbourne to join our commentary team. It's North Melbourne taking on the Western Bulldogs. So we will take you there for all the action at the completion of this match. The NRL taking place across the weekend. A big win for the Melbourne Storm last night. 28 points to 6 over the West Tigers. Coming up later today, it's the Cronulla Sharks taking on the Canterbury Bulldogs. It's all available on the ABC Listen app, as is State of Origin Game 2, getting underway on Tuesday night. There's no Latrell Mitchell for New South Wales. Wednesday night, sorry. All my nights are feeling like they're all rolled together. The footy was on Thursday night. The cricket was on Friday night.
It's not days of the week at the moment. It's day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4.
And tomorrow is, of course, well, tonight is day 3 of the cricket. Australia resume at 5 for 311. So trailing England's first innings of 8 declared of 393 by just 82 runs. And a fighting century from Usman Khawaja, 126 unbeaten. He's alongside Alex Carey. The Grandstand Cricket Pod with Ed Cowan and Corbin Minimas will be available once this test is completed. But goodness me, there was some good listening and some good watching last night as Uzi Khawaja watching Travis Head fall. Stuart Broad on top to start the day. And the England bowlers all of a sudden starting to look a bit tired towards the end of the day. So can't wait for the first hour. As our good mate Stuart Clark would always say, what a big first hour it's going to be this morning. Well, I can't wait to listen to that tonight. And Jim Maxwell with Jonathan Agnew and all the team from the TMS crew. It's been such a good first 2 days. What are the next 5 weeks going to be like?
I think a few thunderstorms forecast this morning, which we don't want to hear. We want the thunderstorms hopefully much earlier in the morning, and they can get play underway on time at 8 o'clock Eastern tonight. So, but it's been compelling cricket in the last couple of days. So, well, I've had lots of split screens going, which I'm sure all of us in the footy world would, sort of flicking between the two. But
I'm in a predicament, though, at the moment. I'm late to the party on this. I'm watching Ted Lasso, and I've just started with my wife. And I'm hooked. But the cricket's on, and she's not a cricket fan. So I don't know what I'm going to do there.
Sorry, darling. You're going to have to park it for 5 days, just for these 3 more days, and then we'll get back to it in between tests.
We had exactly.
How do you reckon that'll go down? Lead balloon.
We had exactly that conversation last night. We're watching the cricket again, are we, tonight? I said, get ready. There's 5 more weeks of this, baby. Go and have a bath. Watch something else.
Treat yourself.
Yeah, you know how it works in our household. If you missed Grandstand AFL Sunday with Corbin Minimas, Brett Delidio and Luke Paul, who took out the cheesy game show, it's under the Best of ABC Sport, wherever you get your podcast from, as is the lead yesterday, featuring Chris Fagan, the Brisbane Lions coach, chatting about where he sees his side after 14 rounds of the competition. Also said he felt very sympathetic to today's modern player, given the way the tackle is being adjudicated, to make split-second decisions, and said that he feels at the moment the penalty doesn't quite match the crime, even though he understands the intent from the AFL, with concussion being such a big concern and more players joining that class action. So under the Best of ABC Sport, wherever you get your podcast from, and don't forget Offsiders on iView as well, with Kelly Underwood and Corbin this morning, with all the sporting news from around the globe. And the US Open, have you been watching any of that, Liz?
Yeah, that's, mate, when I have to get up early with the kids, or the baby more so, it's first thing that goes on. And again, there's probably a point of conjecture in the house. Oh, that's what we're watching again.
Oh, it's brilliant, though. Great viewing.
Isn't it good?
Very.
So where's the scores at the moment?
Very time-friendly slot too, the West Coast of America. So a little extra 3 hours for you.
Yep.
So in Los Angeles, Wyndham Clark, the American, leads at 10 under. Ricky Fowler slipped away after his second round.
Back to 10 under. So he's leading, I think, sharing the lead. And Rory's just lurking. 9 under.
Both at 10 under. Fowler
won in 10 years, though.
Fowler and Clark, Rory won back at 9 under. Only 2 Aussies made the cut. They're both in the top 12. So Minwoo Lee at 2 under, Cam Smith at 3 under. So they're a long way off the lead.
Yeah, Minwoo Lee had a 4 over today to be at 2 under. So unfortunately, he's in the chasing pack, and Rory McIlroy all of a sudden is in third position.
Do you reckon Rory would like to win one with after the recent announcement of the merger and everything else? It wouldn't be bad timing for him to salute.
I think so. I think it'd be a pretty popular win too. Also, he needs to break a bit of a drought. Starting to creep out there a bit now. Yeah.
He'll be out there flipping birds, I reckon. I would have thought, Rory, if he wins it up onto the stage.
Certainly would be happy with some prize money after missing out on the live money that was on offer. Wonder what Stuart Dew said to his charges at half-time, Paulie.
Good old Bake.
Rocket?
I hope so. Yeah, they deserved it. That was as poor a quarter as any have played this year, to be honest. So let's see if they can respond.
Completely dominant Carlton in that second quarter. 9 goals to zip. They've kicked the last 10 of the game. The Suns are headed back towards the city end in this third quarter. Off the wing comes Ainsworth. He's tackled and a ball up alongside the centre circles.
They've turned it around, though, like that Adelaide game up in Darwin.
Yeah, they can. Yeah.
So they can play good footy and come from the way back.
Few moves. Looks like Will Powell's going on to Sam Walsh. He's going to run with him.
Both rucks miss it. DeConing grabs it a second time, hands it away to Cunningham out of the middle, kicks forward. Curnow climbing from the back, no mark. Spills front and centre. Fogarty centre half forward for Carlton. Hand pass away to Chera. Crunched. Taken high. Free kick for Chera. It was Rowell who came from the back and his right arm just went over the shoulder of Chera. The umpire was on the scene. Brett Roseberry signals the free kick and Chera will get it. 40 out centre half forward.
It's a bit overzealous there, and that can be the challenge too when you get a bit of a rev up, isn't it? Just to stay disciplined with the tackle. But Chera's been terrific in second quarter, really got them going. This will be possession number 17. 12 of those contested, so he really got them going in the engine room that second quarter.
He started the run, kicked the first goal of the game from a very similar spot. Centre half forward at the punt road end. Chera has got 2, and the ball keeps rolling for Carlton. That's 11 straight in the game for the Blues. 11-5-71, Gold Coast 2-9-21, and the Carlton lead balloons to 50 points. 90 seconds travelled in the third term. Lauren Borden on the boundary.
Seems like Carlton forced Gold Coast hand at half-time. They made their sub, so Tom Berry's come off after just one handball for the first half, and Alex Sexton comes on as a sub.
Yeah, you can see that sort of stuff happening, can't you, when you've only had the one handball as a... Yep. Well, like a midfield of it.
Well, he had to do something. He had to make some moves. So I mentioned, Powell's going to the middle on Walsh. Holman's going to the middle for this bounce too. Just need to try something to generate any sort of momentum. But it's just the start they didn't want, really, wasn't it? And it was getting that spread from the centre bounce. So Chera, Walsh again. Good start for the Blues.
Last 11 goals of the match, and Carlton pick up where they left off ahead of the main break. Walsh lays the tackle. There's no opportunity for Matt Rowell to break clear. Still in the outer of the centre circles. Half of the MCG bathed in shade, the other southern side in sunlight. Rowell dragged down by Walsh. Spills the way of Atkins. Cunningham wraps him up. Holding the ball. Didn't get a hand pass away, and the Blues with another clearance in the middle of the ground. David Cunningham to take it.
Been good. Liked his game. Only had 8 possessions, but every one of them's been...
Just waltzed around Atkins, far too easy. Kicks inside 50. Andrew got a hand to it. Long socks it straight to the boundary. That's trouble.
Here they come. He's sprinting. Yes.
Insufficient intent by the watchmaker.
The high-speed meters go up. They love it, don't they, the umpires?
And Charlie Curnow ran over there pretty quickly too.
Yeah.
He's looked to give inboard the pass. Doggett, he wants it. He wants to have the shot on goal. No, he wants to give it off. Short to Walsh. Not the right option in the end. Spoiled away by Holman. Anderson goes short, and Ben King working a long way up the ground. He hasn't done a lot of the footy this afternoon. Looks up the members ring towards Casbolt. A couple of metres on Kemp. He takes the mark centre wing members side. Blues by 50 points.
Casbolt, long kick down to half forward. Lukosius got a bit of separation in the end, decided to spoil. Probably didn't realise how much room he'd created on McGovern and forces the ball out of play.
Smart by McGovern though. He slipped him knowing he didn't want to get tangled up. Probably got him for size and strength, Lukosius. So in the end, he positioned himself, Lukosius, didn't he? He had to spoil it, knock it out of bounds.
Their last goal came at the 18-minute mark of the opening term, the Suns. We're now 4 minutes into this third quarter as Witts grabs it out of the ruck, kicks to the top of the goal square. No mark hitting up to meet at Casbolt, slides through to McGovern. Hurried ball to half back and finds DeConing. Ben King also involved in an incident in that second quarter with a late bump on McGovern. Hand pass along the boundary line to Walsh. Hand pass to Chera, away to Cripps. The prime move is involved. Back to Walsh. Kicks down to half forward. Curnow leaps up, bounces off the bonds of Ballard. And Collins just volleyball spikes it forward onto the lap of Anderson.
Had to give it back to Mac Andrew. Hand pass to Rowell. Cut past the tackler to Noah Anderson. He's tackled but got the hand pass away. Turns it over. Newman for the Blues. Hand pass to Curnow. Almost too slow as Humphrey was lurking. Out in front of Jack Martin in the right forward pocket. Races onto it. Long after him. Martin's hand pass inboard to Mackay. Turns onto his left. Snaps across the face of goal. And the goal umpire turns to the boundary umpire, says, I think that's yours, out on the full. Carlton lead by 50 points.
2 out of bounds on the full today now, Harry Mackay. Kicked a couple of goals. Game number 100. Short kicking game for the Suns as Fiorini marks the kick out from Ballard and goes short to Anderson. What a play he's going to beat Noah Anderson, and is already, goes long down the wing, and Witts takes the mark, just moves aside his direct opponent. Oh, short kick, wanted to get it to Rao, kicked it in between two Suns, and Jordan Boyd at full stretch knocks it out of play in front of the Carlton bench.
Been a bit indecisive, haven't they, a couple of times? Just when you're trying to wrestle that momentum, it's crucial.
They were 2-3 when they kicked their second goal, so last 6 scores, Suns all behinds. And in the same period, Carlton have kicked 11 goals, 4. Boundary throwing. First touch for Cripps. Hand pass to Doherty. Handball to Cunningham. Dragged off it by Powell. Holman collects. Heavy tackle from De Koning. And forces another stoppage on the wing. Ball up in front of the benches. Carlton by 50 points. 11 unanswered goals they've kicked across 3 quarters now. We're 6 minutes into the third term. As Witts just knocks it down to Powell. He ushers it out under pressure to Anderson. Slick hand pass to Rao. Handball inboard to Atkins. A lefty kicks hurriedly inside the forward 50. Back with it. Wiedering. No mark. Sard can't trap it. Spills down to Lukosius. His kick across the half-forward line takes an unkind bounce for the Suns. Doherty gives it to Walsh. Gets it back to Doherty. Hurried kick up over halfway for the Blues.
Suns should get onto it first as Jared Witts races after it. He's tackled by Harry Mackay. Not great support from Collins. And plenty of encouragement for Harry as De Koning comes over. And Jared Witts on the bottom of the pack.
Shocking support, wasn't it, Lynchy?
Just not working in very good unity at the moment. Witts gets to his feet, has to compete against De Koning. Players on top of the footy with Powell unable to break clear. It's a free kick going for the Blues. Not 100% sure what that was for. As Kennedy takes it, kicks up towards Mackay, spoiled away by Collins, hits the ground. Andrew onto it, trying to rip it away from Owies. And the umpire will ball it up 45 metres out from the Carlton goal. At the punt road end, just the 1 goal scored so far in the opening 7 minutes of the third quarter. It was the Blues' way. They lead by 50 points.
Trying to get the hit out. De Koning and Witts both edged underneath it. In the end, De Koning backheeled it as umpire Rosebery saw a free kick. De Koning dragged out of it illegally. Free kick, Carlton, 50 out, half forward. De Koning lays it up into the pocket. Mackay back into the hole, no mark. Whacked away and out of play by Collins. Throw in forward pocket, Carlton. I wasn't expecting this today, it must be said. No. 50-point lead, a 9-goal quarter from Carlton. And the Blues with some serious space on a team that, leading into the afternoon, was contending for a place in the top 8. Boundary throw-in. Witts wins it down, but Martin's there for the Blues. Hand pass away to Kennedy. Hurried kick across the half-forward line. Bouncing footy into the pocket. Curnow has it stolen straight out of his hands by Ballard. Hand pass to half-back for the Suns to Ainsworth. Goes off the left peg as he kicks to a 2-on-1 on the wing. Lukosius outnumbered. Falls out the back to Newman. Clever. Taps it away to Boyd. A 1-2 with Doherty. Back to Boyd.
Inside 50 looking for Charlie Curnow. He's got it. Ballard trying to get it back, couldn't get a hand pass. He's going to hand pass it to Fogarty. He'll finish himself from inside the goal square. Unselfish from Charlie Curnow. And another one for the Blues. 12 on the trot. And 2 to start this third term. They're 12-5-77 to the Gold Coast Suns, stuck on 2-9-21. 8 minutes gone, third term on ABC Sport.
Wow, it was a good defensive pressure and set up, I reckon, from the Blues out there. Their ability to not put the pressure on Ainsworth and just to make it a dump kick. But it's the work of the half-backs. Newman, a clever little tap to Boyd. Allowed him to get on with the 1-2. And very rarely do you see a full forward handball inside 430, Bally. But when you've got a couple of blokes just running inside to the goal square, makes it an easy handball, doesn't it? Someone's fallen asleep there on Fogarty. Saw Anderson chasing him, but I don't reckon it's his man. Someone's lost him.
9th different goal kicker for Carlton. What a day they're having, the Blues. Up by 56 points. Back in the middle of the ground. Witts wins it down to Swallow. The game's record holder for the Suns. Kicks the centre half forward. Ainsworth forced to spoil. Sard can't collect. Knocks it away to Walsh. He's tackled by Holman and a ball up. It was 2-3 to 1 behind at one stage. The Suns led by 14, time on in the opening term. And from that point on, it's 12 goals 4 to 6 behinds. Amazing turnaround. Hurried ball inside the forward 50 for the Suns. Lukosius and Newman in a tangle. Free kick against Newman. Lukosius will get it left half forward. 35 out. Just to do the numbers on that. So 12-4 is 76 and 6 behinds is 6 behind. So that's 70 points they've outscored them by since time on in the opening term.
Impressive stuff. And, well, they'll take one anyway they can get it here, the Suns. Lukosius, who's been starved for opportunities since quarter time. Umpire was in very good position there. Just a little grab of the jumper.
Kicked 5 in each of their last 2 games. Jack Lukosius yet to hit the board so far today. His right-footed drop punt is pure. The understatement of the day, boy did they need that. It stops the run of 12 consecutive Carlton goals. Lukosius skips the Suns to 3-9-27. They trail Carlton big time, 12-5-77 by 50 points at the 11-minute mark of the third term.
Yeah, umpire got that one right. As soon as they see 2 harms around, before the players even had a chance to have a play on the footy, always going to see the whistle go. Definitely needed that one for sure, Corb, as you spoke about. I feel like he's really turned himself around, Jack Lukosius, so he's been in no man's land. I feel as a high draft pick, his inability to actually hit the scoreboard nor do a heat down back, a couple of big bags of 5 and really cement himself as a key third tool down there for the Suns is a real credit to him and continuing to work hard at his craft.
Suns' first goal since the 16-minute mark of the opening term. Back in the middle, Witts wins down the tap. Got it to the advantage of Swallow. A hand pass towards half forward. Holman gathers. Hand pass to Sexton. The sub kicks inside 50. Doherty was able to take the mark. Cutting in front of Ben King. Sends it out to Cottrell, who marks the kick at left half back for the Blues. Carlton 12-5-77. The Suns 3-9-27. Up the wing. Charlie Curnow was held. In fact, it's going the other way. Curnow was trying to wrestle against Ballard, gave away the free kick, and Ballard sends it up towards Ben King. He's able to juggle the mark. He looks inside 50. Sends it in the direction of Casbold. At the back, Lukosius won't get there. Pitnet was in front position, couldn't take the mark. Holman has the footy wedged in between he and Boyd. And McGovern there as well. So just having a look at King's only had the 4 disposals this afternoon.
Witts wins it down, but straight to Wiedering for the Blues. Hand pass away to Doherty. Feeds it to Kennedy. Kicks to half back. Cottrell in a one-on-one with McPherson. No mark. And out of play in front of the Suns race.
That's what I'd love to see from King. Get up the ground and be that link between your half-backs and then getting it inside forward 50. It's not your day inside forward 50. Be the target for him on the wings.
Carlton by 50. 13 gone, third term, boundary throw-in. Witts first hands on the footy, down to Anderson. Kicks to the top of the goal square. Casbolt down there in front of him. McGovern takes the intercept mark for Carlton. Having one of his better games for the year. Kicks to the back pocket for Wiedering. Sweeping hand pass to Akers, back flank.
Right half back up the southern wing. Mac Andrews one way, Newman the other. Big collision. And Nick Newman's landed awkwardly. Both get to their feet. Andrews wants to try and move it quickly. Gets the hand pass to Jeffrey. High kick inside 50. Have a fly at that. McGovern from the back. Wiedering in front. Takes the mark for the Blues. And Newman is back up. So the good news is both players are okay there. Although McGovern is now slow, stretching his hamstring out. Kick into the middle of the crowd. Davies went up, couldn't take the mark for the Suns. Kennedy gets the hand pass away to Walsh, who runs the southern wing. One bouncer now, 2. Gets into the forward half. A third bounce as he gets to right half forward. Andrews offers the chase. The kick is not the best. To Charlie Curnow, and cutting in front, Ballard takes the mark. Left back pocket for the Gold Coast Suns. The Blues leading by 50 points.
Braden Fiorini was towing a caravan there, chasing Sammy Walsh.
Wasn't he? Yeah. It's the best I've seen Walsh move today. And look, sometimes that happens when the team's going well, but even in that start of that second quarter, he got them going with his burst out of stoppage, didn't he, Lids?
Swallow just commits a horrid turnover. High half forward, Blues win it back through the hands of Akers to Chin Cotter. Away to Walsh. He feeds it off to Owies, who kicks goalward, puts it across the goal face and out on the full.
Yeah, it just looked like and look, we know he had an interrupted pre-season, back surgery. That's going to take a while, but he's looked really good today, Sam Walsh.
A long kick up to half-back. There's a free kick spotted here as well. It's going to go, I think, to Witts. He's climbed all over and he gets it at half-back for the Suns. 50-point lead for Carlton, 15 gone third term.
Contested possessions at 16 apiece so far, but it's still, it's going to be Lukosius at right half forward. Kick was over the head. McGovern took the mark, but he gave away the free kick, and Jack Lukosius, centre wing on the members' side, kicks it inside 50. Fiorini's going to have to fly, can't take the mark, spills off hands. Hand pass came straight to Mac Andrews. He fires on goal and hits the left behind post. Received a hand pass from a Carlton player, Adam Chera, but couldn't quite make them pay, and the Blues will take it up against the right behind post. Carlton by 50 points.
Hasn't kicked one yet, Mac, in his short AFL career, just the 11 games. And the Blues up to the back flank through the hands of Newman, and now Akers marks and plays on. Lifts a hand pass to David Cunningham, his first game since 2021. Along the boundary line, wanted Curnow. Ballard knocks it away from him. Curnow can't rip it in, and the Suns now with numbers as Jeffrey gives it by hand to Roses up into the front half, kicks to Ainsworth. He marks it half forward.
King's got Boyd on him here.
Suns with a bit of momentum here. Ainsworth goes deep inside 50. King takes the mark. And a nice little block from Lukosius as he stands in front of the two defenders, and Ben King marks right forward pocket. 15 out.
Well, they should all run to Charlie Ballard, who's actually having a crack, isn't he? He's had it's been a great battle, really, the two Charlies, Curnow and Ballard, but not conceding that lead-up kick and getting that turnover on the wing was a beautiful kick from Roses inside. He looked up, didn't have anything to kick to, and then King working back into space.
To make it 2 in a row for the Gold Coast, Ben King misses near side. Hasn't been his day. He's had plenty of mates. 49 points, Carlton's lead. 17 gone in the third term.
Mitch McGovern has got up and he's okay to take the kick in. Block put on, which allows Doherty to lead in the left back pocket. Gives it back to McGovern. Looks up the members wing, pulls his kick. Kennedy caught behind against Powell. Powell runs onto it. King's all on his own. Pokes it into the pocket. He takes the mark hard against the boundary. Thinks about playing on. Could have gone short to Humphrey. Now he'll have the shot.
Yeah, I reckon he probably, if he had his time again, probably could have just chipped those one. He had two boys there to choose from.
Yeah, Humphrey and I think it was Ainsworth in the pocket.
Both coming at him pretty hard, trying to kick his way out of a little form slump, it seems, in this game anyway.
Ben King looking for his first goal of the afternoon. Goes the outside of the boots. He can't work it. Just the right side of the right goal post and through for a minor score. He has 2 behinds from his 5 disposals. Carlton lead by 48 points at the 17-minute mark of the third term.
Oh, Newman, ran himself into trouble. Closed down by Ben King. Tried to kick it wide. Missed McGovern. The ball rolls out of play. Attention, footy fans, if you're on level 4, Carlton invites you to head down to M28, M31, level 1. General admission bays. You want to come sit a little closer? They were asking the Marshwaite to stay a little further away. Boundary going comes down to Cripps. Hand pass to McGovern. He's bowled over after the ball goes out of play. We'll have a boundary throw in here. 40 out from the Suns' goal at the City end. So Carlton lead it by 8 goals.
Mitch McGovern's got to stop flopping here. I've had enough of it. He's going to hurt himself.
You reckon Corber 8 goals up so now you can come down and cheer a bit closer?
As close as you want.
We'd like to hear what you have to say now. Thrown back in. Casbolt doing the ruck work up against Pitnet with the glove on his hand. He slaps it down towards Kennedy. Powell's hand pass for the Suns, trying to get it forward. Humphrey became the tackler on Doherty. Quick hand pass away. Back to McGovern. He turns it over. Lukosius down low. Can't take the mark though. Cunningham, clean pickup. Hand pass to Harry Mackay. Gets the Blues around the members wing. To Curnow, back to Mackay. Running a full tilt. Martin wants it goal side. He kicked it centering. And an easy mark for Ben Long for the Gold Coast Suns. Looks up and sends it out towards Ainsworth. Spoiled down by Chincotta. Still a chance for the Blues. Dragged down Owies and he didn't have the footy. He'll take the free kick at right half forward. Just that composure from the Suns has been lacking today. Owies with a hand pass to Boyd. Long kick towards Cottrell. Can't pull it in. It just cleared his right hand. And it slides off the turf and out of play in the right forward pocket for the Blues. Carlton leading by 48 points at the 19-minute mark of the third term.
That is the right score if you've just flipped your radio on and thought, did he say Carlton 48 points? That's right. They kicked 9 unanswered goals in the second term. They kicked 12 in a row at one point. Boundary throw in. They all miss it. Long jams it on the boot out of the defensive arc for the Suns. Ainsworth bowled over. Comes to Lukosius. Feeds a hand pass to Davies. Grabs it, breaks a tackle. Got it out to Swallow. Hurried kick forward. Little drop kick and a half volley as Sard soccers it forward for the Blues, but straight to Powell. Got it for the Suns. Daring 45 kick inboard to Fiorini. And he switches play out towards the southern side for McPherson. He takes the mark and then looks a little longer. Has to try and get it to Humphrey. He works hard, Bailey Humphrey. At mark 70 out half forward, wants to go.
Wants to send it as deep as he can because Ben King's one-on-one with Wiedering. Sard's trying to get back. Yeah. King takes the mark. Had enough of it to be paid it. And he's only millimetres out from his goal. Finally, Ben King able to impose himself in this match, and it was a good kick as well.
Well, it was a check early, wasn't it, Lids? It was to give him a little bit of separation so he can launch at the footy. That's better for Ben. He's had a better quarter. That's his 4th mark.
Point blank range. Ben King is on the board. His first goal comes in the 3rd quarter. And the Suns, at least, have stemmed the bleeding. It's 2 goals apiece so far in this 3rd quarter. And the margin is back to 42 points the Blues way. 12-5-77 to the Gold Coast Suns, 4-11-35. 4 goals for the Suns, and King now joins the list of goal kickers.
Better ball move, wasn't it? It was that inside, fat side, clearly out the space. It was Will Powell who pulled the trigger inside. Beautiful kick to Fiorini, and then Bailey Humphrey, who we just love watching.
I love kids, mate, because they roll and go. They just keep playing the game.
Right,
They don't wait for the perfect play. He's just like, you know what I'd want as a forward? I want it in there quick.
It was the work rate on the 45, wasn't it, to get out the space and give his teammates something to kick to. Then he wheeled and realised that King had the drop on.
He had a one-on-one, and that's what the big forwards want.
Yeah, much better from the Suns.
1 goal, 2 now for Ben King today. Crooked bounce in the middle. There was interested onlooker in the stands. Bloke looked just like Ben King.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, so his brother Max. They just had their cap on, and of course the Sainers played last night. Here watching Ben do his work today. Big 24 hours for the King family at the G. Back in the middle, Rao has it wrestled from him by Walsh. Up says play on. Ball spits out. Atkins gives it to Holman for Gold Coast. Kicks to half forward. Humphrey grabs it. Got a hand pass inside. Sardi's direct opponent steals it. Got up for Carlton back flank. Hand pass to Newman. Handball to Walsh. Walsh kicks into open space out on that southern wing. Out into the path to Chera. Got a kind bounce. Kicks Carlton down to half forward. Past Curnow. Mackay trying to trap it. Can't. Collins wins it back. And sends the Suns back down the wing. He too turns it over, and here's Walsh again. This huge engine works into space and takes the mark on the wing.
Starting to find his best again. Possession number 20 coming up. Behind Doherty with 25 for the Blues. Lace out to Harry Mackay, who marks and wheels out onto his left. 55 metres out from goal. Long towards Saccone in the pocket. Trying a hand back in a wrestle with Jeffrey. He couldn't take the mark, and it goes out of play in the left forward pocket for the Blues.
Interesting, we're talking about Walsh with Murph earlier in the year, and he said, look, he's not quick, but the thing that his speed that stands out is that in the 3rd quarter, when everybody else is gassed, he's still going at the same pace that he was in the 1st quarter.
Yep. Toss back in to Koning, wins down the tap to Akers, trying to get past Rao. Good tackle laid, spills to Jack Martin. Holman follows up, locks him up in the left forward pocket. Blues by 42 points. Doherty with 25 possessions, Chera with 20, Walsh with 20, Noah Anderson with 20 for the Gold Coast Suns. Witts wins down the tap. Chera's over, Akers is over the footy. He's locked up by Ben Long, and the umpire will ball it up. We're still locked in the left forward pocket for the Blues.
7-goal lead for Carlton. Approaching 3-quarter time. Witts wins it down, but Akers gets the first clean touch. Floats a kick goalward. Ballard knocks it through. A one-on-one wrestle with Curnow. 43-point lead for Carlton. 12-6 to 4-11. Time on in this 3rd term.
Jeffrey just looking for options as he goes for McPherson. Open the door in the end. Pressure comes from Fogarty, knocks it back to Jeffrey, spills to Curnow, and he just can't squeeze it through. Missing to the right-hand side, flirting with danger. The Suns with the kick out of defence.
It's too casual. He's a young player, Jeffrey, but just one step.
Carlton by 44 points.
Had 4 score involvements, 8 disposals, 1-1. Charlie Curnow's stat line today. As the exiting kick from Atkins took a bit of ground, drives it up to the wing, spills through to Chera. He's tackled hard by Humphrey and a ball up on the wing. Who's winning that today? Ballard, Curnow?
It's been a good match. Yeah, it's been a really good matchup. Given the he's been under the pump the whole Suns back line that 2nd quarter, but no, he stuck to his guns. He's had a good quarter.
Ballard just?
Get back to you.
Yep. Bit to play out. to decide the honours there from the restart on the wing. Third time we'll have a ball up, same spot. Doherty gives it to Walsh, one way then the other. Back on the right boot, drives it down to half forward. No mark. Ballard knocks it on the way through to Jeffrey. And pass away to McPherson. Kicks down the wing. The Koning competes in the air. Scrapping it on ground level is Davies as he burrows in. Got it out to Ainsworth. Hand pass to Holman. Just dropped it clean. The tackle from Walsh. Ump said he was tackled without it. And Holman for the Suns hands it off to Atkins.
Kicks over the head of Casbolt. Wittering's able to gather for the Blues. Hand pass defensively to Sard. Links up with Kemp. Trying to get around Humphrey. Brought down. Got the hand pass away. Sard toe pokes it towards the boundary and then races after it. Gathers. Quick hand pass to Kennedy. Trying to get around Davies. Gets the hand pass back to Sard. Great tackle from Humphrey.
Hold on.
And showing a bit of fight and intent that the Gold Coast fans would like to have made their way here to the MCG.
Yep.
Now Kennedy comes in just to fly the flag for the Blues with Humphrey holding it on the front of Sard's jumper. Thrown in the air. De Koning wins down the tap. Beautifully to Cripps. Hand pass to Doherty. Ran into a dead end. Rao gathers for the Suns. Got it to Witts. Bumped by De Koning. Kicks towards Casbolt, who takes the mark at right half forward for the Suns.
Casbolt looks inside the forward 50. Kicks back to the corridor. Sexton edged underneath it. Lukosius had it, lost it. Chincotta wins it for the Blues. Hand pass to centre half back for Cunningham. His hand pass, a loose one. Long intercept. Sockers it at the top of the goal square. Ainsworth collects. Snaps over his shoulder and snaps it through. The couple for Ben Ainsworth. And the Suns have now kicked the last 3 in the game. 26 minutes gone, third term. 12-5 to 5-11. Carlton by 38 points.
Well, good reward from the Suns. They kept the pressure on. I reckon Cunningham probably just as a result of being out of footy and senior footy for a while, just sort of felt the pressure, didn't execute his handball as well as he would have liked, but great work from the Suns coming forward and
just effort, wasn't it?
Yeah, Long off a half-back flank, his ability is to come forward, keep that ball rolling forward, and Ainsworth, he's had a reasonably solid game, Ainsworth. He's up to 18 or 19 touches now, a couple of goals. He's going okay.
How much would the Suns have to be within three-quarter time?
Well, if they get another 2, who knows? I mean, it was just a diabolical second quarter, but...
Inside 5 goals?
We've seen them do it, yep.
Get one more, maybe 2. Back in the middle, Pitnet trying to wrestle with Witts. It spills down the way of Cripps. Worked out of it by Swallow, but Kennedy's on for the Blues. Releases Walsh, great block. Walsh kicks inside 50. Curnow the target, wrestling with Ballard. Ballard gets hands to it. De Koning's after it for the Blues. Mac Andrews careful not to fall on his back. It spills away of Fiorini. Hand pass to Jeffrey. Can't get a hand pass away as he's tackled by Owies. Appeals for a free kick. Now Andrew is locked up. And Fogarty and Cottrell bring him to a halt.
Can you
left forward pocket.
Can you imagine if they get that close and the announcement on the big screen says, look, everyone that came out, you need to go back to level 4.
They'd be doing that in the Australian change rooms, wouldn't they? Kennedy gathers, centering kick, Charlie Curnow! He's got it! Ballard was in front. He somehow wrestled his way to side on and claimed the mark. Directly in front, 15 metres out. Charlie Curnow with a chance for his second.
Yeah, I was just about to say, how good was that last bit of play by Ballard? The ability to stay in the contest and get a fist on it, get the ball back outside 50.
Out of position too,
yeah. You can't keep a good player down for very long. And it's a great clunk.
It's been a great contest.
Leads the Coleman medal by 2. Charlie Curnow coming in for his second. And Carlton answer back. After the Suns have kicked the last 3 goals of the match, just a little bit of breathing space ahead of three-quarter time. The Blues back out by 44 points. 13-7-85 to the Suns 5-11-41. 28 minutes gone, third term on ABC Sport. You're with Luke Ball and Brett Delidio.
Yeah, I've loved it. It's been a great battle. 2 of the competition's brightest key position players. And he called it, Lid, so we didn't give him the credit for that contest that looked like he was going for all money. The Sam Walsh kicked the previous kick, but it's a weight of numbers, isn't it, sometimes? And that was actually a really good kick from Matthew Kennedy, just to centre that ball on his left foot, wrong side, for a right footer, and he just had the drop on him a bit, and probably just a bit of reach in the end, wasn't it? But yeah, it's been a really, really entertaining one-on-one battle across the day.
Carlton back out by 44 after 3 in a row for the Suns. Witts wins the hit out back in the middle. Cripps competing for it. They all get bowled over in front of him. Kennedy grabs it and Witts lays a tackle, the big man. And the ball up again alongside the centre circles. Roos and the Dogs still to come. Brings the curtain down on round 14. With another restart in the middle as Pitternet knocks it down to Cunningham, and he's tackled straight away. Once more, Witts pushes it out to Holman, still in the centre square. Hand pass to Rao, heavy tackle, Doherty. Came and got him, pinned the ball to him, and the ump says, I'll have it again. Fourth time. We'll have a ball up in the centre of the G. Carlton by 44.
Approaching three-quarter time, Witts is able to knock it forward. Walsh underneath, won it against Powell. Hand pass away to Cripps, sends Carlton inside 50. Curnow got to the front and takes the mark. Ballard couldn't get a fist in there, and Charlie Curnow directly in front, 50 metres out from goal.
Yeah, it was a worker, Walsh to Cripps. Hasn't had a big day, Cripps, by any means, but he's been solid. But again, it's that way to numbers, isn't it, Bally? The ball just keeps coming in. And this guy, a damn good player. He beats you so many different ways. On the lead, above his head, pack marks, but so good at ground level as well.
The number one contested mark in the AFL, alongside leading the Coleman medal this year once more from 52. It's out to the right and through for a minor score. The Blues leading by 45 points. Half an hour mark of the third term.
Rory Atkins played just 24 of 57 games since making the move. Still got 2 years to run, by the way, on his contract after this. Runs to the back pocket, goes long all the way up to the wing. No mark for the Suns, hits the deck. Cottrell paddles it out in front. Umpire says, I'll have it, and the ball up on the wing.
Good player manager getting a 5-year deal from the Adelaide Crows.
Yeah, I would have thought. Well done. 45-point lead for the Blues. Witts palms it down to Rao. Hurried kick forward for Gold Coast, but the King underneath it, and Wiedering jumps back to take the intercept mark. Has it for Carlton, centre-half back in the shadows.
It's out to the southern side, goes short, with the mark is taken by Pitnet. Back from that hand injury, having been a laid out last week against the Bombers. Back inside defensive 50 to Newman, as the siren sounds for three-quarter time. Carlton fans not as happy as they were at half-time, but 3 goals apiece in that third quarter. The Blues still hold a 45-point advantage, 13-8-86 to the Suns, 5-11-41. After the Blues burst open the game with 9 goals to none in the second quarter. They kicked 11 consecutive goals from late in the first quarter to early in the third, before the Gold Coast Suns finally kicked their first goal since the midway mark of the first quarter, 10 minutes into the third. Blues by 45 points. Charlie Curnow has a couple. Chera and Mackay with 2. Cottrell with 2 as well. Individuals to Kennedy, Fogarty, Cripps, to Koning and Owies. Meanwhile, for the Gold Coast Suns, 2 goals to Ben Ainsworth. Individuals to Lukosius, Casbolt and King.
The fight's over.
Tim Zoo, what happened?
First round knockout for Tim Zoo. So he knocked out Carlos Ocampo. So it's all out, all over inside the opening round. So that's a pretty quick finish up on the Gold Coast.
He said he was confident. I guess we now know why.
Whew. Yeah, ready to go for Charlo.
I was going to say, so that's his next fight, isn't it?
Yep. So he's the interim champ, and his next fight will be for all the marbles against the real world champion in the division in Jamel Charlo.
Blues by 45 points here at the MCG. This is Grandstand AFL.
The brilliant minds from the Nation Building Authority are back.
Our fridge has got an address book. It's got the lot. Has it got cold milk? Not yet.
And there's a lot to unpack.
Who's been asking?
We have.
What?
Us.
Who?
Me.
Why?
I'm lost again.
With Rob Sitch, Kitty Flanagan, Celia Paquola and the whole office.
This is in the cone of silence.
Under your hat. It's already on the radio.
All new Utopia.
What have these clowns been doing? Building for the future.
8 p.m. Wednesday night on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Fogarty centre half forward for Carlton. Hand pass away to Chera. Crunched. Taken high. Free kick for Chera. Centre half forward at the punt road end. Chera has got 2. And the ball keeps rolling for Carlton. That's 11 straight in the game for the Blues.
Inside 50 looking for Charlie Curnow. He's got it. Ballard trying to get it back, couldn't get a hand pass. He's going to hand pass it to Fogarty, who'll finish himself from inside the goal square. Unselfish from Charlie Curnow, and another one for the Blues. 12 on the trot. Wants to send it as deep as he can, because Ben King's one-on-one with Wiedering. Sarge trying to get back. King takes the mark. Had enough of it to be paid it. and he's only millimetres out from his goal. Point blank range. Ben King is on the board. His first goal comes in the third quarter.
Long intercept, socks it to the top of the goal square. Ainsworth collects, snaps over his shoulder and snaps it through. The couple for Ben Ainsworth. And the Suns have now kicked the last 3 in the game.
Kennedy gathers, centering kick, Charlie Curnow! He's got it! Ballard was in front. He somehow wrestled his way to side on and claimed the mark. Directly in front, 15 metres out. Leads to Coleman medal by 2. Charlie Curnow coming in for his second. Carlton answer back.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Three-quarter time of the MCG. The Blues leading the Gold Coast Suns by 45 points in the second last game of round 14 of the AFL. Our next stop in the last game is North Melbourne and the Western Bulldogs from Docklands, and that's where we find Ben Cameron.
Yeah, thank you, Clinchy. It's two teams who have lost their last 11 games and 3 games, respectively. We know the plight of North with their last win coming way back in round 2. But if the Western Bulldogs want to be a player in the season, they need to win their 3-game skid beneath the roof here today. The challenge will be laid down by the young mids of North, Wardlaw, Sheasel, Phillips, with Simpkin and Greenwood to come back in and help. Since round 10, the Roos are the number 1 clearance side, which might surprise some people. The teams aren't in just yet, but Brendan Goddard, Brad Sewell, Andrew Mays and Jess Webster to join me for the call. The Roos and the Dogs coming up next.
Thanks, Benny. We're looking forward to joining you at Docklands at the completion of this game at the MCG. Matt Clinch and Corbin Minimas calling the action. Lauren Borden down the boundary. The thoughts of Luke Ball and Brett Delidio.
Well, he got a response, didn't he, that quarter?
Yeah.
I mean, it couldn't have got much worse than it was in that second
contested
quarter.
possession was good.
Yeah, they just dialed it up a bit around the contest, didn't they? And their pressure was a little bit better, so and the scoreboard reflected that. What was it, 3-2 to 3-3? So, I mean, it feels like it's too big of an ask, you know, you would think. And Carlton have been, really impressive after quarter time, but I guess the message from Stewie would be, let's try and win the quarter. We've still got a lot to play for here.
Yep.
We'll park that second quarter. We can review that later, but let's walk off at least feeling okay about ourselves, about how we play this last quarter.
Oh, 100%. And if you come off with another 6-goal to 1 quarter or something and you get completely blown out, then there's all sorts of questions that are asked right across the board, not just of the players and where they sit. So it's really important for the Suns here. Get the first one and see whether you can make a real contest of it, not allow the Blues just to get their game up and going. That was an impressive second quarter, but not completely sold their back just yet. The Baggers, even though they dominated that second quarter.
So Swamp Thing on Twitter says Carlton scored a run of 12 unanswered goals, their best streak in any game in the last 25 seasons.
Wow. There you go.
Gives
Thanks,
some
Swamp.
context as to how good they were.
Well, it just doesn't happen much in modern footy these days, does it? Even 4 or 5 in a row usually
gets answered back.
Blues lead by 45 points. Into the final term we go on ABC Sport. Witts and Pitnet to resume their battle. Good straight bounce in which Pitnet won down the tap, gets it to the advantage of Kennedy's tackled by Rowell. Squeeze the kick forward into the path of Cripps. He's tackled, somehow got it out while on his back to Chera. Inside 50, Curnow coming out, spoiled long, onto it Martin, hand pass into the pocket, Mackay should finish, and does. Stop the clock, 18 seconds. Harry Mackay has his third. Another centre bounce clearance to the Blues. And they're back out by 51 points, 14-8-92. To the Suns, 5-11-41.
Yeah, the clearance work. That's where they've really gone to work, haven't they? The Blues, and their ability to get it out there, be bigger and stronger in there. I feel like when we question their speed in there, the Blues, but it hasn't mattered today. Their ability to come out the front and give their forwards one-on-one opportunities and good looks. I spoke about how important it is for the Suns. That's not the start you wanted if you're Stewie Dew, if you've given them a little rev at 3-quarter time to try and kick the foot on the throat and really challenge this game to finish this game. Just get nervous now that the Blues could really run away with it.
He's kicked 3 straight, Harry, and 2 out of bounds on the full. The whole bag for him today. 51 points, the lead for Carlton. Out of the middle, Cripps first touch, hand pass to Kennedy, drives it forward. There's Mackay again in the back, trying to complete it, juggled Mark can't. Passing through, Martin went without it, falls to Atkins, hand pass to Long, surge kick out of defence, straight to Kennedy. He can pump it back in again, decides to give it off to Sard. Sard can kick inside 50.
looking for Mackay. One-handed, trying to keep it in front. No mark. Falls down to Fiorini. Hand pass to McPherson. Long bomb up to the wing. McGovern puts his fist through it for the Blues. Loose footy, still members wing. Roses went without it. Pittonet's hand pass missed the target. Kemp trying to mop it up. Hand pass went behind McGovern. McGovern becomes tackler on Holman and holds him up.
Impressed with McGovern today.
Yeah,
he's shown some real physicality, hasn't he? Taken some intercept marks and a couple of times. I mean, that was a really important tackle. They were out, had numbers ahead of the ball there, the Suns.
Thrown in the air, Pitnet one down the tap, straight to Fiorini. Trying to give it to Davies, he's tackled. Hand pass released along the ground, Chera picks it up, he's locked up by Rowell in front of the two benches. Lauren Borden, any action there on the Carlton bench? They've still got Paddy Dow when they want to inject him.
Yeah, Paddy Dow's still sitting there, so you wonder, given Carlton's going so well, if it'll be a bit like Toby McLean a few weeks ago and Luke Beveridge, where they won't inject him into the game.
Thanks, Loz. Only player, is that right, Corby? You keep stats on this, who hasn't been as sub put into a game? Toby McLean.
Yeah.
Kick inside 50 towards Harry Mackay. Can't take the mark. It's spoiled out by Collins from for a boundary throw-in from the kick of Kennedy.
Round 7, which was a bit weird against Hawthorn in a game they won by 5 goals.
You'd be flat if you're the sub just waiting.
Knowing the work you've got to do. Oh, my God, I'd be filthy.
Running to come afterwards.
Yeah.
Paddy Dow, the sub in the last 3 games now for Carlton. Entered into the last quarter on all 3 occasions so far, and obviously one of them still to come here today. The boundary throw-in. McPherson, hand pass to Rao, handball back to the top of the Blues goal square. Dangerous. Oh, he's hand pass out. Cripps fights through a tackle to kick the goal. He's got 2 today, Paddy Cripps. And the Brownlow medalist of last year shows his class. It's been a lean year for him. He'd kicked 1 goal, 9 leading in. But as the Blues have a day out, their captain hits the board a couple of times. Carlton by 57, 15-8 to 5-11.
Well, the momentum was just all going towards Carlton's goal there, wasn't it? Whereas Cunningham just kept the ball rolling. And always the little handball, picked it up, fed it out. Just the strength of Cripps to be able to actually get a boot on it while being tackled by McPherson. Yeah. Those are the sorts of things when you've had a real lean patch, to be able to just scrounge a goal in that sort of way can really boost your confidence.
Stood out since quarter time. Carlton's ability to stand up and a tackle,
100%.
Still dispose of it against the Gold Coast. And their tackling of the Gold Coast players on the flip side has been brilliant.
Luke Ball and Brett Delidio with you on ABC Sport. Paddy Cripps had 1 goal coming into today. He now has 3. As a free kick going the way of the Blues. Cripps was tackled when he wasn't in possession. He just feeds it away to Boyd, who releases off half-back, kicks inside 50 over the head of Charlie Curnow. It might bounce through. It's offline to the left-hand side. From long range, a minor score. The Blues leading by 58 points at the 4-minute mark of the final term.
A bit of dash Boyd, isn't he?
Yeah.
Obviously like him to compliment Saad across half-back there. He kicks it well too.
He got punched.
It long. Yeah, he does.
Fifth straight game of the year for Jordan Boyd after coming into the team.
We asked some questions of the Suns half forwards, though. The half-backs of Carlton have really provided some spark.
Atkins brings it into Anderson, goes long down the wing. Camp leaps through, takes the intercept mark, hugs it to his chest. Logo southern wing, hand pass away to Cottrell. He kicks inside the forward 50, leaping up Ballard, marks in front of Curnow. Curnow kicking a couple of goals so far today. Got a few looks at it in that 3rd quarter as Ballard goes across the defensive arc and finds McPherson and left half back, and he can shift it further wide to Atkins.
Rory Atkins in his 11th season looks up the members wing, kicks for Lukosius against Newman, spoils it down. Hand pass came from Roses, links up with Sexton. Hand pass away to Rowell, looks inside 50, puts it on the head of Ben King. It's too high and over his head. Kemp takes the mark for the Blues. 35 metres out from his defensive goal. Chips it out to Newman, who marks it right half back. The Blues with 5 centre bounce clearances. 6 inside 50s to 1 so far through the 3rd quarter. The kick up towards De Koning. Can't take the mark. Chincotta trying to keep it in play. It looked on the boundary line. The umpire right there said it was a cross. Carlton fans thought he'd done enough to keep it in. A boundary throw in. One from you on the SMS, one for you on the SMS, Corby. From Rulai in Adelaide, ever noticed how much Marnus Labuschagne looks like boxer Danny Green? Do you see that one?
Right, okay.
Yeah, I see it.
Marnus had the first round knockout last night against Broad. I think that's where he was getting.
Solid chin. Knockout.
Can't wait for the rematch. Australia's unusual bowling and fielding tactics may have been an attempt to Ali's doper rope.
From the restart, Anderson shoots a hand pass for the Suns. Inside to Atkins. Atkins chips to half forward, and reaching up is Ainsworth, takes the mark. 5 intercept marks, by the way, for Brodie Kemp today and 5 for McGovern. Kemp took 6 a few weeks ago against Melbourne, which was a season high for any Carlton player. Ainsworth, 55 out centre half forward. Kicks into the forward pocket. Boyd tries to put his fist through it. Missed it the first time, then just grabs the Sherrin. Jams it on the boot out to half back. Competing for it long. There with Owies. Holds Owies out. McPherson grabs the loose footy. Kicks it into the pocket. Lukosius leaping up. Takes a courageous mark. Up against the boundary line. Right forward pocket for Gold Coast.
Oh, it's a good mark, isn't it? Wasn't the best kick. Just a hack kick forward. As I said earlier last quarter, he's really transformed himself as a good third key tool, I reckon, Lukosius. Kicking goals, providing that target. We're starting to work out what the work rate is.
It's a Dom Sheed spot, this one.
His kick misses near side, went on the outside of the right boot with the check side. Lauren Borden's on the boundary. Loz.
Paddy Dow will see some action now. He's just about to run onto the field, so he's got about 25 minutes or so to make an impact. It's Jack Martin that's come off for Carlton.
Or just Toby McLean, the only player who didn't see any action this year. As the sub getting into the game, Newman gives the hand pass to Doherty. Having received the kick in to Chincotta and then back to Mitch McGovern. He pokes the kick up the southern wing. It won't hit the intended target in Fogarty, and the mark is taken by Lukosius. Looks to the top of the 50. Casbolt leads out. And he marks probably within range. He looks at the pocket though. Humphreys on, sends it towards him. Charging in Wiedering and McGovern. Wiedering gets a fist to it and spoils it out of play. A throw in the right forward pocket for the Gold Coast Suns.
It's a good way to get your first pick killed.
Put it on his head.
Put it on his head with 105 kilo fullback coming down on him.
6-4 the inside 50s in this final term the way of the Blues, and the Suns trying to fight back. Powell spinning out of traffic. Hand pass towards the goal line, and it's socketed by Swallow. I think he's got it through. The foot race was on. He was able to beat Cottrell to it and soccer it through for the Gold Coast Suns' 6th goal of the match. They're 6-12-48 to the Blues, 15-9-99. 9 minutes gone in the final term on ABC Sport.
Just something out of nothing there. David Swallow, who's just been part of a midfield group that's been comprehensively beaten today. Just scoring's been hard to come by, hasn't it? Yeah, even in that first quarter where they had dominance.
Yeah.
Get too many great looks at goal. It's just been really hard work forward of centre today for the Suns.
Can't quite see who was on him there. Blake Acres coming in to try and put pressure on, but I'm not sure it was his man.
Suns' heaviest losses this year, 53 points to St Kilda, 49 points against the Swans way back in round 1, and 43 points to Brisbane. They're down 51 at the moment. Back in the middle, centre break coming up for the Suns. Anderson gets the clearance, kicks a high bomb out to half forward. Casbolt crashes the pack, spills front and centre, Carlton's way, and Wiedering able to sweep a hand pass to Doherty, still on the back flank. Kicks Carlton down the southern wing. Hands on it from McPherson, no mark. Ballard knocks it away inadvertently to Atkins. Loops a handball to Rao. Hand pass inside. Comes back to Atkins. Onto his preferred left side. Kicks inside 50. Humphreys all alone. Takes the mark. Leaving his player late. McGovern tried to come and lend a hand. Just didn't get there in time.
Well done, Atkins. His ability there just to sense the danger. Pull back. Yeah, a nice kick, but how good with the strong hands of Bailey Humphrey. Tell you what, if he can continue to be a forward threat as well as then get himself fit enough to go through the midfield, he's going to be a good player to watch for a number of years to come. Just need to see him finish his work here.
We're contracted now until 2028 after signing that mammoth extension a couple of weeks ago. Bailey Humphrey moves in, got it. Straight through it goes. Couple in a row for the Suns, and Carlton's lead trimmed to 45 points. 11 gone, final term, 15-9-99 Carlton. The Suns to 7-12-54.
Emerging star, isn't he? You're right, he's got strong hands. A couple of times today where he's had real heat bearing down on him, and that was McGovern, who's been really good intercept player today, but vice light hands young Humphrey, and beautiful finish as well. So continues to be a positive to come out of Gold Coast this year. Well done, Rory Atkins too. We know he's been in and out of the team, and we spoke about his contract before. 7 possessions for the quarter. He's finished off the game. 50s. Yeah, 2 inside 50s, finishing off full of running.
Lauren Borden on the boundary.
Just to make the day a bit worse for the Suns, Joel Jeffrey won't take any further part in this game. He's got ice on his left foot / ankle, so he's out for the rest of the game.
Thanks, Loz. The Gold Coast Suns set to take on Hawthorn next week. Centre clearance as the long kick inside 50, looking for Charlie Curnow. No mark paid. And now Ballard needs to try and knock it out. He's under the pump, up by circles, and will ball it up.
Good decision. Another great one-on-one contest, wasn't it? Here between the two Charlies.
Carlton have it inside their forward 50. Curnow's going to the right work against Witts. Spills down the way of Anderson. Clearing kick. Only as far as Chincotta. Kicked a goal last week against the Bombers from long range on the run. He veers out to the right. Sends it in the direction of Harry Mackay. He's wrestling with 2. Witts is there at the last line alongside Collins. And it rolls out of play in the right forward pocket for the Blues. Carlton by 45 points. The Blues heading to the bye next week. And they've got Hawthorn and Fremantle. The Gold Coast Suns have their next 2 at home against the Hawks and the Pies.
Boundary throw in. Mackay grabs it out of the ruck. Hand pass away to Cripps for Carlton. Handball to Chera. Shoots goal when he's off balance. Went off the left peg, missed the whole thing. Out on the full. It's pretty rare, isn't it, during the buys that you look at the fixture and you go, right, but the next game for both these teams is against the same opponent. They both play Hawthorn next. A week apart. A free kick here taken by Ballard as he runs himself into a bit of a maze, and in the end has a kick in hope, and McGovern takes the intercept mark. Looks inside 50 to Cripps. Bounces off his chest. Comes down to Walsh. Hand pass to Cottrell. Floats a high bomb to the behind line. Getting back Ballard. Spills it. It's through for a minor score.
Get your hands out, Paddy.
100's up at the MCG for Carlton. And listen to the roar for a team which has averaged 52 points in their last 5 games. They're 15-10-100 at the 14-minute mark of the final term.
They're a funny mob. Behind and they're cheering. Raise the bat. Kick up towards half forward. Witts can't take the mark. It spills away of Ben King. From the kick from Atkins. Charging in down low was Humphrey. Anderson it was. Rao clears the path. Ainsworth into the middle of the ground, and Powell takes the mark. Centre half back edge of the square. Into the middle of the ground, Fiorini marks. To the right of the 2 centre circles. Looks out wide to right half forward. Lukosius is there. Doherty tried to spoil late. Lukosius takes the mark. Still 2 kicks out from goal. Veers out to the right. Sends it long in the direction of Ben King. Flies, can't take the mark. Humphreys there. Can't break away from Boyd. Good tackle. As he takes him to the turf, umpire waits for it to come clear. Cher eventually got it out to Walsh. Hand pass to McGovern. Chips it out in front of Doherty. Tackled by Lukosius. Right on the 50-metre arc. Out to the right for the Gold Coast Suns. Blues by 46 points. 15 minutes gone, final term.
North Melbourne Western Bulldogs coming up. The second leg of this doubleheader. On the final day of round 14 from the restart. Here's Paddy Dow at the stoppage. Gets the clearance as he drives the kick up to the wing. Cripps competes, no mark. Spills down in front of Owies, trying to just knock it forward. He coughs it up. Long's got it. Tackled front on by Cottrell. Ball comes out. Collins, hand pass to Atkins of the Suns. Hand pass out to McPherson. Got it logo southern wing. Kicks down to half forward. To Coney. Spoils once, knocks it down twice to Doherty's advantage. And he just kicks in hope, really, out towards that southern boundary line. There's no one there. At least in a Carlton jumper. McPherson got it. Kicks along the boundary line and heavy collision. In the mid-air between Holman and McGovern's given away the free. Mick Holman to take it. Looks inside the forward 50. Kicks for Casbolt. No mark. To Coney knocks it away, and Newman's helped out of bounds by Davies. Boundary throw-in, forward pocket for the Blues.
Absence of a genuine crumbing forward has stood out today, I think, from the Suns, even that first quarter, or
a Rankin type.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say it, but yeah, I mean, clearly he's left a big hole there, hasn't he?
2 goals apiece in this final term. Suns in attack. The ruck battle. Free kick to Koning's way. Advantage taken by Doherty. Puts it out onto the members' wing. Race after that. If it goes over the boundary line, it'll be insufficient intent. It stays in. Cottrell gathers. Sidesteps around Atkins. Inboard to Curnow. Had Cottrell and Akers running past. Now shovels a hand pass forward. A 25-metre hand pass to Cottrell. Over the top to Cripps. Inside 50. Kicks towards Mackay. Not a great kick in the end. It was in between he and Owies. Spoiled away. Onto it Anderson for the Suns. Took a long time. Almost run down by Harry Mackay. The kick out to Humphries. Had a lot of it. Not paid the mark. Boyd fights forward at ground level. And now Walsh over the top. He will eventually get a kick. Humphries. It was over the shoulder. Thought he did a lot right and probably should have been paid the mark. He eventually gets it at right half back.
Yeah, man, Nick Foote, the watchmaker, he's all over it as Humphrey goes long down the wing, competing in the air. King spills front and centre to Roses, puts the Jets on, kicks it inside the forward 50. Sexton chasing it downhill. Sexton collects, caught, tackled. Hump says holding the ball. And Brodie Kent wins a huge one-on-one. And a goal-saving tackle wins the footy for Carlton. They love that. And the Carlton fans, a short kick to Cottrell. Centre half back for the Blues. If you missed it earlier, it was Gold Coast by 14 points, time on in the opening term, and then Carlton kicked 12 goals in a row over 3 different quarters, including 9 to zip in the second term. Short to Dow, who copped the big cheers as he sends it down to half forward. Spills to Walsh, hands it out wide to Kennedy. Long kick, top of the goal square to Koning. Trying to wrestle his way to the front, got a free. Casbolt went for the body contact, took his eyes off the footy, and De Koning will get it top of the goal square.
Yeah, it was a good kick from Kennedy. He saw the space that De Koning was going to, and the ability to get it there to really challenge Casbolt out the back. Just put him under pressure. He was always going to be in trouble there without interfering.
The off-contract Blue, De Koning has got 2 in game number 50. And Carlton's big lead grows. They're back out by 52 points. 16-10, 106. Gold Coast 7-12-54, 18 gone. Final term. Brett Delidio and Luke Ball on Grandstand AFL.
He's only had the 11 possessions for the day. Leads Tom De Koning, but it's felt like he's had more of an impact than that. I just felt like when they were making that charge in the second quarter, he went into the ruck and again, whilst didn't have a lot of possessions, I thought his impact was quite significant, and that's what they need from him. That's what they need. They need, I mean, clearly they need him pinch hitting in the ruck, and when he goes in there, they need him having an impact all over the ground, getting back to support, and also taking a few marks on the wing, and then obviously pushing forward and being that third option that Carlton fans are screaming out for, such as the reliance on the 2 big boys.
Interesting to see where he ends up at season's end. Tom De Koning. Pitnet wins down the tap, gets it away for the Blues. Fogarty's kick towards half forward. McAndrew haven't dealt with it yet, and now Walsh is onto it. Gets away from a lunging Powell off the outside of the boot. It's offline to the left. And it's out of play for a boundary throw in the left forward pocket for Carlton. Just bouncing inside the field of play. The crowd posted at 29,602.
She's got to be the lowest Carlton crowd for a while, wouldn't it? Non-COVID impacted.
Not as many on the bandwagon that were on the start of the season. From the throw-in, De Koning becomes the tackler on Rao. Provides good support to Paddy Dow, and the umpire will ball it up.
Nice jump in the car there, wouldn't you, and head in just to sing the song? Been a while.
De Koning wins it down, then lays a tackle in the process on Roses.
Still open the gates at 3/4 time, don't they?
It's a Sunday too. It's usually a kick on the ground after the game.
Yeah, there absolutely is.
Bring the footy down.
Kick.
The restart comes down to Kennedy. Kennedy's hand pass out to Akers. Akers handball to Cottrell. They've got it, the Blues, but going in reverse. Back to Boyd. Long kick into the pocket. Curnow outnumbered. Flies. No mark. Falls to Akers. And in the end, Collins grabs it. He's out of play. She had a fair piece of it. Charlie Curnow mid-air.
Right call, though. Not quite enough. Ooh. It's good effort, though. 2v1.
Yeah.
52 points, Carlton's lead. Boundary throw-in, forward 50 stoppage for the Blues. De Koning wins it down. Collins sits on top of it. Cunningham tries to extract it. He's tackled and a ball up again. 25 out. And the goals at the city end where Carlton are attacking. De Koning wins it down. Walsh through traffic, misses near side. She a nice little sidestep from Sammy Walsh. Looked his usual self today, up to 27 disposals, 10 score involvements for Walsh.
Yeah, he's been good. Really good.
53 points, Carlton's lead.
Long into McPherson for the Suns. Chips it over the top and Fiorini marks. in the left back pocket. Catherine asked on the SMS, what was more significant, Carlton's 100 or Kawaja's 100? I think Uzi's was more in the context of the here and now. Humphrey trying to charge his way through. Newman lays the tackle. Umpire will board up between wing and half forward for the Blues members side.
Well, it depends what Carlton can do with this performance. Whether this can, they get the bye now, whether they can springboard off the back of this.
It'll be a 5th win for the season, a draw and 8 losses. They would need everything to go right in the back end of the season. Geelong sort of numbers that have to win just about every game on the way home. McPherson, hand pass away around the back to Powell, sends it up towards Humphrey at half forward. He's wrestled all afternoon against Sard here. Got it down to the front level to Swallow. Hand pass to Holman, out to Lukosius, outside of the boot, kick partially smothered. Wiedering got it down. Chera with a hand pass back to Wiedering. He's been good this afternoon, the Carlton vice-captain. He chips it over the top. And Fogarty marks in front of the Carlton fans in the Olympic stand. The Blues by 53 points.
That's a really good sign there. Just fighting and scrapping. Looked like Lukosius was out. Looked like a Suns goal, but great smother.
Fogarty long down the wing. Collins whacks it out of play. So it's not their smallest home crowd of the... it is of the year. So smallest home crowd of the year by about 13,000. They got 42.5 there against the Western Bulldogs. They've got 29.5 today. They did have a crowd last year of 25,376. That was a late fixture on a Sunday, which I think was Mother's Day against Adelaide. So second smallest in Voss's time as coach, the 29,000 here today. They'll be happy with what they've seen as the Blues put it inside 50. Collins kicks it back out. Half-back flank for the Suns. Davies brings it to ground. Holman. Handball through to Swallow. Hand pass back to Davies up the left peg. Kick smothered. Newman forces it out. Taps it forward. Wayne Harms-esque to Cripps. Hand pass to Chero. Goes to the top of the goal square. Curnow competes in the air. Always tries to kick it over his head. Can't. Lands in Curnow's lap. Hand pass back to the top of the goal square. Gold Coast with numbers. Back. G. Ballard didn't kill it. Oh, he's kicked it between the defenders' legs. Matt Owies has 5-holed it through the legs of the goalkeeper. That's a second for Matt Owies.
Charlie Ballard, what are you doing?
How did Ballard not kill that?
You got to know the rules, Charlie.
The soft call is a goal.
Review underway.
And as DeConey's going down to pick it up, Owies says, I'll just soccer it, and kicked it between the legs of Mac Andrew.
Did it hit that back leg of Tom DeConey? Or that backhand?
Oh, DeConey almost has his hands on the ball. It would have been kicking in danger had it been against the opposition player. Soft call's a goal, so we need something definitive that shows it was touched by someone other than Owies' boot last. Or something. What do you reckon?
Complete. Looking at this angle, there's insufficient evidence to determine whether the ball touched the hand after being kicked. Decision scoreboard.
Matt Owies is going to get a couple and an extraordinary goal. He's kicked it out of the hand of Tom DeConey, who was trying to pick it up through 2 sets of legs for a goal. And the party tricks from Carlton late in the piece. We're in the final 5 minutes. Carlton by 59 points. 17-11, 113. Gold Coast 7-12, 54.
Well, if we're going to go back to Nick Newman's smother, his ability to not just smother it, but then dive and tap it out, allows Cripps to get on the end of it. He's into Chera inside forward 50, but just good scrapping. Charlie Ballard, you had a great game. Competed hard all day. You sort of went to sleep, big fella. You've just got to kick that one through. You're allowed to. There's plenty of pressure. You're inside the goal square. Oh, just get it through. Disappointing. Good crafty small forward goal though.
So that was like a game of tunnel ball.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
Through DeConey's legs, through Andrew's legs. Even Michael Voss has a bit of a smirk at that.
Back in the middle, Paddy Dow gets the clearance for the Blues, the sub into the action, up towards Charlie Curnow, gathers, sidesteps McPherson, sidesteps Atkins, puts it out to Captain Cripps, who marks in the right forward pocket, a chance to kick his third.
I've said before, he can kill you in so many different ways. Charlie Curnow will beat you in so many ways, I should say. I don't think he's killing anyone. But his ability just to step out of traffic, be calm with the footy, clean at ground level, and then that nice little touch kick.
Good reward for Paddy Cripps. He's worked hard today. 24 touches, couple of goals, 6 clearances. Finish off your day, mate. Get another goal.
He's tried to carry so much on his own shoulders. Can he finish with a third here? Cripps out to the right, trying to bend it back. He's got it. And Carlton have got it. Finally a win. Finally they'll get to sing the song. And their captain right out the front with 3 goals alongside Harry Mackay. They'll still be short of their highest score of the season, which of course was 152 against the West Coast Eagles back in round 7. Fittingly, that was the last time they did taste success. 18-11, 119 to the Suns 7-12-54. 27 minutes gone, final turn.
It was a centre bounce clearance again. It's been a shellacking after quarter time. 17-7 centre bounce clearances Carlton's way. So they've really lifted there. You mentioned Curnow, and yeah, well done by Cripps, who has been maligned, hasn't hit the scoreboard at all this year, but again, maybe this could be the kickstart that his season needs.
100th game today as captain for Patrick Cripps as well. The Blues going forward again. Kennedy hands it out to Dow. Kicks inside 50. Long. Can't take the mark. In defence. Lays a heavy tackle on Curnow. Ball spits out. Walsh wins it. 55 out. Half forward. Untidy kick inside 50. Holman collects. Runs into Mackay. Big bear hug. Ball comes out again. Still live footy for Carlton. Andrew under pressure. Gives it to McPherson. Dangerous kick. Inside the defensive arc. No mark to Coney. Down to Dow. Hand pass to Walsh. Kicks goalward. Misses. Yeah, they're all looking for a lick of the ice cream lady of the Blues. 18-12 to 7-12. It's 11 goals neat. Carlton's lead. 28 played final turn. It's a game high too. 66 points.
Coming up after this match, Roos and the Dogs from Docklands will take you to our team. Ben Cameron and Andrew Mays, Brennan Goddard, Brad Sewell and Jess Webster. After this match, Powell straight down the middle. Anderson takes the mark, gives the hand pass to Swallow to Humphrey. Set him up there as Doherty laid a big tackle. And plenty of teammates get to Bailey Humphrey, who got absolutely smashed in the middle of the MCG. He's one who's tried to fight hard despite the scoreline. Back in the middle, Casbolt up against Pitnet. Spills the way of Doherty. Hand pass to Kemp. Kicks out in front of Charlie Curnow. Getting back was Long. Gets a fist in there. Powell races after it at left half back. Gathers and turns and kicks inboard. Noah Anderson takes the mark. He wants to switch out to the southern side. Ainsworth has space. He'll mark in front of Cottrell. Takes the mark at right half back.
Ainsworth. Short kick down the wing to McPherson. McPherson just downs a kick very short. Malcolm Roses takes the mark. He goes further along the southern boundary line to Rao. They must turn like the hawk sound off or whatever it is that hangs on the roof here, where all the seagulls now flood in the latter stages of the game. We haven't had them all day. The kick goes to the hot spot. No mark there for Casbolt. Spills down to Newman. Newman's hand pass finds Wiedering, back pocket. Kick smothered. He follows up. Hand pass out to Kennedy. Handball wanted to get it to Curnow, broken up. Suns win it back. Fiorini got it away. Kick heads goalward. Holman's right there on the line. There's no mark and it's knocked through. The kick came from Atkins. Minor score. It's a rush behind. It's 2 minutes to go. Carlton lead by 65 points. Half hour mark, final turn. Do you have any explanation for that? The Seagulls, Clinchy, while they all roll up randomly?
I was here last night.
Yeah.
Groves, weren't they? Where's our Eagles?
They were a bit early, but the rain put them off.
It doesn't bother you, does it? The same way.
Not really. I'm looking down on my feet. Kemp gives the hand pass to Sardi, sends it long towards the wing. Fogarty kept it alive. Hand pass to Curnow around the boundary line. Links up with Dow, trying to get around Powell. Back to Curnow, tried to show of strength. Fended off Lukosius, backpedaled around Anderson. Kicks it into the middle of the ground. Nothing but Suns there. Davies gathers. Bumped by Cripps as he got his kick away. Up towards half forward. Humphrey brought it down. Got it to Ben King. Hand pass to Holman. Back to Humphrey. It's centre half forward. Beautiful sidestep around Fogarty. Tries to put it out in front of Fiorini. Little hold from Newman. At the back, Kemp races onto it. Sexton tries to offer the chase. Newman gathers. Sexton tackles him. It spills down the way of Roses. Quiet afternoon for him. Can't break away from Kemp. And the umpire will ball it up in the right forward pocket for the Gold Coast Suns. There's a bit going on as Ainsworth's come in. He's dumped Boyd. The umpire just throws it up as players are carrying on, and Casbolt takes it out of the ruck. Hard against the boundary. Levi! What a finish. Not too many were paying attention, but we were. He's second. And one from the top shelf from Levi Casbolt. Carlton's lead is back to 59 points as the Gold Coast Suns with their third goal of the final term. The Blues have put on 5. 18-12, 120 to the Gold Coast Suns. 8-13, 61 at the 32-minute mark of the final term.
Miraculous stuff from Big Levi. First of the day. Oh, seems like an eternity to go now, doesn't it? But
is that a goal of the round contender?
He can do that again. Took it out of the ruck.
Considering the angle,
had a look, he knew exactly what he was doing.
Yeah,
that is brilliant.
That is a
very Gabriel Ablett Jr.
Isn't it?
Yeah. Acker-esque for a big man.
What I found interesting was Rao was trying to grab the footy and Casbolt floated across in front. Who was the nominated ruck? And we still doing that?
Casbolt.
Yeah. So I wonder what would have happened if Rao had grabbed the footy in that scenario. 59 points. We'll never know. Carlton's lead, 33 gone. Final term as the Blues out of the middle. Kennedy kicks it wide to Akers. He takes the mark. He goes back inboard to Kemp. 29,602, most of them Carlton fans. Be happy with what they've seen today. Gee, that hasn't been the case in recent weeks, and Carlton is going to let the last of the sand drain out of the hourglass as he goes back. Kennedy to Wiedering, kicks down to half forward. Kerno the target, no mark. Falls down to Holman, he's kicked down the wings of turnover, and Kemp takes the intercept mark for the Blues.
A good Kemp, his best game for the club for this year, I would say.
Goes short to Akers, who marks between wing and half forward. He'll send it inside 50 for one last time. The siren sounds, and after 6 losses on the trot, finally the Blues fans get to sing their song. A 5th win for the season. They put on over 100 points. And what a loss it is for the Gold Coast Suns. Another opportunity goes begging. The Blues back on the winners list.
Dark navy blues, we're the team that never lets you down. We're the only team old Carlton knows. With all the champions they like to send up, we'll keep our end up, and they will know that they've been playing against the famous old dark blues.
The Gold Coast Suns kicked the opening 2 goals in the match. They led by 10 points at quarter time, and then Carlton kicked 9 goals to none in the second quarter to lead by 44 points at the main break. It ended up being 12 consecutive goals, just the second time in 2023 we've seen a side kick 12 consecutive goals behind the Cats against the Hawks earlier this year. And the Blues, having led by 44 points at three-quarter time, run out 59-point winners, 18-12, 120 to the Gold Coast Suns, 8-13, 61.
We are the Navy Blues. We are the old dark Navy Blues. We're the team that never lets you down. We're the only team old Carlton knows. With all the champions they like to send up, we'll keep our end up, and they will know that they've been playing against the famous old dark blues.
It's a Sunday afternoon result with a seesaw effect. The Blues are back on the winners list, their 5th win, and it relieves some of the pressure on Michael Voss. And for the Gold Coast Suns, it's their heaviest loss so far in 2023, going down by 59 points with so much on the line as they were a chance to nudge closer to September action. The Blues winners by 59 points. The last time they booted 100 points at the MCG, you've got to go back to round 1, 2022 against the Tigers. For the Blues, 3 goals to Captain Cripps, 3 goals to Harry Mackay, 2 to Cherub, to Koning, Charlie Kerno, Owies and Cottrell. Individuals to Kennedy for the Blues. Meanwhile, for the Gold Coast Suns, 2 to Ainsworth, 2 to Casbolt. Individuals to Lukosius, Humphrey, Swallow and King. Carlton are back on the winners list. They prevail by 59 points after a dominant second quarter over the Gold Coast Suns. The thoughts of Luke Ball and Brett Delidio with you on ABC Sport.
Pretty dominant there from the Blues, wasn't it? Ball there. That second quarter really set them up. But disappointing from the Suns' point of view. You know, a big challenge for them today to come here and take another step towards playing finals for the very first time. You know, and that's what will disappoint Stewie Dew and all those boys that played today. You know, they had a chance against a side that wasn't going well to come out here and really perform, and they started well, but they didn't capitalise on their early pressure they were putting on the Blues, because if you do that, you kick 6-2 instead of 2-6, then therefore question marks start to get asked about the Blues, and you might not see that rev from them, but you kick inaccurate and allow that game to stay close. It makes a huge difference. Then the Blues they went full noise, didn't they? Second quarter, and there was absolutely nothing that the Suns could have done. They couldn't win it out of the centre. They couldn't tackle. Their forwards were ineffective. So, well done to the Blues. It's a win they needed. It's not exactly a big kill. It's not a top four side that they've knocked off, but they're under the pump, and they've somewhat got their game style back to where it was a little bit last year. Albeit, I really question the ability of the Suns to put them under any sort of pressure today.
Yeah, that's right. And it'll be interesting to see how forensically they analyse that second quarter, the Suns. I think if they're serious, they need to have a good look at it. So, to me, the heat was dialed up, and they were just completely found wanting, wasn't it? And around the ball, which is where they've been really strong too, which will really disappoint Stewie Dew. For me, we'll just touch on the Suns quickly. It's still too much left for too few. They've still got too many guys, and they're young, probably inexperienced. You can give them that. But they've still got too many guys.
So how long are we going to say that?
Yeah, well, that's right. Who are under pressure or against good opposition, don't give enough, don't contribute enough. And when Rao's down, he was a bit off today. That midfield group, Anderson keeps trying hard. We know that. He's finished with 27. But other than that midfield group were well and truly beaten, from that quarter time period on. Not much else happens, really. So that's the challenge that Stewie Dew and his coaching staff have to continue to deal with. They're still not ready. They're still a fair way off. From the Blues' point of view, you're right. What I liked was it started the contest, but then it was the dare. It was the way they played after quarter time when the ball was turned over. And, they took some more risks. They used the corridor a bit more. They got some overlap run. They just gave it without thinking about it. They gave it. Yeah, they took a bit more risk. At times it looked like it was a 50-50 ball, but they committed numbers to it and played with a lot more flair. And lo and behold, it brings that dangerous forward line into play. So what that could do for the rest of the year, we'll wait and see. What it does do is give them a much nicer feeling going into the break. It relieves a bit of pressure on Michael Voss and the coaching staff, which was really obviously starting to build. And it just keeps them in touch. I mean, everyone faltering around them, you never know. They can do some damage. I think post by, what was it? It was two pretty winnable games.
They got Hawthorn
and then Freo. So
Port
you never know. You never know.
Stats aren't with them, though, coming off the bye. It's kind of a shocking time for him.
No, true. But, again, they need to use the way they played that second quarter. And the stoppage and the clearance work, that's been their strength. So, to me, that was just them getting back to what they do well.
They finally got out the front.
They got out the front. It was Walsh using his legs, Cripps standing up in tackles and being powerful. Chera, I thought, was terrific across the whole game. I thought he was probably the best player on the ground. I thought Doherty, their senior players really in that second quarter, really dialed it up, and then the rest of them jumped on board. Like the game of Kemp and Cincotta across half-back, Boyd starting to show a little bit, that reliance on Adam Sard, not as much there today, so they need to keep persisting with that. And then I thought De Koning, showed more than he has in recent weeks as well, both in the ruck and forward, that he can take a bit of pressure off Curnow and Mackay, who looked dangerous, really. I love the battle between the two Charlies, as we mentioned throughout the game. Ballard and Curnow probably broke even there. I think Ballard tried really hard, given the weight of pressure that he was under, and Mackay looked really dangerous all game. And some of his defensive efforts were what really pleased Michael Voss too, I think. Not necessarily getting on the end of it, but his ability to empty out, chase, tackle, put pressure on, compete, 100%. Bring the ball to ground. I mean, if you're a Carlton small forward, Jack Martin had some moments. If you're a Carlton small forward, it's a pretty easy, even easy is the wrong word, but you've got some pretty good reference points, haven't you? Like, you really just get to their feet, and if they don't mark it, you know where it's going to be. So, a really good, a much-needed performance, clearly, and one that they can take into the bye, refresh. The bye will be interesting for them, how they treat that. Do they sort of, they need the nourishment of the win, you need to sing the song, but then do they get back to work? All the players all need a day off. We've mentioned the the performances of teams off the bye. They can't afford to do that, can they, against Hawthorn? So really interesting watch.
Harry Mackay leads the Blues off in game 100, and the fans are leaning over the fence for all the right reasons this week, as opposed to last week at halftime against the Bombers. We'll head down into the Carlton rooms in a couple of moments with Lauren Borden. Carlton winners by 59 points, 18-12, 120 to the Gold Coast Suns, 8-13, 61. And it might be remembered as an afternoon in which the Blues got their DNA back, they got their centre clearance game going, and they were able to really punish the Blues, the Gold Coast Suns, on the scoreboard. Let's head down into the winners' rooms. Lauren Borden's there as the Blues make their way in.
They're leaning over the barriers in here as well. Haven't seen so many family and friends in a Carlton room for a long time. They'll be right up close to the song. That's how far forward they're allowed to come. Usually they push a bit back, but there's so many people in here. They came in early knowing it'd be a win. Just smiles on everyone's faces. They look absolutely wrapped. Mackay just nodded and smiled in the circle, just acknowledging the win. And he was standing there getting a few handshakes from teammates as well, as did Michael Voss when he walked in a little earlier. He's been given his stats as well, which I'm sure we'll be happy to go through, but he'll wait a moment just standing behind the team to watch them gather in the song. It's a big circle they're building here, and they're getting everyone together. Kerno's coming in now. They'll join together now, link arms, and sing their song out for the first time in 6 weeks. They'll have a bit of a presentation now for Harry Mackay's 100th game, and then we're hoping to get Adam Chera, one of the stars of today, to chat to him about it.
Thanks very much, Loz. Look forward to that. He's been one who's been in great form in recent weeks, despite the Blues being on the losing end. As he touched on, 6 consecutive losses, but they're winners this afternoon by 59 points over the Gold Coast Suns. They do face the Suns again, the Blues, in round 23 up on the Gold Coast. So it'll be interesting. I mean, it just feels like such a missed opportunity for the Suns, but at the end, you look at the way in which the Blues played in that second quarter, and Carlton fans will think, well, where's that been all season? Why can't we harness that energy and that way in which we were playing in 2022? And maybe it's just the catalyst to try and get them going.
Maybe, yeah. Look, it's you certainly you won't give back the 4 points that you've just done, and certainly the manner they went about it was pleasing. It wasn't like the Suns weren't great, let's be honest, but you know, I think as
so. What
much
would
of
you
that,
break it down in terms of 100% in terms of good Blues and bad Suns?
Probably, I don't know,
50-50. That second quarter.
Yeah, that second quarter.
That's the
Suns
issue with the
managed to
Suns.
take goals for the game.
That's why we still can't take them really seriously, unfortunately. You know, this was it wasn't necessarily the win today. It was how they acquitted themselves at the MCG against the team, as you said, which is around the mark, but have been under the pump and underperforming. Okay, solid first quarter, so you think off the back of that, and they come off the bye, so no issue for fresh legs or anything like that. That second quarter when 2, 3, 4 goals in a row, what are we going to do about it? Nothing. So that's...
Well, they just couldn't get their hands on it in the middle. They can't throw anyone behind the ball, but what I would have loved to have seen is, 2, 3 goals in a row, Jack Lukosius